Hola, buenos días con todos. Good morning. Why are we changing? Oh, yeah, I actually knew that. This is a mess. Good morning, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started. I appreciate the flexibility in the timing that accommodates some changes in the program. Again, a very good morning to everyone. And given the time that some of you might have left your hotel this morning, let me share a word of gratitude for being here at this time with us. My name is Giuseppe Di Carlo. I work for the Pew Bertarelli Ocean Legacy Partnership, but I'm here moderating this event on behalf of the Eastern Tropical Pacific and the donors and partners that are part of the coalition. It's a pleasure for me to be able to moderate a panel which has grown over the last 24 hours. So bear with us. A couple of housekeeping issues. There is translation for the event, so you don't have to put up with my terrible Spanish. So if you can scan the QR code, you get the translation. And second, one thing that I've learned over the last couple of years working with you all, I mostly see familiar faces, is that the CEMAR is ultimately a big family of people that want to see change. So starting with that, today somebody has a birthday, so I thought that maybe we could give Shirley an applause for happy birthday and being here with us at 8 o'clock in the morning. All right, with that, I won't say too much because, again, I feel there is so many familiar faces that are familiar with the history of the CEMAR, the 20th year of the CEMAR now, and so much has already been accomplished, both from a scientific perspective, from a governance perspective, and from a policy perspective. Let me say, probably one of the few that is from a different part of the world in this room, and I think I say this all the time, but for me, this is an example. And everywhere I go, I always bring the CEMAR and the leadership and the ambition and the cohesion between the science, the governance, and the policy as an example to be replicated in other parts of the world. So for me, it's really a pleasure to be able to stand here. I'm going to invite the panelists, starting with Jose Julio Casas, Technical Secretary for the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor. Please join me. Arturo Izurrieta, Director of the Galapagos National Park. Ximena Rojas, Directora Costas y Mares de Colombia. Kathleen Fitzgerald with the Pew Charitable Trust, representing the Enduring Earth Partnership. It's free sitting. Please sit wherever you like. Patricia Leon, Associate Director with the Bezos Earth Fund. Ricardo Meneses, Asesor de Costa Rica. Ricardo, ¿está así? I think I have everybody, except last but not least, our dear Minister, Juan Carlos Navarro, Minister of Panama. And, sorry, Alex. You're the first one I saw this morning. And Alex Hearn with the University of San Francisco, de Quito. Alex, since I call you last, my bad, I'm going to call on you first this time. I know you're going to give us a bit of context setting. I know that you represent Migramar here, and Migramar is really being at the heart of creating the science that we need to be able to effectively protect resources. So I'll give you the floor. As the panel has expanded a little bit, I'm going to ask everybody to be within their time. But Alex, please.
¿Hay un botón para pasar las diapositivas? Yeah. A ver. Sí. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Muchísimas gracias, Giuseppe, por la presentación y por invitarme a ser parte de este panel. Gracias a todos y que viva la cumpleañera. Yo voy a hablar rapidito un poco sobre el por qué esta región es tan especial, qué hemos logrado y qué opciones tenemos para el siguiente ciclo de acciones para ir cumpliendo con nuestras metas de conservación, ¿no? Entonces, el Pacífico tropical, yo llevo 25 años aquí y yo lo puedo resumir básicamente en 4 palabras. Primero, en biodiversidad. Contamos con un elenco de hábitats que va desde los arrecifes coralinos, desde las fumarolas submarinas profundas que fueron descubiertas en esta región, pasando por hábitats de manglar. El 30% de todas las especies de cetáceos habitan en nuestra región y el 35% de todas las aves marinas. También otra palabra que me suena mucho es endemismo. Aquí tenemos el único pingüino tropical de Galápagos, pero a lo largo de todos los grupos taxonómicos, el promedio es de un 22% de endemismo en los grupos marinos. Es altísimo. También productividad. Las corrientes marinas provocan una cantidad de biomasa que está generando casi $2 billones anuales en pesquerías solo de pesquerías pelágicas industriales, sin contar las artesanales. Y luego de secuestro de carbono como servicio ecosistémico de unos 13 billones anuales, ¿no? Y finalmente, biodiversidad, endemismo, productividad, conectividad. Es un área donde grandes animales, tiburones, tortugas laúd, ballenas, aves, se mueven de un lado a otro. Y esa conectividad es lo que nos lleva aquí hoy, porque la conectividad no es solo ecológica, sino que se ha vuelto también sociopolítica. Y desde esa conectividad nace la iniciativa del CEMAR. Y desde la iniciativa del CEMAR nace la red Migramar. Efectivamente, somos en nuestros diferentes roles personas que queremos entender la conectividad de la región y proteger esa función ecológica tan importante. Si vemos a noviembre del 2023, ya en la región, ahora voy a expandir un poco porque el CEMAR es una parte fundamental, es como el core part de lo que es el Pacífico tropical. Pero la región realmente abarca más de 10 millones de kilómetros cuadrados. Tenemos 129 áreas marinas protegidas en la región, pero como pueden ver, circulé en rojo las zonas del CEMAR. La gran mayoría, las áreas marinas protegidas oceánicas de Ecuador, Colombia, Costa Rica y Panamá, pero también reviajijedos últimamente en lo que es el área marina protegida, se está sumando a la iniciativa del CEMAR. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? En los últimos 10 años hemos pegado un salto, si ven abajo, desde 162.000 kilómetros cuadrados de área marina protegida a 845. No me pidan hacer las sumas porque solo he tomado un café hoy, pero es multiplicado por varias veces, ¿no? Y si vemos a nivel de la meta de alcanzar el 30% de protección, dentro de algunas de nuestras zonas exclusivas económicas, hay países que ya lo han cumplido. El promedio es de un 27%, pero va desde 0 hasta 68 según el país que sea. Pero si lo vemos ya en la escala macro, solo estamos protegiendo el 11% de las aguas que tenemos en la región, porque en alta mar, BBNJ, de momento no tenemos nada, ¿no? Sin embargo, la meta 3030 no tiene solamente que ver con área, sino hay unas palabras claves ahí, como efectividad, equidad, representatividad de hábitats. Y como podemos ver, de las áreas marinas protegidas que tenemos, solo un poquito más de la mitad cuentan con planes de manejo. Y de estas, no todos los planes de manejo enuncian sus objetos de conservación. Incluso cuando los enuncian, no necesariamente tenemos metas para esos objetos de conservación y tampoco tenemos indicadores de cómo llegar a esas metas. Entonces, aquí hay un espacio donde podemos crecer de forma exponencial. También siguen existiendo retos. Tenemos aquí a la izquierda diferentes rutas de tipos de embarcación. Últimamente nos hemos dado cuenta que el riesgo de colisiones con megafauna es mucho mayor de lo que pensábamos. Acabamos de sacar este año, también fruto de la colaboración, un estudio global de los movimientos de tiburones ballena que hemos marcado para rastrear sus movimientos. En principio, la última detección de un tiburón ballena con una marca debería ser al azar, pero no es así. Significativamente es cerca de zonas de rutas de navegación. Quiere decir, hay colisiones y se están yendo para abajo. Es una mortalidad escondida. También en la huella a la derecha tenemos la huella de pesca. Lo hemos dividido por diferentes tipos de pesca que tenemos en la región. Tenemos la flota potera, que es la que está generando esa zona oscura abajo. Tenemos la flota palangrera, y tiene un alto índice de bycatch. Y tenemos la flota, sobre todo, cerquera, que está capturando grandes cantidades de atún y en algunos casos especies de pesca incidental. Lo que nosotros hemos hecho en los últimos 2 años es recopilar toda la información espacial que hemos podido o generar nosotros desde la red Migramar o nuestros colaboradores y socios y crear capas de objetos de conservación y mapear esos riesgos y hacer un análisis, se llama MarkSan, un análisis de costo-beneficio, de dónde hay oportunidades para más medidas espaciales. Y como pueden ver aquí realmente lo que les quiero mostrar son 3 take-home messages. Primero, gran parte de la representatividad están en las aguas costeras. Yo sé que hemos hecho un gran trabajo de fomentar redes de áreas marinas protegidas costeras, pero hay que implementarlas y hay que todavía situarlas bien. Otra cosa es que en muchos casos se trata de expandir, de situar zonas protegidas al lado de zonas que ya están protegidas para fortalecer corredores. Ya lo estamos haciendo con Hermandad, con Bicentenario, con Cordillera de Coiba. Y finalmente, en alta mar también vamos a tener que trabajar. No vamos a lograr el 30% de protección si no trabajamos fuera de nuestras fronteras. Entonces, ¿qué podemos hacer? Para lograr Meta 3 necesitamos una combinación de actividades. Primero, si vamos a trabajar en BBNJ, tenemos que empezar a pensar en crear un block. Me dicen que esa palabra en español no existe, pero es un consorcio de votantes para poder generar medidas aquí en la región. Y quiero felicitar a Panamá por haber ratificado BBNJ y esperemos que Colombia, Costa Rica y Panamá y Ecuador se acerquen. Tenemos que homologar nuestros planes de manejo, asegurar que nuestros objetos de conservación compartidos tengan medidas similares de manejo y de seguimiento. Y los nuevos diseños de AMPs deben considerar el cambio climático, lo hemos escuchado a lo largo de esta conferencia. Y no solo eso, pero tenemos que hacer un retrofit de cambio climático en nuestros planes existentes. Todas estas cosas se pueden hacer bastante pronto. Pero aún así no va a ser suficiente. El 30% de protección no es suficiente si es business as usual afuera. Y afortunadamente las soluciones ya las estamos implementando acá en la región. Lo que pasa es que son a pequeña escala. Y ahora tenemos la oportunidad de hacer un poco de scaling up. Temas de trazabilidad de pesca artesanal. Vincular pescadores artesanales directamente con sus mercados. Generar rutas seguras para migraciones de ballenas que pueden ser afectadas por el ruido, como escuchamos hace 2 días. Restauración de hábitats, erradicación. el expertise está en nuestra región. Lo que nos ha faltado hasta ahora es el financiamiento para dar ese salto. Y hemos visto también en nuestra región el Galápagos Life Fund, un fondo cuyo parte de sus componentes va hacia el apoyo de emprendimientos sostenibles marinos privados en la comunidad galapagueña. Esto se puede reproducir a nivel local. Entonces, con esto termino y un mensaje de optimismo. Sabemos lo que tenemos que hacer y tenemos las herramientas que están aquí en casa. Gracias.
Thank you, Alex. Jose Julio, coming to you, 20 years of the CIMAR and so much has been accomplished. Multitasking. In terms of policy, in terms of governance, in terms of integration among the different countries, maybe you can give us a sense of what has happened and what has been achieved so far.
Hola, gracias Giuseppe. Buenos días a todos. Muchísimas gracias por estar acá. Voy a hacer un pantallazo rápido de lo que es el corredor. Todos sabemos que es una iniciativa regional, voluntaria, que está basada en los ministerios de ambiente de Ecuador, Costa Rica, Colombia y Panamá, y que con esas características tiene prioridades que puede ejecutar o no. Esta iniciativa desde 2004, cuando arrancó, busca la adecuada gestión de la biodiversidad y los recursos marinos y costeros. El CEMAR no ha sido y nunca ha pretendido ser una mega área protegida, sino una zona en donde se pueda proteger toda esa diversidad que mencionaba Alex, toda esa conectividad que sabemos que existe, pero que también la pretende poner a disposición para el aprovechamiento, claro, que responsable y sosteniblemente. En todo este proceso, el CEMAR tiene la oportunidad y el placer de contar con una gran cantidad de socios que ayudan y apoyan a las iniciativas que tiene. El CEMAR trabaja desde una estructura bien definida, con un comité ministerial que toma las decisiones y un cuerpo técnico que le ayuda, una secretaría por tempore, que es la conexión entre ambos órganos y que no vamos a entrar a describir porque la mayoría ya la conoce y no tenemos mucho tiempo para el día de hoy. Pero aquí es donde se trabaja. El comité técnico, como yo siempre he dicho, es el cuarto de máquinas del corredor, ayuda a revisar, diseñar y generar una gran cantidad de actividades que luego eleva a los ministros, que son los que las aprueban. Desde 2004, cuando arranca la iniciativa, basado justamente en procesos de conectividad, que más adelante pudiéramos discutir fuera de la sala, se establecen 5 áreas como las áreas núcleo del corredor. Estas 5 áreas son áreas que históricamente, tenemos que pensar que estamos hablando de hace 20 años, históricamente representaban, y siguen representando a día de hoy, puntos importantes para la biodiversidad y puntos importantes para actividades ecológicas necesarias para una gran cantidad de grupos de organismos marinos. En el año 2023, el año pasado, los países, por recomendación del Comité Técnico, inician una serie de trabajos para evaluar la posibilidad de aumentar con todo el proceso del 30x30 que se vienen dando en nuestros países a partir del 2021 para aumentar entonces la cantidad de áreas protegidas. Y a día de hoy el CEMAR entonces ha duplicado la cantidad de áreas protegidas que estableció desde un primer momento a 10. Todo esto, y si ustedes ven, y siempre digo lo mismo, este mapa a mí me encanta porque empieza a mostrar cómo vamos conectando los bloques que mencionaba Alex para generar una ruta de niveles de protección que varían definitivamente entre las áreas y entre los países, pero que representa una zona en donde nosotros estamos asegurando el cuidado de ese recurso que se utiliza económicamente de diferentes maneras, pero que al final genera una gran cantidad de ingresos para todos los usuarios que trabajan en la zona del corredor. Basados justamente en esta imagen, basados en esos procesos que ayudan a conectar diferentes áreas dentro y fuera del CEMAR, incluso algunas zonas en la costa de nuestra región. Y si ampliamos un poco más la visión nos damos cuenta o confirmamos justamente basados en información científica y el poder de traducción de esa información científica a los tomadores de decisiones, nos damos cuenta que hay otra gran cantidad de áreas que tienen el mismo rol dentro de todo este escenario y que definitivamente están conectados con nuestra iniciativa del corredor marino. Entonces, aquí es donde se basa el corredor y tenemos la ventaja y la fortaleza de unos estados comprometidos, unos ministerios dispuestos a trabajar en conjunto para lograr el objetivo general de nuestro corredor, que es proteger y conservar de una manera responsable y sostenible la biodiversidad en la zona. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, José Julio. One word you mentioned is commitment. And nothing like this would have happened without the commitment and the vision of the 4 countries. I'm impressed of the fact that the science and the understanding that the connectivity is so central to the CEMAR. But this year, in the 20th anniversary, marks an important moment. So speaking of leadership, speaking of ambition that the 4 countries had so far, I want to give the floor to Minister Navarro, as I understand today might mark an important day. Minister.
Muchas gracias, Giuseppe. Buen día a todos. Lo hacemos en español. Excelente. Yo quiero agradecerle primero que todo a las personas que desde hace 20 años iniciaron el CEMAR. Creo que a veces se nos olvida que para poder estar aquí hubo mucha gente que antes que nosotros estuvo presente diciendo el CEMAR es importante. Y aunque algunos no estén en esta habitación o muy pocos estén, yo quiero pedir para todos ellos un tremendo aplauso. Gracias a ellos. Y empiezo de esta manera porque tiene que haber institucionalidad y continuidad en lo que hacemos. El CEMAR se está convirtiendo en un ejemplo no solo regional ya, sino mundial. Poco a poco, por consenso, los 4 países hemos ido construyendo un modelo. Yo quiero reconocer hoy el trabajo que han hecho los equipos de nuestros distintos países para poder hacer del CEMAR una realidad y de lo que estamos viviendo hoy una realidad. Quiero empezar con nuestro anfitrión, con Colombia, con Jimena y con todo el equipo de Susana y de Parques Nacionales de Colombia y pedir para ellos un tremendo aplauso por su trabajo. Y por ser magníficos anfitriones también. Bueno, falta ahora 3 días sin dormir, pero ahí vamos. Adicional y muy especial para nosotros, todo lo que ha hecho Costa Rica por el CEMAR. Conversaba ayer con Carlos Manuel Rodríguez y de cómo hace 20 años él y yo estuvimos juntos en el COP2 en Yakarta. Algunos de los que estamos aquí ya somos dinosaurios de la conservación. Cristian, no estoy hablando de ti, ni de mí, porque estábamos juntos y a la par en todas estas cosas en el Smithsonian. Antes tú en tu trabajo en Colombia y posterior en el Bronx Zoo y todo lo demás con Conservation. Finalmente donde estamos ahora. Lo cierto es que quiero agradecerle a Costa Rica el tremendo trabajo que ha hecho, el trabajo que ha hecho Franz Stottenbach y el trabajo que ha hecho su equipo. Y usted, mi querido amigo, que es la memoria institucional del CEMAR. Un aplauso para todos nuestros amigos los tiquillos. Ejemplar, ejemplar. Muy importante para mí, y el anuncio que vamos a hacer hoy fue por ellos. La madurez, la entrega, la ética conservacionista de Arturo y del equipo de Ecuador y de Galápagos. Un aplauso grande para ellos. Pieza fundamental del CEMAR. Y last but not least, el equipo de panameños que han hecho posible que haya una transición ordenada a pesar de que hubo un cambio de gobierno y que de manera imperceptible se haya dado ese cambio. Quiero agradecerles a todos, a Digna, que es de Costas y Mares, el director de Áreas Protegidas de Panamá, a Tomás, a Ana Lorena, a José Julio, que ha llevado todo este proceso. Está con nosotros Yair de la CCAD, que también nos ha ayudado en distintos momentos, a todo el equipo nuestro que nos está ayudando ahora en el ministerio. A ustedes, gracias por su trabajo también. Y un aplauso para los panameños también. Y bien, teníamos un tema fundamental. Queríamos decirle al mundo que el CEMAR iba a tener institucionalidad y que íbamos a dar pasos concretos para llevar ahora el CEMAR a otro nivel. Me complace hoy anunciar lo que ya es un secreto a voces, y es que gracias a el trabajo en consenso que hemos hecho, en especial gracias al trabajo de Arturo, de Inés, de todo el equipo de Ecuador, pero de los 4 países, la sede permanente de la Secretaría Técnica va a estar ubicada en Panamá. Importante, esta sede es la sede de Colombia, es la sede de Ecuador, es la sede de Costa Rica y también nuestra. Pero todos por igual utilizaremos este recurso técnico para poder llevar adelante nuestros programas conjuntos de el CEMAR. Muy importante para nosotros también, terminando esta conferencia, José Julio y su equipo de la Secretaría van a estar iniciando y haciendo público los términos de referencia para convocar un concurso para la nueva dirección ejecutiva de CEMAR que esperamos tener a bordo antes de febrero. Este será un proceso transparente, llevado con un profesionalismo tremendo, y te felicito por ello, José Julio, y muy pronto tendremos nuevo liderazgo, porque así lo han decidido ustedes mismos, los técnicos, y los felicito. Un acto de desprendimiento tremendo, y han decidido ellos mismos que ninguno de los actuales técnicos será parte del nuevo equipo, en el sentido que para ser director no puedes haber estado dentro del actual equipo. En otras palabras, en febrero habrá un nuevo director, producto de un amplio proceso de búsqueda profesional y transparente para esta nueva etapa que hoy inicia. De la misma manera, la presidencia pro tempore del CEMAR, que me distingue ocupar hoy, en abril será traspasada a Susana Muhammad, lo que también nos llevará a otro nivel en esta nueva etapa. Por ende, amigas y amigos, y con esto concluyo, todo el trabajo de 20 años, todo este trabajo de años recientes, todo el apoyo que hemos recibido de muchos de los grupos que están con nosotros hoy, de Rewild, de Bezos, de Pew, de ¿quién me queda por fuera? Ayúdenme. Y ustedes saben quiénes son. Yo no soy muy bueno en el protocolo. Yo nada más sirvo para la conservación. Para lo demás yo no sirvo. Pero lo importante, todos los que nos han ayudado, nos han traído también aquí, y aquí los tienen. Pew Bertarelli, Giuseppe, Enduring Earth, Bezos, Rewild, The WIS Foundation. Un aplauso para todos ellos también, porque sin ellos no podríamos. Y con esto termino. Hoy marcamos un hito, pero todos estos logros ya son parte del pasado. Hoy el tablero está en blanco de nuevo. Lo que nos va a definir es lo que hagamos de ahora en adelante. Lo que yo quisiera es que tuviéramos un esfuerzo ambicioso para asegurarnos que tenemos un tratado vinculante lo antes posible. Para complementar todos estos esfuerzos, tenemos nuevo liderazgo que va a instalarse pronto, y vamos a la próxima etapa con la reserva de la biosfera multinacional marina más grande del mundo y una de las primeras del mundo. Estos son los retos que ahora tenemos por delante. Si esto nos dura o nos toma más de un año, no estamos haciendo nuestro trabajo. En el 2025 estaremos, Dios quiere, todos juntos en algún lugar de los 4 países que formamos el CEMAR para celebrar que hemos alcanzado todos estos nuevos hitos. En el interim, les quiero pedir un favor a todos los ticos, todos los ecuatorianos, a todos los colombianos y a nuestros panameños, cada uno en su país. Trabajemos, por favor, para convertir nuestras reservas en reservas de categoría mundial. Y lo estamos empezando a hacer en Panamá. A pesar de que tenemos ya el 54% de nuestras aguas territoriales ya bajo protección, estamos, luego de haber aprobado el BBNJ, que depositamos la semana pasada, el documento de Naciones Unidas, además de ello, estamos quintuplicando la fuerza de guardaparques de Coiba antes de enero, invirtiendo más de $3 millones en una nueva sede en Coiba, incluyendo instalaciones científicas, renovando acuerdos científicos con Coiba AIP y revitalizándolos con el Smithsonian, y adicional a ello, dotando de nuevos equipos, como un radar nuevo para evitar pesca ilegal que estaré inaugurando pasado mañana en Coiba, y compartir data pesquera con la ARAP en Panamá para evitar pesca ilegal. Estos son algunos de los temas, junto a un esfuerzo tremendo, gracias a Mar Viva, que están por aquí también. Están Mar Vivas, y un aplauso para ellos. Esta gente cómo nos ayuda. Que nos ayudan mucho con las comunidades vecinas. Y Pati, yo sé que tú estás muy en esto y te lo agradezco. Todo esto lo estamos haciendo en Coiba para en muy poco tiempo tener el parque a otro nivel. Le pido a todos mis colegas de Ecuador, Colombia y por supuesto Costa Rica que por favor lo hagan mejor que nosotros, para que tengamos 4 áreas protegidas de categoría mundial que sean un verdadero ejemplo para el planeta y que como región, como corredor, sean aún mayor y mejor ejemplo para el planeta de que podemos salvar la herencia natural de nuestros océanos y la diversidad biológica marina de nuestro Pacífico este tropical. Esa es nuestra misión. Hoy damos un paso importante y ahora a trabajar. Y yo me voy porque tengo que trabajar.
¿Esto funciona?
Sí.
Me toca la difícil tarea de hablar después del ministro de Panamá que hizo un anuncio tan importante. Primero, a nombre de la coalición de donantes, quiero felicitarles a los 4 países del CEMAR, a los 4 ministros, en especial al ministro Navarro, por ese anuncio tan increíble. Un aplauso, por favor. Bueno, como saben, la coalición de donantes tiene 16 miembros. Trabajamos juntos desde hace 3 años para apoyarles a ustedes en todo el trabajo que hacen. Y cuando digo a ustedes, digo al comité técnico, a los ministros, a todos los que hacen parte del CEMAR. Sabemos todo el trabajo que hacen, sabemos que no es fácil llegar a consenso y estamos muy agradecidos de que hayan tomado una decisión tan buena que le da gobernanza al CEMAR. Después de 20 años de ser un tratado, de no ser un tratado, de ser un acuerdo no vinculante, están dando pasos muy importantes, están estableciendo una gobernanza permanente, un equipo de gente que no cambia cada que la presidencia rota, ¿no es cierto? Y este equipo de gente esperamos que le dé continuidad al CEMAR, que tenga la información, que tenga las capacidades, que sea un apoyo cada vez que la presidencia rota. Entonces, estamos muy felices de esto. Además, sabemos que están trabajando para la Reserva de Biosfera Creo que esto le va a dar un campo más amplio al CEMAR, un instrumento realmente en el que puedan trabajar en conjunto para el manejo conjunto más allá de las fronteras. Sabemos que están trabajando en un plan de acción, que ese plan de acción probablemente va a estar viendo temas más allá de la jurisdicción nacional, que es parte importante del movimiento de las especies en esta región. Alex lo explicó súper bien, no me voy a meter ahí. Estamos muy contentos. En el ámbito internacional, el CEMAR ha dado pasos importantísimos hacia el 30 por 30, basado en ciencia. Escogieron los lugares basado en ciencia. Entonces, estamos protegiendo los lugares oceánicos importantes. Falta ver un poco hacia las costas, como Alex mostró, pero estamos dando pasos súper importantes en esta región. Y es por eso que, como ustedes saben, la coalición de donantes hace 3 años comprometió $150 millones. Vamos, 118 de esos millones ya se han ejecutado. Y hoy voy a anunciar 1,5 millones más que están para apoyar a la Secretaría, al proceso de biosfera, a todo este proceso de fortalecimiento regional. Entonces, estamos muy, muy contentos de poder apoyar con un equipo de la Secretaría, con 2 personas que van a estar ahí liderando la Secretaría por 3 años. Bueno, esperamos que sigamos trabajando con ustedes. Para el Vessels Earth Fund ha sido un proceso muy lindo, trabajar de la mano con todos ustedes, ver la colaboración de gobiernos, ver la colaboración de donantes y ver la colaboración entre todas las organizaciones que veo sentadas aquí, que implementan muchos de los fondos de la coalición y que son el equipo técnico que apoya a los gobiernos en todo este trabajo. Así que gracias a ustedes y enhorabuena, estamos muy, muy felices.
Giuseppe, he decidido que me voy a quedar para ver qué más pasa. Ahora sí me voy. Bendiciones a todos. Muchas gracias. Patti, gracias a todos los donantes nuevamente por su apoyo. Con permiso, me voy al aeropuerto.
Okay, we keep going because we're out of time. And I thank you, Patty. I would have, you took my words. I think that on behalf of the coalition, it's been a great pleasure to be able to support this effort. Like I said in the beginning, it's a family and everybody in the family plays a role. And that's a pretty good demonstration that we need the science, the funding, the governance, and the leadership. I was in the plenary until about 11 last night, and I hear they went much longer, and Minister Mohammad certainly showed the leadership of Colombia. I'm going to move on to Kathleen. I hate to ask people at the end of panels to be brief when everybody else had more time, but I'm going to ask you to be brief, Kathleen. Thank you.
Absolutely. And great to see everyone this morning. Thank you so much for coming. And congratulations. What an amazing morning. We've already had incredible announcements. It's difficult to follow the minister and Patty announcing such incredible commitment to this region. I have the pleasure of representing Enduring Earth in this diverse partnership. And as we all know, at this COP, there's been a lot of conversation about the need for partnership. If we're going to achieve these targets, if we're going to achieve durability, we need partnership. And we've seen that at the government level here, and Patty's just described so well the partnership between funders and all the implementing partners here in this room. That is the incredible web of partnership that forms the CMAR and the Eastern Tropical Pacific. And so as Enduring Earth, we're delighted to be part of this partnership, and the niche that we fill is looking at how do we ensure that all of these commitments can sustain long term? What is the durable finance strategy for this commitment? And Patty describes so well the milestones that we are achieving, building off of the 20-year history of CMAR, We're now seeing, for example, a permanent secretariat. We're seeing development of a treaty. We're seeing, as Patty said, development of an action plan. We have incredible funding commitment. But how do we ensure that this region can sustain this long term? And so at Enduring Earth, we have the pleasure of supporting this vision, supporting the 4 countries, and exploring how we can tie this together in a durable finance mechanism that will ensure that 20 years from now, this ecosystem continues to thrive. It's expanded based on the incredible science we have from Migramar and other partners. So our commitment is that we will continue to support the 4 countries. We will continue to support your bold vision as we think through sustainable finance mechanisms, durable finance mechanisms for this vision. And we look forward to continuing to partner with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Ximena, I'm going to come to you. With Colombia taking the presidency, and thank you for everything that Colombia has done to get us here, not just for CIMAR, but for the world. Maybe your perspective, or Colombia's perspective on the CIMAR and the future?
Muchísimas gracias. Muy buenos días para todos y todas. Bueno, es un gusto estar acá y como todos saben, la ministra tiene una agenda muy complicada, pero envía un gran saludo. En su rol de presidenta también nos está representando muy bien como región, así que desde acá entonces estamos todo el equipo de Colombia apoyando el proceso de CIMAR. Bueno, para nosotros queremos primero que todo destacar el día de hoy, porque si bien es un anuncio muy importante para CIMAR, también en el marco de la COP ayer se dio la aprobación de la primera recomendación que teníamos sobre los océanos, sobre las EPSAs, toda la metodología para iniciar el trabajo de EPSAs a nivel mundial. Y esto era un trabajo que llevábamos los equipos de negociación de todos los países 8 años y por fin logramos sacarlo adelante. Entonces ya tenemos un hito de la COP en océanos. Entonces, eso es muy importante. Bueno, entonces ahora CIMAR tiene también un reto muy importante, contribuir con esta meta. De alguna manera vamos a aportar también, dar ejemplo de cómo dentro de las áreas de jurisdicción nacional estamos creando estas estrategias de conservación transfronterizas y que podamos brindar ejemplos para estas áreas que se vayan a crear posteriormente de este tamaño, sean las EPSAs a nivel nacional o a nivel de áreas de fuera de la jurisdicción nacional. CIMAR es una iniciativa de cooperación muy importante para la región y el mundo porque busca proteger y usar de forma ambientalmente sostenible la biodiversidad para estos 4 países, considerados como uno de los lugares más importantes y hotspot de biodiversidad de todo el Pacífico. Es por eso que es una gran responsabilidad que tenemos conservarlo por su papel crucial para la regulación del clima y el sustento de las comunidades locales. En el marco de la COP también estamos dándole un papel muy importante y destacando la relevancia de los pueblos étnicos y las comunidades locales, y Colombia está haciendo un fuerte énfasis en los pueblos afrodescendientes. El papel de los derechos humanos también es importante incorporarlo en la gestión de la conservación de los océanos. Por ello, si vamos a trabajar en una reserva de biosfera, tendremos en cuenta también los derechos humanos, porque las comunidades necesitan su reconocimiento. Bueno, continuando entonces, a medida que Colombia se prepara para asumir la presidencia del CIMAR en abril del próximo año, tenemos la responsabilidad y la oportunidad de poner en el centro del debate global la importancia de proteger nuestros océanos y los recursos marinos y sus comunidades. La COP16 no es solo una plataforma para discutir, es una oportunidad para que como países nos posicionemos regionalmente y seamos líderes en la conservación marina y en la promoción de estas prácticas sostenibles. Como anfitriones podemos presentar al mundo las acciones que estamos llevando a cabo en el CIMAR a través de la cooperación internacional y la inversión en iniciativas sostenibles. Gracias a todos los donantes y todos los demás países que nos están contribuyendo. Podemos fortalecer así nuestros esfuerzos para proteger la biodiversidad. Colombia invita a todos los sectores de la sociedad, gobiernos, organizaciones no gubernamentales, académicos y ciudadanos a unirse en esta causa. Juntos podemos hacer que la COP16 no sea solo un evento de impacto global, sino un punto de inflexión en nuestra relación con la naturaleza. Reconocemos la labor de nuestros guardaparques para la conservación e instamos al mundo a que lo reconozcamos como actores claves en la construcción de paz con la naturaleza. Nuestros sistemas de áreas protegidas deben fortalecerse para asumir los retos de conservar los océanos y seguir trabajando para el futuro. Colombia está lista para asumir la presidencia del CEMAR y fortalecer la iniciativa en su gobernanza, trabajar por el instrumento vinculante y la propuesta del dossier de la Reserva de Biosfera. También en brindar apoyo técnico y desde nivel político para el direccionamiento estratégico dentro del nuevo plan de acción que estamos formulando y dentro del programa de investigación que también vamos a consolidar teniendo como sede Galápagos. Es por ello que Colombia entonces apoya y continúa para que esto sea un referente frente a la acción de la biodiversidad y el clima de talla regional y global, siendo un convocante de la paz con la naturaleza y de la paz con los océanos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Jiménez. Speaking of Galapagos, Arturo, you represent Ecuador, but also you're the director of one of the most important marine reserves in the region and in the world. Maybe as one of the MPAs that builds the network in the CIMAR, your perspective of what has happened and what the future might hold.
Muchísimas gracias, Giuseppe. Buenos días con todos los delegados, representantes de los ministros de los 4 países, la ciencia, los donantes, los amigos, los guardaparques, quienes están interesados, a la comunidad entera. Hemos tenido, yo quisiera resaltar un poquito el proceso histórico, porque es lo que tenemos ahora por ese proceso histórico. En los años 90 ya ese trabajo entre parqueros, que arrancamos con Costa Rica particularmente, en la necesidad de ir contribuyendo en cómo podemos contribuir, poner el hombro con especies invasoras. Un poquito el ejemplo, yo creo que Galápagos es el hermano mayor de esta hermandad. Y como hermano mayor creo que hemos sido buenos. Unas cositas por ahí, ¿no? Pero bueno, ahí los menores nos llaman la atención y ahí vamos avanzando todos en conjunto. Pero en especies invasoras hicimos un viaje a Cocos. Se fue poco a poco ampliando este concepto de apoyo y pues en 2004 ya ese elemento de contribución y de necesidad para poder fortalecer esos aspectos que ya veíamos vinculándonos y que los ha explicado la ciencia a través de Alex el día de hoy, nace entonces el CEMAR. A lo largo de estos años, entonces, la parte que nace de los parqueros y que nace también de un apoyo de parte de quienes han venido tomando las decisiones a través de estos ministros de ambiente, es importante que resaltemos ese aspecto de construcción en los elementos basados en ciencia. Se ha ido construyendo muchísimo la parte de ciencia. COIBA, acabamos de escuchar a Panamá, tiene ya una estación científica, el apoyo de Smithsonian en Galápagos, también la parte de ciencia con el apoyo de la Fundación Charles Darwin, la Universidad de San Francisco de Quito, y un elemento que va naciendo también conforme pasa el tiempo es control y vigilancia. El control y vigilancia ha sido un aspecto que hemos ido avanzando en la región en el establecimiento de articulaciones, experiencias de radares, control con pesquerías, información y la contribución de las ONGs que nos ha permitido avanzar en este asunto. Los ministros, el día 17 de octubre y ratificado hace 2 días en la Comisión Ministerial, aprobó la creación del Grupo de Coordinación de Control y Vigilancia, que va a iniciar sus trabajos también en Galápagos, aparte de la identificación de la necesidad de impulsar un hub de ciencias, programa de ciencias para la región también inclusive en Galápagos. Entonces, ha sido un modelo de construcción, un modelo que nos permite ya salir adelante con una bandera regional para el apoyo a los esfuerzos mundiales de conservación. Pero esto no hubiera sido posible y no sería posible sin el apoyo de la comunidad internacional. Gracias a la coalición de donantes, porque sin ellos no hubiéramos podido llegar a donde estamos y continuamos necesitando de esa ayuda. Y por último, también el aporte de la comunidad de cada uno de los países, la comunidad que está más cercana a las áreas protegidas núcleo, como aquellas que conviven y que están dentro de un país para aportar ese esfuerzo que todos realizamos en conjunto para la región y el mundo.
I'm going to ask everybody to please stand as we finish. And, yeah, lo sé. No he dormido mucho, pero sí, todavía me acuerdo. You can either hold the hand of the person on the right or hold the hand on the person on the left. And as Ricardo will give us the final words and close the event, we remember that we are connected and then we work together and we have the same vision, the same ambitions, and the same hopes. Thank you.
Ya, gracias. Un saludo del ministro Tattenbach y para Costa Rica es muy significativo el que con los hermanos y hermanas de... Me emociono. O sea, con los hermanos y hermanas de Ecuador, Colombia, Panamá, hayamos consolidado este sueño que inició hace 24 años, ¿verdad? Dentro de lo que es historia y cuando empezamos a trabajar conjuntamente y ver que es una realidad gracias a el compromiso, la iniciativa política de los países y el gran apoyo de las alianzas estratégicas. Y en el tanto continuemos trabajando a través de la confianza, la solidaridad y la transparencia, vamos para adelante.
Thank you. Hay otro evento acá. Sí, por favor, podemos empezar a salir. Y ya tenemos retraso y nos están esperando. Gracias. Muchas gracias a usted.
we're going to start. We're going to make our session maybe a bit shorter because we're starting late. So Felipe, I don't know if people outside can join or be quiet. One of both. Anyway, my name is Mauricio Castro-Schmitz. I'm going to be your moderator for this session. I'm the Director for Regenerative Agriculture in Latin America. This is a very important theme, agriculture, production and conservation, and how we have approached this across the region in Latin America with examples, with a lot of partners, but also governments and financial institutions that are working towards this goal. And so we're going to take you through a journey of the elements that we think are important for scaling the good agriculture, the good ranching. I'm thrilled to have our panelists. I'm going to introduce them later, but I want to give the word to Paula Caballero, our Regional Director for Latin America. Paula, please.
Buenos días a todos. Good morning, everybody. It is truly a pleasure to have you here for what is arguably one of the most important issues at a planetary level, where the agendas of biodiversity, climate change, and equity come together. It's not news to any of you that we are at that planetary inflection point. And what we need, the equation that we need to look at is the projected growth of global population, which is going to transcend 9 billion people. And the fact that in order to guarantee food security, we're going to have to increase food production over 70%. I know we've heard those numbers before, but it's really good to just let them sink in and that we think about the scale of what we have. And it's not just a logistic or economic challenge. The real fact is that today agriculture contributes to land use change, to the accelerated loss of biodiversity in a very significant way. And that food production globally in Latin America, for example, is about 50% food production is smallholders. So this is also an equity agenda. And I've just realized I'm speaking in English. Am I supposed to be speaking in Spanish? ¿Prefieren español o inglés? Español, perdón, sigo en español. Disculpas, ya a estas alturas ya no sé en qué idioma estoy hablando. Bueno, guaraní me encantaría, es una de las lenguas más sonoras del planeta. Perfecto. El mensaje que quiero decir es que realmente hay ya soluciones y podemos lograr un futuro en la cual no solamente se responden a estas agendas, sino que de alguna manera, si puedo ser tan atrevida a decirlo, se resuelven. Porque nosotros en TENES estamos absolutamente convencidos que la ganadería y la agricultura regenerativa son modelos que llaman naturaleza positivas y son una alternativa que realmente nos permite ese, no triple ganas de todos estos diferentes actores, porque si no respondemos a los intereses, a las necesidades de los diferentes actores, no encontramos soluciones duraderas. Pero en el fondo la agricultura regenerativa, por lo tanto, es vida, es equidad, es sostenibilidad, porque vamos a través de esta agricultura a resolver estas crisis. Esta es realmente una agenda positiva. Hoy entonces, y la idea de este panel es mirar el potencial de este modelo productivo y vamos a invitarlos a que miren una pregunta urgente. ¿Cómo colaboramos para tomar acción efectiva, para que no tengamos simplemente modelos, proyectos, casos aislados de éxito, sino que realmente generemos un movimiento global que lleve a la adopción de estas prácticas? Y les digo que es posible. Cuando Colombia arrancó hace más de, ya casi 15 años, con una idea descabellada que eran los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, nadie pensó que podía hacer, creamos un movimiento y se cambió. Eso es lo que necesitamos hacer con agricultura regenerativa, crear un movimiento para cambiar el paradigma de what good looks like, qué es la nueva norma a nivel global. Lo que quiero destacar es que es complejo, no hay una respuesta singular, como dicen, no hay una sola bala que va a responder a todo esto, porque es un problema sistémico y necesita soluciones sistémicas. Cada región, cada localidad va a tener realidades, actores, contextos muy diferentes, pero sobre todo interdependientes. Entonces, Necesitamos tener agilidad porque esta independencia se manifiesta de manera compleja y de maneras a veces impredecibles. Pero para que sea duradera, para que sea sostenible en el tiempo, tiene que ser, como les estaba diciendo, colaborativo e inclusivo. Entonces, queremos iniciar o continuar una conversación con ustedes para que podamos compartir ideas y ver cómo nos comprometemos para cultivar este modelo de alimentos que nos permita responder a estas crisis. Es un llamado a una solución holística que enfrenta múltiples desafíos. Va a mejorar la salud del suelo, que se traduce en fertilidad, capacidad de retener agua, por lo tanto mayor resiliencia, competitividad, que es productividad, sobre todo frente a los embates que ya estamos viendo de cambio climático. Conserva la biodiversidad en los suelos y arriba del suelo, y obviamente tiene un gran efecto en reducción de emisiones. En Colombia más del 60% viene del sector AFOLU. Pero yo creo que ese es un llamado adicional. Estamos ya viendo cómo las sequías y la variabilidad y el cambio climático afectan la productividad agropecuaria. Entonces es un llamado también a una enorme urgencia para lograr adaptar estos modelos, crear este movimiento con la urgencia que se necesita. Entonces, el llamado que tenemos hoy es cómo hacemos esta inversión en el futuro, cómo podemos realmente hacer a todos los actores entender que esta respuesta o esta aproximación no es compatible, sino que es la única manera realmente responder a sus intereses a futuro. Entonces, que este panel y otros que han habido esta semana, que tenemos hoy, que vamos a tener, es un llamado a la acción. Busquemos cómo juntos logramos esta transformación del sistema alimentario actual con acciones articuladas y coherentes y que nos permitan dejar atrás no solamente los sistemas extractivos, sino ante todo la mentalidad extractiva, porque el problema es cuál es la norma y qué es lo que entendemos. En TNC hemos visto y estudiado muy a fondo las barreras de esa transición regenerativa y creo que tenemos buena idea de cuáles son esas soluciones que necesitamos. Un tema es entender los saberes y conocimientos que ya existen para que podamos trabajar y construir sobre eso, incluyendo los conocimientos tradicionales. Necesitamos que la evidencia de que esto sí genera ese gana-gana y los beneficios se transfieran de manera efectiva, para lo cual necesitamos mayor investigación y desarrollo, que necesita la participación del sector privado. Se necesita garantizar unos flujos financieros adecuados a las necesidades de los productores, un capital diferente, un entendimiento del riesgo diferente, un perfil de riesgo diferente, un capital paciente que entiende que muchas de las inversiones se tienen que hacer al comienzo de la transformación y que los réditos vienen a lo largo de los siguientes años. Y lo otro tema muy importante es realmente las políticas públicas para realinear incentivos, subsidios y otros temas de manera tal que todo el sistema esté abocado a apoyar esta transición. Creo que en la medida que se desarrolla el marco de monitoreo del marco global de biodiversidad, y es lo último que quiero decir, es muy importante que se incorporen indicadores, y estamos muy atentos a esas negociaciones, que permitan rastrear el progreso en la adopción de este tipo de prácticas y su impacto. Es muy importante que reconozcamos cuáles son las estrategias más efectivas, incorporemos esa evidencia. Entonces, esta es una invitación, un llamado a que sigamos construyendo juntos lo que venimos haciendo para que podamos, a través de la agricultura y la ganadería regenerativa, evidenciar que sí hay soluciones, que sí hay esperanza en este punto de inflexión planetaria. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Paula. Muchas gracias. So I'm going to do a bit of both languages. Pascal, who is one of our panelists, does not. She understands a little bit of Spanish, but I'm going to try to do both. Voy a pasar un poco a dar la introducción de qué queremos hacer aquí. El siguiente viaje de estas 40, 35 minutos que nos quedan, 40 minutos, quisiéramos mostrarles a ustedes, los que están aquí, pero también los que nos están viendo en línea, de de cómo nosotros hemos enfrentado el tema de escalar agricultura regenerativa. Y como ven aquí, no es el tema más atractivo, no es el tema más sexy de los paneles que hay, competimos con muchos paneles, pero es un tema muy importante. O sea, si no trabajamos en agricultura y ganadería, realmente afecta todo lo que a nosotros nos interesa. Biodiversidad, primero que todo, ¿no? Clima, ¿no? Uno de los mayores contribuyentes, por lo menos el 30% viene del área de agricultura en gases invernadero, pero también el tema de polución, o sea, el tema de agua, tanto el consumo de agua como la polución de agua. Entonces, a pesar de que ser una actividad nuestra que afecta tanto lo que nos interesa, es muy difícil trabajar en ella, porque es un sistema complejo de cambiar. Y muchos no se atreven a trabajar en esto, como es tan complejo, hay que trabajar a nivel de sistema. Lo que queremos mostrarles esta mañana es un poco los temas que estamos trabajando en conjunto, pero todo lo que hemos aprendido en TNC es que hay que hacerlos juntos. Para cambiar un sistema, a nivel de sistema, hay que tratar varios temas a la vez. Y ese es el viaje que queremos mostrarles un poco esta mañana con los panelistas que tenemos aquí hoy. Vamos a ver si logramos por las negociaciones. Hay alguien del gobierno alemán que va a hacer un cierre. Tenemos esta persona llegando al final para ayudarnos con unas palabras de cierre, pero sin embargo va a haber alguien del gobierno alemán aquí también porque tenemos un proyecto grande a nivel del cono sur y los Andes, implementando a escala lo que es el tema de agricultura regenerativa. O sea, tenemos una práctica ya con muchos socios y queremos hablar un poco de eso. Entonces, sin más, la idea es que seamos interactivos, somos pocos. Quiero dar un dato que refleja también lo que pasa aquí. Aunque la agricultura y la ganadería causan el 30%, ¿no? La contribución del 30% en gases invernadero, solamente recibe el 5% del financiamiento climático. Entonces, eso también refleja esa situación en la que está este sector que queremos cambiar y estos trabajos que estamos haciendo. Entonces, lo de esta mañana vamos a hablar varias personas que han trabajado en los temas que creemos que tienen que trabajar, funcionar simultáneamente. Entonces, quiero llamarlos aquí a que me acompañen aquí adelante. Hernán Castañas, director ejecutivo de Aves Argentinas, BirdLife International en Argentina. Nos va a hablar un poco, ahorita en la pregunta yo les digo más o menos de los temas que nos trae, pero tiene la práctica de conservar y producir. Gerardo Evia, por favor, director nacional de Diversidad y Ecosistemas de Servicios Ecosistémicos de Uruguay, del Gobierno de Uruguay, del Ministerio de Ambiente de Uruguay. Alicia Montalvo, si quieres, aquí, Alicia, ¿no? Mucho frío. Es la manager de Clima y Diversidad de la CAF, la parte de financiamiento. Y tenemos a Pascal Bonsom, ojalá no te haga mucho frío, ya. Quien es la líder global, y la voy a proteger aquí un poquito del frío, de alimentos y sistemas agrícolas o agropecuarios del equipo de UICN. Okay? Pascal, any translation that I need? You got it so far? If something, just let me know. So we're doing this since a small team. Estos 4 y la quinta persona que llega reflejan un poco lo que creemos que es importante para poder escalar agricultura. No es un tema solo, no es solamente finanzas, no es solamente la práctica en campo, ¿no? Implementar esto, no es solamente las políticas y no es solamente la colaboración, sino que creemos que estas cosas tienen que funcionar en conjunto. Entonces vamos a pasar por esos temas ahorita. Y comienzo con Hernán.
Buen día.
Y Hernán, pero te voy a hacer una pregunta y te presentas.
¿Cómo no? Gracias.
A mí me gustaría saber, y ahorita te presentas un poco, pero Hernán obviamente ha liderado este trabajo hace mucho tiempo en algo que se llama la Alianza del Pastizal en Argentina. Entonces han colocado en práctica lo que es producir y conservar. Queremos conocer un poco más de este tema, qué sistemas implementan, cómo funcionan, cuáles son los beneficios en resiliencia de los sistemas que han visto y también en productividad, porque nos interesan todos los temas y además el aspecto social. Por favor, Hernán.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todo TNC y felicitaciones por la organización de este evento. Creo que no es tanto un problema de desinterés, creo que es un problema de cansancio. Después de 2 semanas de COP, hay mucha gente que ya se está yendo. De todas maneras, entiendo que el evento va a quedar grabado y después con una traducción está en nosotros poder difundirlo convenientemente. Así que, bueno, mi nombre es Hernán Casañas, soy director ejecutivo de Aves Argentinas, que es el representante de BirdLife International en nuestro país. Hoy voy a representar el trabajo de 4 países, es decir, es una enorme responsabilidad y un honor también, y en particular en una iniciativa que ya lleva más de 15 años, que es denominada la Alianza del Pastizal, liderada por BirdLife International y que abarca Uruguay, Brasil, Paraguay y Argentina. Nos une una visión común, la visión de una producción sustentable en los pastizales del cono sur de Sudamérica, que tienen un enorme valor en términos de biodiversidad, enorme valor. Y el objetivo de esta alianza, en donde participan productores agropecuarios, investigadores y organizaciones, es básicamente promover un tipo de ganadería sustentable que sea compatible con la conservación de los pastizales naturales en esta región. Los pastizales son un gran tema y que ha sido objeto de muchas menciones durante esta COP, porque habitualmente están bastante desatendidos. Cuando hablamos de biodiversidad, hablamos de bosques y ahí es donde concentramos, creo, mucho los esfuerzos. Pero para darles un dato concreto, en Argentina más del 40% de las especies que están amenazadas están en pastizales naturales. Por otro lado, los pastizales son uno de los lugares más productivos de la tierra, por lo tanto, los costos de esta tierra son muy elevados en general, con lo cual, para aquellos que hacemos conservación, resulta bastante complejo y necesitamos modelos muy creativos para poder salvaguardar la biodiversidad de estas regiones. Entonces, estos números que les doy son similares en otras regiones del mundo también. Lo que buscamos entonces es promover ese tipo de ganadería. No estamos apuntando específicamente a métodos particulares en lo que hace al pastoreo, por ejemplo, porque de hecho dentro de la Alianza de Pastizal conviven diferentes ideas, diferentes perspectivas en cuanto al manejo de esos pastizales. Lo que nosotros hacemos básicamente es ser custodios de un protocolo de certificación, el cual a muy grandes rasgos lo que busca es que cada propiedad que está dentro de la alianza al menos tenga un 50% de su superficie conservada bajo lo que nosotros denominamos pastizales naturales o pastizales originales. Y acá también aclaro que es bastante difícil hablar de estos ecosistemas en estado prístino, porque la mayoría han sido transformados. Y hay regiones, en particular hablo de la Argentina y creo que en Uruguay también, donde es muy difícil entender qué es un pasto nativo y qué no lo es. Entonces, uno de los indicadores que nosotros utilizamos para entender cuál es la salud de esos ecosistemas son justamente las aves. Y las aves son bien conocidas como indicadores de la salud del medio ambiente, ¿no? Nos gusta mucho hablar de indicadores, creo que cada vez está más difundida la necesidad, como decían al principio, de tener indicadores. Bueno, nosotros creemos que el mejor indicador de cómo estamos haciendo las cosas en materia de agricultura y ganadería es entender y poder monitorear el estado de las poblaciones de aves que habitan en estas regiones. No hay indicador más válido que ese desde nuestro punto de vista. Por supuesto, trabajamos con otros aspectos de la biodiversidad, pero ese es uno de los elementos importantes de la Alianza de Pastizal. Tengo que decir que la realidad, seguramente Gerardo, con quien nos conocemos hace bastante tiempo, va a hablar un poco de la realidad de Uruguay, pero en líneas generales, cada país en el marco de la alianza presenta desafíos diferentes, pero en líneas generales y como números rápidamente puedo decir que hoy estamos manejando aproximadamente 1 millón de hectáreas bajo manejo sustentable dentro de la alianza. Son más de 700 productores. Nosotros pensamos que es muy difícil proteger la biodiversidad que habita los pastizales del mundo si no pensamos en una ganadería sostenible. Es decir, probablemente la ganadería sea uno de los mejores ejemplos de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Por supuesto, hay muchos tipos diferentes de ganadería, ¿no? También es sabido que en muchas regiones del globo se cultivan granos para alimentar al ganado. Y eso trae, por ejemplo, graves problemas de deforestación en muchos lugares del mundo. Pero la ganadería que se realiza en pastizales naturales puede llegar a ser neutral en términos de secuestro de carbono e incluso negativa. Todo depende cómo se desarrollen esas prácticas. Hay ganaderías mejores que otras, pero nosotros creemos que es indispensable mantener esa ganadería. La herbivoría ha sido una parte sustancial de la evolución de los pastizales en el mundo y hemos perdido la herbivoría original, por lo cual la ganadería está cumpliendo un poco ese rol. Bueno, y voy repasando algunas cosas. Entonces, como concepto, lo que me gustaría dejar principalmente es que si eliminamos la ganadería, podemos empezar a olvidarnos de la mayor parte de la biodiversidad de los pastizales del planeta, ¿no? Yo creo que eso, bueno, ahí apagaron por suerte el aire.
Hernán,
Vamos a sobrevivir.
Si querés hacemos otra ronda y queremos abrir después al público también, pero es una buena introducción para lo que viene, lo que queríamos dar ahora. Gracias. Quería pasar, pues uno de los puntos más importantes que vimos ahora es la implementación en campo. O sea, aquellas fincas o aquellos lugares, aquellas propiedades que vemos donde han hecho realidad el tema de conservar y producir. Cuando nosotros hemos estado en muchos de los países donde trabajamos en América Latina, vamos a estos sitios y decimos, si esto es tan bueno, ¿por qué no escala? ¿Por qué no hay más de esto, más rápido? Siempre nos hemos hecho esta pregunta. Entonces, vamos a pasar de la experiencia en campo, aquellos faros, aquellas experiencias que son, digamos, la demostración, la evidencia de que funciona, que es una solución climática, como dijo Hernán, que es una solución también social, económica, arraiga a la gente a la tierra y también cumple un papel en estos ecosistemas naturales. Entonces, queremos pasar, si necesita escalar, ¿cuáles son los factores? Y hemos traído 3 personas para hablar de esto, ¿sí? El primero que se le ocurriría a uno es política, o sea, ¿cuál es la sombrilla, el apoyo político para que iniciativas como las de aves de Argentina, de este proceso de tener aves, pero elementos de diversidad en pastizales puedan prosperar? O sea, ¿cuál es el apoyo político? Entonces vamos a comenzar por ahí, pero después también vamos a la parte financiera y a la parte de colaboración, porque esto no se puede hacer individualmente. Comienzo con nuestro colega Gerardo Evia, que es del Ministerio de Ambiente de Uruguay, para que nos cuente un poco la experiencia del desarrollo de esas políticas. Gerardo él conoce el tema, él es doctor en medicina veterinaria, ha trabajado también igual que ustedes en el tema de manejo de pastizales, en ganadería. Entonces conoce el tema desde la cepa, como decimos nosotros, y nos gustaría que nos compartiera un poco desde el lado político cómo han visto el apoyo y nos compartiera aquí.
Con mucho gusto. Buenos días. Quisiera agradecer la invitación a participar de este panel, que para mí es un gusto poder compartir con mis colegas de la Alianza de Pastizal, con quienes trabajé durante 10 años por lo menos, integrando la directiva, ahora desde otro lugar, desde el gobierno, y agradecerle a Hernán por la presentación, porque me exime de presentar los fundamentos que guían las políticas que tratamos de impulsar. Cuando hablamos de agricultura sostenible en Uruguay, ineludiblemente necesitamos hablar de ganadería, por lo que ya explicó Hernán. Y bueno, yendo a la pregunta concreta, una de las principales decisiones de política que adoptó el gobierno que integro, esta administración, que me parece importante como un signo, es la creación de la dirección de la cual estoy a cargo. El Ministerio de Ambiente tiene 4 direcciones, una para aguas, una para licenciamiento, y se crea en el Uruguay por primera vez una Dirección Nacional de Biodiversidad y Servicios Ecosistémicos. Eso marca una preocupación principal por atender este tema, que ya existía en otra institucionalidad, pero me parece importante destacarlo. ¿Qué hemos hecho en estos 4 años en términos de política? Bueno, lo primero, medir dónde estábamos en ganadería, y por eso en 2021 se inició como parte de la administración lo que dimos en llamar la medición de la huella ambiental de la ganadería, donde alineando las voluntades políticas del Ministerio de Ambiente, el Ministerio de Agricultura, el Instituto Nacional de Investigación Agropecuaria, etcétera, se realizó un trabajo que culminó con el trabajo de más de 50 técnicos en identificar 15 indicadores de huella ambiental de la ganadería en Uruguay, que da cuenta de biodiversidad, impacto sobre el agua, emisiones, gases de efecto invernadero, etcétera, etcétera. Es un punto de partida para ver, a partir de allí, diseñar trayectorias para mejorar esos indicadores. Y una cosa destacada que nos pone la vara de la meta de política, el principal desafío es conservar el 50% de los pastizales naturales que todavía tiene Uruguay. Entonces, yo siempre digo que el desafío primero es conservar lo que tenemos, y por cierto también restaurar, porque ya hay tierras degradadas y tenemos que restaurar. Pero bueno, a partir de esa medición estamos trabajando en diseñar líneas y trayectorias y alternativas para la mejora de esa ganadería. Después otra señal importante es que al menos el 50% de la cooperación que el país recibe a través del Fondo Mundial para el Medio Ambiente, a través del gobierno por los fondos STAR, en este ciclo 8 ha sido dedicado a trabajar en proyectos dedicados a mejorar la sostenibilidad de la producción agropecuaria. Y de hecho, bueno, nosotros actualmente ya estábamos trabajando con un proyecto del ciclo GEF del 7, donde tenemos proyectos comunes, se financian proyectos con productores de la Alianza del Pastizal, se ha hecho un llamado a iniciativas de producción sostenible, donde participan no solo productores ganaderos, también de agricultura, y en este ciclo 8 hemos, ya tenemos aprobado un proyecto específicamente para la protección de pastizales, dedicado fundamentalmente a mejorar la gobernanza, a generar marco regulatorio. No existe en Uruguay, si bien en este último año hubo una discusión bastante fuerte por la creación de una ley para protección del campo natural, como le llamamos a los pastizales en Uruguay, y otro proyecto dedicado a transiciones agroecológicas, también con apoyo del GEF, dedicado a fortalecimiento institucional, generar alternativas para validar en agricultura extensiva. Otra línea de acción que está desarrollando el gobierno, digo el gobierno porque es el Ministerio de Ambiente, el Ministerio de Agricultura, conjuntamente, escalando experiencias exitosas que fueron generadas con otros proyectos GEF, como es el proyecto Ganadería y Clima, que fue un proyecto que permitió diseñar un modelo que coadyuva en la baja de emisiones de metano y emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero de la ganadería, mejorando la biodiversidad, ajustando carga básicamente y haciendo transferencia de sistema de pastoreo a los productores, y que tiene resultados concretos en términos de mejora del ingreso, de mejora de la biodiversidad y de disminución de emisiones, todo sobre pastizales naturales. Finalmente, trabajo con privados, mucho trabajo con privados. Nosotros creemos que trabajar con los productores es fundamental, además de alinear las políticas públicas de todos los ministerios. En el proyecto GEF que estamos aprobando tenemos una parte importante dedicada al desarrollo, a la comprensión de cuáles son las motivaciones que tienen los productores para conservar o convertir el campo natural. Nosotros pensamos que para desarrollar incentivos económicos, esos incentivos tienen que estar dirigidos a las causas que motivan la degradación o la conversión. Y como decía que el principal desafío es conservar el campo natural que tenemos, es importantísimo entender la dinámica de los productores. Finalmente, incentivos no económicos. Hemos desarrollado programas en agricultura, por ejemplo, con arroz, para establecer, hemos protocolizado, similar a lo que se había hecho con la Alianza, una serie de buenas prácticas para la producción arrocera. Uruguay es un país muy importante en exportación de arroz. Producción arrocera en sitios Ramsar, y otorgando distinciones a aquellos productores en un programa de conservación de biodiversidad en producción de arroz en sitios Ramsar. Entonces, toda una gama de políticas que tratan de alinearse y converger en ese sentido de la agricultura sostenible.
Gerardo, muchas gracias. Yo después quisiera que habláramos, pues si nos queda un tiempo, y estábamos hablando con una colega que está aquí, cuando hay incoherencia en las políticas, ¿no? Porque una cosa es estar uno en el Ministerio de Ambiente y promover un tema, pero de pronto se topa uno con un montón de incoherencias a nivel de paisaje y qué hace uno. Entonces estuvimos hablando un poco de eso, pues, si nos queda un tiempo sería excelente poder hablar de eso, pero quiero hablar ahorita con el tema de finanzas. O sea, ya pasamos de la práctica, pero también modelo de negocio. O sea, ellos han llevado elementos productivos al mercado. Hablamos de la sombrilla política de apoyo a esta transición. Alicia Montalvo, que es de la CAF y está en esos dos temas. Ella lidera el tema de clima y diversidad en la CAF, que son exactamente esos dos temas que más afectan a la agricultura y la ganadería. Quisiéramos saber, Alicia, y gracias por venir, desde tu perspectiva, dos cosas. Una es las oportunidades, porque estamos hablando de una transición. Aquí hablamos de 700 productores que hicieron una transición, ¿no? En todos esos países, aquí en Colombia hubo 4.000 en un proyecto JEF también, hacia ganadería regenerativa. Esa transición, todos los que cambiamos algo, necesitamos fondos, eso cuesta, ¿no? Una transición hacia sistemas regenerativos tiene un costo inicial alto, tiene a veces una pérdida de retorno sobre la inversión importante hasta que aflora después ese momento en que hay más retorno, no solamente en dinero, sino también en resiliencia, ¿no? En suelos mejorados, socialmente, más ingresos, pero esa curva de transición es dura. Entonces quisiéramos escuchar de ti la experiencia en oportunidades, pero también los retos que tienes tú desde donde estás parada, donde tú estás dando, digamos, ves el sector, ves este lado de acá, y qué nos podrías dar de insumos. Alicia.
Muchas gracias y gracias por invitar a CAF a participar en esta conversación. Tienes razón que es un sector de muchas oportunidades, pero creo que los retos están todavía por encima de lo que somos capaces de materializar. Yo me atrevería a decir que desde la perspectiva de CAF, el sector agropecuario, la transición agroecológica, la transición, como la quieras denominar, es uno de los ámbitos donde vemos mayores contradicciones, como estabais comentando. Por una parte, pues es un sector muy vulnerable a los impactos del cambio climático y por eso nosotros sí que estamos trabajando desde esa perspectiva con proyectos, por ejemplo, aquí en Colombia, el proyecto del CESICAP, que es un proyecto de $100 millones con el Fondo Verde, para agricultura climáticamente inteligente en distintas cadenas, pues que incluyen el cacao, el café, el banano, para que, pues para controlar los impactos del cambio climático y crear nuevas formas de producción más inteligentes. Y esto es un tema necesario, pero al mismo tiempo vemos que es un reto muy importante el impacto que tiene el sector sobre el cambio climático, las emisiones, la necesidad de hacer una transformación hacia una agricultura mucho más sostenible, productiva y sostenible, y en este ámbito nos encontramos también con algunos retos que son conocidos, como son pues, las circunstancias que se derivan de la implantación del Pacto Verde en la Unión Europea, con la normativa que exige el reglamento de deforestación evitada y que hace que tengamos que trabajar con la modernización de los sectores. Y también el tercer pilar es la biodiversidad, obviamente, que es lo que estamos aquí trabajando, donde el sector, al mismo, como en el caso del clima, el sector agropecuario es un sector con un impacto muy fuerte y negativo sobre la biodiversidad, pues por lo que supone la agricultura, tanto digamos, la frontera agrícola legal como la que no lo es. Entonces eso tiene un impacto muy grande, pero los riesgos que la pérdida de biodiversidad está generando sobre la biodiversidad, sobre la agricultura, porque al mismo tiempo pues vemos que los cultivos están siendo afectados por la vulneración que se hace de los ecosistemas. En definitiva, vemos que es un sector que hay que abordar de una manera muy integral, muy integral. No se puede tener solo la mirada clima ni solo la mirada biodiversidad. En ese contexto nosotros tenemos una estrategia, me atrevería a decir, en dos niveles. Por una parte, estamos con proyectos muy, muy concretos, como el que he mencionado de agricultura climáticamente inteligente en Colombia, pero estamos trabajando mucho en sectores también con fondos verdes. Estamos trabajando en un proyecto del sector lácteo en Uruguay y Costa Rica con el Fondo Verde del Clima, pero estamos también en otros proyectos pues, que abordan problemas concretos. Mirando un poco a los retos futuros o por dónde queremos trabajar, lo primero que estamos haciendo es una estrategia. Estamos en alianza con muchas de las instituciones que están aquí participando también, IFAD, pero sobre todo estamos con IIK haciendo una estrategia para una agricultura, un sector agrícola, forestal y pesquero sostenible. Y en esta estrategia estamos identificando como varios niveles de problemas, pues todo lo que se refiere a los temas ambientales, pero también temas relacionados con los mercados, temas relacionados con la ciencia, tecnología e innovación, los temas de inclusión social. En definitiva, pues identificar los problemas que tiene el sector y luego trabajarlo pues, en distintos ejes. Esta estrategia la vamos a presentar en unos meses y a partir de ahí lo que queremos es desarrollar instrumentos financieros concretos que vayan pues, muy enfocados a las distintas problemáticas. Yo creo que en este sector tenemos que darle más visibilidad. Yo pienso, o sea, es un sector que para mí, en el contexto de las conversaciones, como comentabais, no se le está dando la suficiente atención. Desde luego, no en la cumbre climática, no en las COPs de clima. Se habla mucho de energía, se habla mucho de movilidad, pero no se habla tanto de agricultura. Sí se empieza a hablar, pero no tanto. Y creo que América Latina y el Caribe debe reclamar mucho más que se dé visibilidad a este sector y que haya financiación, como tú has dicho al principio, para este sector, que ahora mismo es muy pequeña. Y también en la COP de biodiversidad, que bueno, que se aborda de manera muy clara, pero creo que todavía caben retos. En definitiva, y veo que te levantas por resumir, creo que desde las instituciones multilaterales tenemos que también centrar mucho la atención. Nosotros lo estamos haciendo a dos niveles, los proyectos concretos, pero también trazando una estrategia que aborde el problema desde una visión integral y adaptando nuestros mecanismos financieros al sector, ¿no? Con estos fondos que hemos anunciado para ecosistemas, el tema agropecuario va a recibir una atención especial. Me corto por aquí.
No, muchas gracias, Alicia. Entonces, hemos pasado por estos tres temas, solo quiero resumir, pasamos ya por parte de políticas, la aplicación en campo y modelos de negocio, pero también la parte financiera. Alicia nos dijo algo muy importante y es, tenemos que colaborar, o sea, darle visibilidad, tenemos que colaborar entre muchos. ¿Quién más que UICN ha tenido la experiencia de muchos años Voy a hacer la pregunta en inglés y quiero agradecerle a Pascal. I want to thank you, Pascal, for two things. Pascal was a bit sick yesterday, but she made it today, even if she was feeling a bit under the water. But she's here with us. So she's giving the fight to talk about the experience of IUCN. And she's leading exactly what we're talking, food and agricultural systems. So she has systems in her title. And I also want to thank Pascal for bearing with us because we turned this all into Spanish. And so thank you for that. But I wanted to ask you in collaboration. I mean, you guys have the experience. Obviously, it's NGOs working together, but we're talking about collaborating across financial sector, the policy, people who have done this in the field, the academia. So it requires a lot of different elements to make this actually thrive, to make the transition work. Can you talk about your experience and where you're heading as well as IUCN lead in this space?
Thank you so much, Mauricio. And I'm actually happy that I have a mic because I won't have to strain my voice too much. So apologies for my voice and a pleasure to be here with you. And thanks to TNC for inviting IUCN to the table. TNC is a member of IUCN. So indeed, IUCN is a membership-based organization, and it is a multi-stakeholder platform in the sense that it has 1,500 members, 100 of which are government, and not many people know that, actually. 100 of which are government, and the rest are civil society organizations, including indigenous peoples groups. So a bit about the rationale for collaboration in food and agricultural systems in particular. So as we know, these systems are complex and no single actor can tackle them on their own in silo. That's not possible. So we need to collaborate. We need to do it all together. And of course, when we're talking about stakeholders here, we're talking about government, both at national and at subnational level. We're talking about producers, small and big. We're talking about corporates. We're talking about financial institutions. And we're talking also about civil society organizations. And of course, that includes indigenous people and local communities organizations. So what are the key characteristics of a successful and efficient multi-stakeholder collaboration? Well, first of all, it needs to be inclusive. So all of these organizations, peoples need to be represented. And second, it needs to be participatory. So it's not just about having the people around the table, it's also about hearing their voice. And we all know that they don't have the same power. Some are more powerful than others. So it's very important to manage this power dynamics. First of all, understand it, then really making sure we work with that power dynamic. Another important point is conflicts. I mean, there's always elephant in the room in multi-stakeholder collaboration. So it's important to talk about it, recognize it, and try to work through it. And if it's not possible, it's always important to agree to disagree. And then it's about also developing joint vision. And that means, doing it all together in a common way. And of course, not just having a joint vision, but a joint action plan. So how do we get to the vision? And it's not just about having actions, it's about resourcing these actions. Where the financial sector is really important, but also that all the stakeholders, bring what they can to the table. And finally, once the plans, are being implemented, it's really important to monitor the plans. And it's really important to ensure that success are recognized and celebrated. This is really to keep the momentum and to make sure that people stay engaged throughout the process. Because multi-stakeholder collaboration takes time. It's not a one-year thing. It's a multi-year, sometimes decades thing. And I know we are running out of time, but I want to give one example, and it's the example of Regen 10. I think it's a good example. It's a multi-stakeholder collaboration supported by the IKEA Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the McKnight Foundation. It's made up of membership-based organizations, so including IUCN, that represents the public sector, but also civil society organizations. It's made up of WBCSD, so that's the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, that brings in the corporates and the financial institutions. And it's made up of WFO, the World Farmers Organization, that brings the producers to the table, and also FOLU, which is led by WRI, so that's the Food and Land Use Coalition. And there's also 1,000 landscapes for 1 billion people, which represents landscape initiatives and a couple of consultancies like Systemic and Leaders Quest. So a vision, so it's really, before I go into vision, it's taking a very inclusive and participatory process. And it's really farmer-centric, farmer and indigenous peoples-centric. And IUCN brings the voice of the indigenous peoples groups to the table in this initiative. And in terms of vision, it develops a vision together, jointly, to be able to answer the question of how do we make 50% of food systems regenerative by 2030. And it has an action plan, and the action plan includes having an outcome-based matrix, and it's an outcome framework for assessing regenerative agriculture. And the idea is to develop it jointly and get it endorsed, but before that tested. So there's a zero draft that was launched already at the UNFCCC COP last year. And now the framework has been tested already in dozens of countries, and it's being refined. And the idea is to launch the final, the next version, not the final one, next year. And there'll be also the need to get proper endorsement, and endorsement takes time. So this is going to be through those member-based organizations. But we are celebrating success along the way and monitoring the process. I'll stop there.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you, Pascal. So amazing how collaboration can work together, but how complex it also is. No, so Pascal brings that portion. We have to work together. For me, it's like conventional agriculture is like the Titanic heading into the iceberg, and you want to shift it. If it doesn't want to shift. No, the captain doesn't want to shift it. That issue of how do we work together to do the shift, to work on the transition, the elements that we need to that. I want to thank the German government because it believed in that shift. It says, I think you can do it, and we have some funding, even from a strange side. It's based ecosystem-based adaptation, some funding, a big project in our region, and I want to give the floor. So, Mrs. Steinmetz. No, she was going to be here. She's in negotiations. She can't be here with us. But we have the German government here. Thor Loaiza Lange is going to give us some closing remarks and summarize a bit of what we heard today, and also give us this beacon of hope of where we're heading. Thor, please.
Thanks a lot. The negotiations are running crazy today in the morning, so but I'm glad to be here with you today. My name is Thor Loaiza Lange. As Mauricio said, I work at the Division of International Cooperation on Biodiversity, and we funded a project that is being implemented by TNC from our International Climate Initiative. And the ICI has been working since 2008, serving the Paris Agreement and the CVD Convention. And even within the ICI, it took a lot of time to bring both conventions together. And we know, and we have been noticing that our ICI projects are becoming better in integrating biodiversity conservation and climate protection. We have been working for more than, or implementing or funding more than 1,000 projects with 7 billion euros. So it's quite a big initiative. And we consider sustainable production of food and the transformation of food systems regarding biodiversity and climate protection as one of the key elements of the ICI projects. And I mean, Mauricio talked about the IKI project, but also in Europe, we're trying to move forward with this. And I don't know if you've heard of the European regulation on deforestation reduction and value chains. It's quite a hard topic, and I know a lot of countries in Latin America have been talking to us saying, okay, we are not prepared, we need support. But I think it's a way, and we have to work it out from both sides, from the European Union side and also from the Latin American countries, checking how can we work and implement the deforestation-free supply chains. Future Landscape is the name of the TNC projects, and I think it's a great complement to collaborate on how can we manage these ecosystems along Latin America, but also how to exchange within countries. We've heard about Uruguay, Argentina, many other great examples on how can we learn from others. Even if ecosystems doesn't look the same, I think in the region is a great potential to upscale those initiatives. So let me try to summarize what we heard today. So for me, my takeaway is that we need to promote sustainable cattle ranching, to promote conservation, but also climate protection. And it could be a great example for nature-based solutions. This is something also we are promoting within the IKI and the German government. And the second point on politics is that we can upscale. I'm reading in Spanish, sorry, that's why my brain is. Nice experiences, and that the incentives should be focused to the deforestation causes. And we have to understand producers and focus and try to complement our biodiversity climate incentives on their needs. My third takeaway point is that we need to think intersectoral, to have an integrative approach where we focus all financial mechanisms to adjust them to the several sectors of the agriculture, agro-producer sectors, and we need to talk more about bringing agriculture to this discussion. And my fourth takeaway is that we have to work multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholders to collaborate, but take also the financial system with us in all this process. So within all this, I thank a lot TNC for the invitation. Sorry for not being here at the beginning, but I invite you also to check our IKI website. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Toa, and thank you for making this for the German government. Ms. Steinmetz couldn't be here, but Toa, you did a great work on summarizing, giving us some words to take with us, some takeaways. As Hernan says, this is recorded, so we have it forever. We have also people online. I want to, before you all go, we want to make a picture of the panel. You know, Felipe, if you can help us with that in a moment. But first, I want to thank you all for making it this morning, for being with us, for supporting this process, for supporting this work, for making sense of how complex changing agriculture and ranching actually is, how at times not as attractive as many single way things, but it is the way forward. So we need to get head on and work on this. So that's our message, and thank you very much, our distinguished panel here. Thanks. Let's stay for a photo.
Good morning to all. We'll make a start. So yes, good morning, dear delegates, partners, negotiators. Thank you so much for joining us today and your interest in joining our Talanoa, or discussion on how to develop nature-based solutions in the Pacific Islands that contribute to biodiversity, but also community well-being, resilience to climate changes. So my name is Mathilde Kraft. I come from France and I am the Kiwa coordinator at the Pacific Regional Environment Program. So the Kiwa initiative is a multi-donor, multi-partner fund that is bringing 5 donors together to support easier access and a one-stop shop for funding for nature-based solutions in the Pacific Islands. So we have a great panel here today to help us set the scene. We're really hoping that we can engage in a discussion afterwards, and we'll be really looking forward to hear your remarks and questions. So before we start, I would like to invite your Director General, Stefania Nawandra, to guide us in prayer, as it is customary, and for his opening remarks. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Mathilde. We changed the plan a bit, so we'll ask Wainupo to do the prayer for us. Yeah.
Thank you, Vai.
Vinakatichi. Good morning. As the topic of our day is focused around Indigenous NBS, I will be delivering our opening prayer in my Indigenous tongue, Samoan. So please bear with me. Let us pray. Tato talo. Yatu waitama. Faftaimol neas forward for yasol matowola. Faftaimol maftango matomawal nitayao. And my share of a no mate fafsoa yai in a wengo lo fatino tono mato atunu. Wale fa na ina o lo na tua e tali e tuai inisi fo yo fa fita au lo mane o lo mato fe ngai mato tono mato atunu a mesio swing al tab maisi fa mo so ani mai fa tanoanga ya nisi fo yo fa so inga mato waso ta ape atu staimi mo pen mato marosi lo fo malonga le data ma tala na ono lo swa Facebook e viso le limit fa ola. Amen.
Fafetai, Vai. DG?
Thank you, Vai, and thank you, Mathilde. Welcome to all of you who are here with us, especially those who are not from the Pacific region. It's not often that we get the chance to exchange ideas and lessons with those from beyond our region. So we really value these moments at COP and other events where we get to share what we have, and hopefully in the exchanges around the margins of the events, we also get to hear from you. The Pacific is area of, or considered one of the Pacific Islands region is considered one of the small island developing states regions. We have 14 Pacific Island countries and 7 territories. All 14 countries are parties to CBD. But we also see ourselves not as SIDS, but as large ocean states. Because we have jurisdiction over vast areas of ocean. The ocean that is under the jurisdiction of our 14 Pacific Island countries is the same as the land area of Canada, China, and the USA combined. So you can imagine the challenges that come with that, with having small populations with very little resources, and having to have jurisdiction over such a large area that is not only important to us, but important to the global community as a whole. Climate change is an existential issue for us. It's an issue that affects every part of our lives in the Pacific. It's something that affects us so badly that our leaders decided in 2022 to declare the Pacific under a state of climate emergency. So that is something that is always in the back of our minds. We also know that at the global level, we all face a triple planetary crisis. And all these issues, waste, biodiversity, and climate change, are all interrelated, so they cannot be addressed alone. And that's where the nature-based solutions comes in, because it's an integrated approach on how we can try and solve these multiple crises that we face through approaches that enable us to be resilient to all three of them. But in order to build resilience, we have to have things in a good shape, or have things to be preserved, to be in a position to be rehabilitated, to build on what's already there. And yes, that's the link with CBD, where we focus a lot on protected areas, on practices that conserve nature, practices that allow for nature to be used for climate resilience. The Kiwa initiative is exciting for us for a number of reasons. One is that it's long-term. It started as a 5-year program from 2020 to 2025, but now because of its success, it's been extended to 2030. It's exciting also because it brings together 5 donors under one mechanism. One of the struggles small administrations like we in the Pacific have is trying to coordinate financing or resources that come in. So if the donors are doing that themselves, then it saves on our small jurisdictions from doing it themselves. So we are really glad that the 5 key donors, France, Australia, New Zealand, the EU, and Canada, have come together under one roof under this initiative. France, Australia, and New Zealand are members of our regional organizations. We have a number of regional organizations in the Pacific. One of them is the one that I head and that Mathilde works for, which is SPREP. But we also have SPC, and who have the same membership and work with us on the Kiwa initiative. But what the Kiwa initiative does is then it allows easy access to our communities and governments for financing, to start to build a community of practice and a compendium or portfolio of projects that we implement that we can learn from as we move along. One of the other challenges that we always have is moving from piloting to something that is scaled up so that it's able to be applied in a more general way so that it becomes the norm rather than the exception. And that's where I guess Kiwa is likely to head in the next iteration, to try and really look at scaling up what we have trialed over the last 4 or 5 years in the first phase into the next phase of 5 years up until 2030, and then extending further in a more scaled up approach. It aligns with a framework that our leaders put in place in 2022, the Blue Pacific 2050 strategy. So we have a framework approach for the whole region that goes beyond 2030. It starts looking into 2050 because we recognize that many of the issues we face cannot be addressed in the short term, but needs to be done in the longer term. I think that's enough from me as an introduction, and I hope you'll enjoy the panel discussion. Thank you.
Vinaka DG, thank you. Well, before we get into our panel, we'd like to show a quick video because we're talking about nature-based solutions like everyone knows what it is. And I think maybe this is the one place where maybe most people know what it is, but we wanted to show what it also means for the Pacific, if you like to. Oh, not that one.
The health, wealth, and overall well-being of Pacific Island communities relies on the diverse benefits provided by thriving natural ecosystems. Nature-based solutions are actions that empower this connection between humans and all life around them to increase biodiversity, protect ecosystems, and support our island's diverse ways of sustainable living and resilience. Everyone has equal rights to engage and benefit from nature-based solutions. Together, let's champion nature for our well-being and resilience to climate change.
Thank you. I'll now let the panelists introduce themselves for the Talanoa.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here this morning. My name is Maria Satoa. I representing the government of Samoa, and I work for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, and I'll be sharing Samoa's journey through the development of its marine spatial plan for you, with you all this morning. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. My name is Jean-Noël Rouleau. I am from the French Development Agency. I'm working in the Climate and Nature Division at the headquarters of the Agence Française de Développement. And I really want to thank you for the invitation, and I'm very glad to be with you.
Bulavinaka, I'm Tavenisa Luisa. And I work for the International Union Conservation for Nature, in short. We call it IUCN, looking after the Oceania region. And I also look after the nature-based solution program under IUCN. And today I will be briefly talking about the IUCN Global Nature-Based Solution Standard and how we are contextualizing it in the Pacific, taking into account our traditional ecological knowledge. Naka.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Frank Griffin. I'm the odd one out here. I was called in because one of the original panelists had pulled out. So I'm a replacement, and hopefully I can be a good replacement in that. I'm from Papua New Guinea, so I fit into the Pacific narrative and conversation. But as a job that I'm doing, I'm the executive director for the Coral Triangle Initiative on coral reefs, fisheries, and food security, based in Manado, Indonesia. So looking forward to the question from Mathilde.
Thank you, Frank. And you're replacing our youth panelist.
There you go.
I think it's fitting. Thank you.
I'm the young one here.
Exactly. So thank you to all for being here today, and you'll help us guide our discussion. We'll start from the local level and what's happening in the communities, up to what our government's doing to support these efforts, up to the regional level with sort of the Coral Triangle Initiative, up to how multilateral donors and international cooperation can support these efforts. So we'll start with you, Tave. So Tavenisa, as you mentioned, you're actually certified in the IUCN Global Standard. So I don't know if you're all aware, but the International Union for the Conservation of Nature has developed a global standard for nature-based solutions. But you've also followed the development of 16, I think, local projects across 16 different Pacific Island countries and territories. There's more that are being developed thanks to the small grants mechanism from the Kiwa Initiative. So how do you see the links between the two? Can you please tell us what you see as the key features of nature-based solutions in the Pacific, and how can you ensure that traditional knowledge and communities remain central to these interventions?
Thank you. So I'll just start with, I'd just like to thank SPREP for allowing us to be part of this event as well. But for IUCN Oceania Office, through our nature-based solution program, we had identified that nature-based solution is not new in the Pacific. It has been practiced so many years by our ancestors. But the definition or the terminology of nature-based solution is still new in the communities in the Pacific Islands. And then we looked at also the definition under the IUCN Global Standard for nature-based solution. And it goes like this. Nature-based solution is defined as actions to protect, sustainably manage, restore natural and modified ecosystem that address societal challenges effectively, adaptively to provide human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So there's two key takeaways from the definition. If you look at it from the Pacific context, is that one, it's addressing societal challenges. And that is very important because these are societal challenges that we are currently faced in the Pacific. Importantly is climate change and other related impacts. But under the IUCN Global Standard, the societal challenges also varies in terms of, there's 7. So these are climate change adaptation and mitigation, disaster risk reduction, economic and social development, water security, food security, human health, and ecosystem degradation and biodiversity. So it addresses societal challenges. And the second point that I want to highlight in terms of definition is that it also takes into account not only the biodiversity benefits, that is pure conservation, but also it takes into account the human well-being. So it's a balance in terms of biodiversity and also human, so that it addresses societal challenges. However, in the Pacific, we are well known for our ecological traditional knowledge, which should be recognized. So under the IUCN Oceania Office, we are thankful with the government of New Zealand under the project Promoting Pacific Island Nature-Based Solution that have supported us in trying to contextualize the nature-based solution global standard into the Pacific through a guideline. And for this, we have established a steering committee to drive this, and it comprises of representatives from the Pacific Island countries to guide the development of the draft, the guideline for the nature-based solution. Importantly, I would also like to highlight to also consider during when we do our consultation, we should also be culturally relevant approaches. We should consider them, ensuring that development interventions are respectful and also effective in the Pacific context. And one widely used method that is used in the Pacific is a Talano approach. This is a storytelling practices common in Fiji and other Pacific Island countries, and involves sharing of stories which enable participants to express their thoughts and also a feeling more open discussion leading to richness in terms of the setting. It also fosters trust and cultural sensitivity, making it an effective tool for enhancing the nature-based solution guideline in the Pacific. IUCN Oceania Office also have the Cure local project component, which looks after the communities in the Pacific, and we approximately have 14 to 18 projects in the Asia Pacific Caribbean countries and also the Oceania countries territory. And these projects are more focused on climate change adaptation. And we also have the BioDev 2030 project, which is funded by the AFD, the French Development Agency, and also focuses on mainstreaming of biodiversity into economic sectors, which is very important in terms of, we are also trying to reform policies in this regard to mainstream nature-based solution in that regard as well. And I would like to also end as a case study from Niue under our Cure Local project component. So Niue in 2004, a Category 5 cyclone hit Niue and caused a lot of damage to biodiversity, trees, infrastructure, and loss of life. The island is slowly recovering from cyclone, and also the psychological impact is still there. So through our Cure Local project component, the project plans to have urban nursery ecosystem for native and fruit trees, and also using the urban nursery to revegetate the area impacted by the cyclone. And currently they are using the castorian trees that have withstand strong and wave action and cyclones since 2004. And these trees will be the focus to transplant to help to strengthen the coastline in Niue. In summary, I just wanted to highlight that ensuring that our global strategies are grounded in our local realities and enriched by the voice of those who know the ecosystem best. Together we can forge a pathway towards a sustainable future that honor both nature and culture. Vinaka.
Vinaka Tavenisa, yes, thank you. And we really look forward to the contextualized guidelines on nature-based solutions. I'll now turn to Seitua Maria from Samoa. So Maria, as you mentioned, you've just launched your marine spatial planning program recently, so congratulations on completing this pretty big endeavor. Marine spatial planning and planning for natural resources in general is a fundamental tool for sustainable resources management and ensuring that our key marine ecosystems and the communities that depend on them remain resilient to climate changes and pristine. So can you please tell us a bit more, how is your marine spatial planning working on the ground, and how have you been engaging with communities in developing that process, and how are they supporting of this sort of government level initiative?
Thank you, Natalie. Foremost, thank you to SPREP for having Samoa be part of these Talano sessions to share the experience of our marine spatial planning journey. After a 5 years journey, we finally managed to launch our 10-year marine spatial plan just last week during the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting hosted in Samoa from the 21st to the 26th of October. And this plan aims to balance conservation with livelihoods and economic growth in a holistic approach. And I am pleased to share with you today a short clip to provide an overview of what the Marine Spatial Plan or the plan encompasses, and also to provide a snapshot into the thorough consultative process undertaken by Samoa in its 5 years in the making, involving a wide range of stakeholders at the national level, but also, importantly, at the grassroots level. So please, if we can play that clip, thank you. Should be the sound, please.
What is the Samoa Marine Spatial Plan? The Samoa Marine Spatial Plan 2024 to 2034 establishes an ocean management system designed to protect, conserve, and manage marine resources within Samoan waters. Developed as part of the Samoa Ocean Strategy, the plan reflects Samoa's commitment to implementing sustainable ocean governance and protecting marine biodiversity. The Marine Spatial Plan was developed by the people for the people of Samoa. It includes the establishment of 9 new fully protected marine protected areas or MPAs, which will be formally designated pending passage of legislation. The plan also incorporates existing nearshore managed areas. It aims to ensure that various ocean activities are managed holistically. Implementing the Marine Spatial Plan contributes to sustaining ocean health, preserving ecosystem services, and achieving socio-economic priorities. It also supports Samoa's global commitment to the 30 by 30 initiative, which aims to protect 30% of Samoa's exclusive economic zone by 2030.
How was the plan developed? Between 2019 and 2024, the government of Samoa conducted a comprehensive planning process to create a marine spatial plan for its marine waters. This planning process was guided by the Samoa Ocean Strategy and incorporated traditional science and knowledge, cultural values, and the most up-to-date biodiversity, economic, and biophysical data.
Communities were also involved in developing the Samoa Marine Spatial Plan through thorough and detailed consultations with national stakeholders. Throughout the consultation phase, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment consulted with all sections of the village communities, including the village whānau, which consists of the seating of the chiefs or the titled men and women, a women's group, men's group, and youth regarding ocean activities, cultural perceptions, and monitoring and enforcement. In addition to community consultations, key sectors were targeted for ongoing engagement. These key sectors included fisheries, tourism, government ministries and organizations, NGOs, and CSOs. During each phase, more than 1,500 individuals were consulted through 96 workshops across 185 coastal village communities.
You can find more detailed information on the MSP process as well as the Samoa Ocean Strategy on the Samoa Ocean Strategy website, www.samoaocean.org. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge key regional and international partners whom have supported and contributed significantly to the development and also the success of our Samoa plan, namely Conservation International, the Waite Institute, as well as the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. So they have not only supported Samoa in the development, but remains to support the implementation of this plan, which is the very next phase. As you have seen that the plan was developed by the people for the people of Samoa. And the Samoan way, or our tradition, our culture, known as the Fa'a Samoa, is the respect for others, devotion to family, and a deep appreciation for preserving our natural resources. And the Marine Spatial Plan follows that cultural concept. And the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, as the leading agency on behalf of the government, our mission was ensuring that no one is left behind. So the process or the plan was developed through a whole of society, a whole of government, a whole of stakeholder approach to ensure inclusiveness and integration of everyone whom have been, are being, and will be impacted by the plan, and accordingly will be part of the implementation of the plan. We see this through not only during the development, but also beyond that development, because these are our people that will be part of the implementation and will be our main supporting backbone when we implement and roll out this plan. It was obvious that the process was very intense and very thorough, and it was a consultative one, including so many districts as well as coastal communities, but also among key government entities and also involving international and regional partners. So as I said, it was a whole of society approach, and Samoa is very pleased to achieve this important milestone. And we are talking about nature-based solution this morning, and the Marine Spatial Plan is for the whole of our EEZ, establishing new offshore zones, but also looking at expanding our inshore network. And we have implemented nature-based solutions within our working in collaboration with our coastal communities to restore our marine ecosystem, and accordingly to enhance and support our communities' resilience and well-being in the face of climate change and also other various challenges that we are facing, especially in our small island developing state and our large ocean states. We have implemented coral reef nurseries as well as outplanting activities in partnership with SPRIP, as well as mango replanting. So these are some of the nature-based solutions that we are currently undertaking. However, there is a challenge with the lack of science-based knowledge, skills, as well as approach. And this is something through the Marine Spatial Plan implementation, we will look into improving and grow our science-based practice to better improve on the nature-based solution practice that we are currently doing. And once again, I would like to thank our host and also everyone that are here today to share the work that we are doing on the ground. Thank you. Fa'afetai lava.
Yeah, I think we can give another round of applause for Samoa for this great accomplishment. And just to give a bit of perspective, you mentioned that 185 villages were consulted. That's out of 300 in Samoa. So that's very much a whole of society approach. And thank you for highlighting as well the role of conservation science still in supporting maybe our traditional practices still in the communities on the ground. And we still have a bit of work, but we really look forward to supporting Samoa in the implementation now of the MSP. So yeah, for time, Maria. I'll now turn to Dr. Frank. You've been working in the region at the regional level, supporting environmental protection throughout your career, and now you are involved as the executive director of the Coral Triangle Initiative. Can you please explain why are regional solutions to reduce the impacts of climate change on nature and people critical for the Pacific Island region? And how do actions need to change to be more successful?
Thank you, Mathilde. I think we have to start by recognizing that the Pacific Island countries and territories are having to deal with an issue that they have very little in terms of contributing to. So the Pacific Island countries and territories, as we've had, have the disadvantage of being very, very small in size. And by that I mean in terms of its land mass as well as their population. And what brings the region together is that many of the issues that they have to deal with are very similar. So we've had Samoan experience, the IUCN work that's happening. But when you look at the overall issues that need to be addressed, they're very, very similar. Many of the islands are low-lying. So when you talk about climate change impacts in terms of sea level rise, coral bleaching, which impacts on the food security issues, they're very, very similar. So individually, the countries can do what they have to do, but because of their smallness in size, the impact is not very well recognized and not very well seen at the regional and global level. So to answer the question, collectively as a region, as the Director General has said, which is the size of the US, China, and Canada all put together, the challenges are huge. So any small initiative or intervention that individual countries take in addressing those issues may not be fully understood by people outside, but collectively coming together, those small actions that are happening in each of the individual countries and territories, it amplifies the efforts that the people in the Pacific are having to do, and as a result of that, the global community actually sits down and listens to them. This is the same approach that's also happening in the other seeds areas around the globe, the Caribbean and the Indian Ocean. They have very similar issues as well. Their smallness also impacts negatively on the countries themselves because their ability to attract funding to undertake actions on the ground can be impeded as well. So collectively coming together, like the work that SPREP, SPC, the Forum Secretariat, IUCN are having to do is helping to collectively secure that funding. And I'm sure AFD will have a bit to say about that as well. But it's a funding mechanism that allows them to actually do something on the ground. On the second question that you asked on how do actions in the Pacific need to change, in terms of action, the mechanism of collective actions is already happening. As I said, the work that's been done by SPREP, SPC, IUCN, all the partners in the region, they're already assisting the countries in terms of having to undertake very, very innovative interventions on the ground in addressing specific issues when it comes to climate change, and by extension to all other environmental issues as well. We have the triple global issues that all the countries are having to deal with. Again, as the Director General eloquently explained, these issues should not be seen in isolation or addressed in isolation, but they should be done in a collective way. In that way, we have a better than even chance to be able to make sure that the actions with their associated outcomes and results will form the basis of solutions to address nature-based approaches in making sure that we do have proper and appropriate results on the ground to maintain the integrity of our island life. So I'll stop over there, but later on we can fetch some questions to elaborate more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frank, and thank you for reminding us that we are speaking about Pacific Islands today, but obviously we are also always thinking about our sisters and brothers from the other regions, for the other seeds that are also part of our family and that are experiencing very similar challenges. So thank you for that. I'll now turn to Jean-Noël from AFD. Thank you. So today you are representing the French Development Agency, but in fact you're also representing 5 donors of the QI initiative. So we, as you mentioned, the European Union, New Zealand, Canada, Australia, and France are coming together through this fund that AFD in the Numia office is managing. So thank you for representing them today. But we also know that you're deeply involved in overall mainstreaming of biodiversity and nature-based solutions within all of AFD programming. So yes, can you please explain a bit more what mechanisms you have in place to fund nature-based solutions, but also how to ensure that these funds actually reach the communities that are doing the work on the ground, and have benefits for them and biodiversity?
Yes, thank you very much. And as I said, I'm very happy to be there today. The Kiwa project is really very famous in the institution because it's often used for communication as a very nice project and indeed a very good project. I have not myself worked on the project, and when I see those beautiful pictures and those beautiful people, it's really a regret that I have not worked myself on this project. As it has been said, it's a multi-donor program, which is not the case so often. Very often the project, every funding agency has its own program, so it's very good that the different donors have joined in this program. It has been launched in 2020, and the budget today is of 77 million euros, and it's working in 18 Pacific states and territories. It's an initiative which is aiming at strengthening the resilience of ecosystems, the resilience of communities, and the resilience of economies all together in the Pacific Islands, and for that, using nature-based solutions, which work for adaptation, but and which is a real constraint in those territories, that has been said, but also it's good for the biodiversity and the conservation. What is original is this project regarding all the projects we finance is that it supports directly small organizations and community-based organizations. There are three main components in this program. There is a local project component, which is coordinated by IUCN, which provides local grants and capacity building to communities in the small grants that come from under 50,000 euros to 400,000 euros. The second component is a regional one with a bigger project to upscale cost-efficient NBS project, and the cost of the project range from 1.5 to 5 million euros. And the third component is a technical assistance, which provide capacity building to better integrate NBS as climate adaptation in policies and strategies. There are different types of projects that are being financed, and if you can say the main tendencies of the project is manage and control alien invasive species. The second is habitat rehabilitation and restoration to address the vulnerabilities of the territories, to fight against erosion, and to better manage watershed. The first one, the types is increasing biodiversity in smallholder farming. And of course, exchange lessons and knowledge. And as it has been said, the share of science and knowledge is very important. As of July 2024, there has been 23 projects that have been funded, both local and regional, in 16 states and territories in the region. And if you allow me, I may also present what we are trying to do at the AFD level, because it's a strong commitment for us as we are engaged to align with the Global Biodiversity Framework. And there are two targets in the GBF that are tackled NBS, the target 8 and the target 11. So we have developed a bunch of activities. The first one is that we have, for years, we have had a partnership with IUCN. So we are working with IUCN on the standard, which has been elaborated conjointly, and we work on how to implement the standard directly in the project and to provide better workable NBS projects. With IUCN also, we provide training to our colleagues. We have had 25 colleagues trained for 6 weeks, thanks to IUCN again, last month. And we have also a strong partnership with another organization, which is the Nature Conservancy, working specifically on water and sanitation projects. And TNC has been helping us to work on feasibility of NBS project and provided also training to our colleagues working on the sector of water and sanitation. And we are also monitoring the number of projects that have got NBS activities in their objective. So this monitoring is used in a way to see how we can upgrade and strengthen the NBS activities in our project, and to see the progression in our activity. We are also participating in broad initiatives. There is one that has been launched by the Asian Development Bank, in which we are participating, which is called the Nature Solution Finance Hub, dedicated to, there is a technical assistant hub that provides feasibility study, training, capacity building, knowledge sharing, evaluation of projects in a way to enhance the number of projects, bankable projects in the Asia and Pacific region that could be financed by public development banks like us. And the technical assistants also will try to use innovative finance tools to attract also private finance to finance NBS activities in the region. And we are also participating to another initiative, which is led by the International Development Finance Club, which is a club of 26 public and regional, national and regional development banks that work together to enhance their activity in climate, in gender, and in biodiversity. And so there is also an initiative quite similar to the ADB ones, but working on the whole world, and also trying to develop NBS projects for adaptation with technical assistance also, and trying to expand the number of projects of NBS projects that are financed in the world. So, as a conclusion, again, thank you very much, as the Kiwa project is maybe one of the more advanced projects dedicated to NBS that we have implemented so far. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean-Noël. Thank you for, yes, bringing us back to the framework and to the target 8 and 11, where the nature-based solutions are mentioned. And we know that through the framework, we've also had more interest from our country members in questions as well about how to implement nature-based solutions and how to get that international funding now that it was more available. So thank you for sharing again all these opportunities outside of Kiwa as well on how to access funding and technical assistance support for nature-based solutions. And I just want to say that thanks to the Kiwa initiative, it has also helped bring together and create quite a community around nature-based solutions and create new connections between a lot of partners and communities across the region. So thank you as well for that. I'll open the floor for questions. Maybe first, if you have questions for each other, and then if all the ground as well, if you have any questions for our panelists. Do we have any question from the floor? Yes, Carl?
Yes, thank you for the very interesting presentation. My name is Carl Flanius. I'm with Marshall Islands, and my question relates to Samoa, and it's in regards to monitoring and potential publication of best practices for your nature-based solutions. And while you're thinking about that, maybe a little bit of background about where I'm coming from. There have been numerous projects by large donors implemented in the Pacific on shoreline protection, particularly in low-lying areas, and the vast majority of them focus on how you might say the hard protection, seawalls, revetments, reclamation, and whatnot. And there has been a notable one recently that focused on berm top barriers in outer islands. And so that basically increasing the ridge at the high water mark and vegetating it, making it at least a few meters high and 5 to 15 meters wide over a long expanse. And I'm actually talking about something that took place in Tuvalu. It would be good going forward that we had more of these examples of berm top barriers on large donor projects and less of the fortification as it relates to rural areas in particular. So I'm wondering, on your nature-based solutions, have you focused on specific ones for shoreline protection? And if so, is there any monitoring or plans to produce best practices?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last part. Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
Yes. My specific question is, to what extent does Samoa work on shoreline protection best practices? And if so, can you comment on any monitoring that you do or plans to publish best practices so that we can get it out in the wider community?
At this point in time, we are mainly focusing on nature-based solutions in regards to coral reef restorations as well as mangroves, but not so much on protection of shorelines like the practice that you mentioned about Tuvalu. Is it Tuvalu?
Yes, the berm top barriers. But it is linked to coral reef management because use of those natural features will protect the intertidal as well.
Yes, and these are some of the challenges and the issues that were identified during the marine spatial planning process, in terms of eroding of coastal shorelines and so forth. And as I mentioned, through this plan, and as part of the outcome of that marine spatial planning consultations, we clearly identified the needs, the priorities of our communities, and it's part of our role to look at identifying solutions so that we can address those issues and challenges. And I'm happy to learn or to hear from communities or countries and even organizations that are collaborating with countries that have similar cases, issues, so that we can see if this is something or is it possible that we can be part and be partner to assist Samoa, support that kind of implementations. But it is a issue, a challenge that we are facing, and we are looking at addressing those. So happy to dialogue more on that if that's something that we can further discuss.
Thank you. That's great.
Maybe I can just add to that answer. SPREP has been doing work on vulnerability assessments and documenting the adaptation. It's captured under the climate change portal. Not so much with a focus on NBS. I know SPC has a similar database that used to be with SOPAC, the old SOPAC, now a division of SPC. We could go through that and see what is relevant to NBS that could be brought out, and maybe as an exercise also look at a fresh view of what's already been done. Like Tavinisa from IUCN said, it just wasn't called NBS before, but it's not something new.
I think we had a question from the floor.
So my name is Cecilia Burugo. I come from Kenya, and I am a grassroots woman, a farmer, and My question goes to the IUCN team. I know that for nature-based solutions to happen, women and girls have to be involved. And we know most of the times there are challenges for women and girls. And also, where are the basis for women land rights? Because for nature-based solutions to come in, there must be access, control, and ownership of land in those areas where nature-based solutions are being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to answer your question, if you look at the global IUCN nature-based solution standard, it articulates 28 indicators and 7 criteria, and it's very, very comprehensive. And if you look at the 7 criteria, it also entails inclusiveness, transparency, and governance process, and it also includes the participation of women. But the challenge for the Pacific Island countries, as we have tested through the KIWA local projects on the ground, is that the small projects are unable to meet the indicators and the criteria because it's more at that level. This is where the challenge is, and through this guideline that we are drafting through the contextualization, so we are trying to use that so that we can talk to the grassroots level people and see areas that we can use to be included as well in the contextualization of the guideline to the Pacific, so that it also speaks to the communities on the ground when they're implementing. This is where we're at, and we are looking towards the KIWA local projects that we currently have in the Pacific, and we are working with them in trying to see areas that we can improve so that when we endorse the guideline in the future, it is also can be implemented easily. When we look at the guideline, we are not looking at the guideline as a publication, we're looking at it as well as a tool that is also useful and practicable that can be used with all our ground implementation in this regard. And the one good thing about the nature-based solution standard is that it's a facilitative process. You identify your weakness, you learn from it, you improve. And then as time goes on, you will see that you, at the end of your project, you will see that you are meeting the standards at the end. So this is what we are trying to work in the IUCN Oceania office. We're working with the communities in trying to better contextualize the standard to the Pacific so it also be easily implemented by our ground implementers as well. And also, not only our implementers, those who are writing proposal for donors, they also can use this as a mechanism to get more funding in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Tave. And if I can just add to this, there is a topic that we haven't actually mentioned in all the discussions, but which is at the heart of the work we're doing, which is a commitment to gender equity, disability, and social inclusion in our project. So this is something that our donors are pushing, but actually that all the projects are really committed to. We've just had a whole regional workshop, one of the first regional workshops from the conservation community in the region, work together and share stories and share experiences around inclusion, and probably how do you include women, because we're still in societies where gender equality is not there yet. And I just want to share a story from one of our partners. This is actually from SPC. They have a small farmers program as well, supporting nature-based solutions and farms. And they had a story in Tonga where they had terms of references to support small farmers. And in the terms of references, it was specified that they had to be landowners. And then when they try to implement a sort of a Gen Z approach and try to include more women, they realize that actually women are not landowners, cannot own land in Tonga. And we're faced with the problem, well, then how do we do? We've designed our project fully and we have this problem, how do we include them? So they've tried to work around this as well and finding other ways and changing their approach and stuff. But it's a learning process for all of us. So we're really looking forward to, well, first share between the Pacific. Each context is a bit different, but we've really seen the interest from every partner, from field officers to the project managers, to share their stories and their experiences and learn from others. And we're really looking forward to learn from the other, really also look at the other regions. So we've developed quite a range of tools as well that we provide for partners on Gen Z, but it's very much work in progress. So thank you for raising this important point.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey. I'm from Papua New Guinea. I've worked for close to 20 years in community conservation on the island of Bougainville. We work close to a key biodiversity area under CEPF. Now, Papua New Guinea boasts to have 7% of the global biodiversity in less than 1% of the global landmass. Such high biodiversity, less densely populated. Now, one of the things in Papua New Guinea is land is actually owned by local communities, about 95% of the land. The government only owns 5% of the land, and 5% of the land is what is actually covered under the land policy. Now, conservation in Papua New Guinea and sustainability of biodiversity really depends on the needs of those local communities. National policies, international sort of conventions don't necessarily apply by no legal sort of requirement. They make their own decisions. Now, working in these communities at a very grassroots level, one of the things with financing of very local projects, one of the things that we see is in the cycle of funding. I think it's important at the community level and at the national level as well. I think funding cycles should be for the longer term, not just 1-2 years. Because of the fact that in many of these forest communities who are custodians of this important resource that the world needs, there are a lot of issues, and capacity is one of them. And if we want long-term solutions in sustainability, we need to go the whole length. I've worked with IUCN, grants, CEPF, and unfortunately, last 2 projects that I've refused. The community refused to sign agreements on the grants. And the reason being, the granting was actually at the very surface level. I think there were persisting community issues on the ground that we felt that the grant actually failed to address. And also, the needs of the community, we were looking at the gradual, strategic, long-term plan. And short-term finance is just not going to cut. And what we felt like funding can actually create more problems than solve in the long term for these communities. But I think when we're designing granting finances for communities, particularly within the Pacific and Melanesia, I think we have to have a very broad sort of discussion and try to understand what local community needs are so that we come with long-term solutions for nature-based businesses. In terms of the IUCN guidelines, I haven't had a look at it, but I would be very interested to have a look because with my community, we now moved into producing cosmetic products from conservation area and currently trading in Australia. But the reasons I've raised here are very much sort of driven from this domestic experience. And to the point where we actually creating business would not have happened if it wasn't of the continuous dedication. But I think when we talk about funding and nature-based solutions, we should treat its community quite differently on its needs. But we also have to build that capacity all the way to where products are made. We need to interact with other agencies like trade, foreign affairs, to making sure that we are creating that international market access and demand at the global scale for domestic businesses. I think, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll try and answer that. Your situation is really no different from most countries in the Pacific. I think we all have the same struggle. The important thing is to have a good plan and framework of where we want to go. Because we can't control how the funding mechanisms work, but we can control how we engage them. Whether it's through a continuous stream or we have multiple streams or different kinds of funding mechanisms. In very unique situations, you're able to set up things like endowment funds where you have, and I suspect in your case, you have the opportunity to do that in Bougainville with what you have, right? So that could be something that you could explore, setting up an actual larger scale trust fund that covers Bougainville as a whole. We did one in Sovi Basin in Fiji. That's a 100-year endowment trust, secured 20,000 hectares of land, but it also works towards livelihood things for the communities that have given off their land. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, and to go with our reserves or replacement, like Professor Griffith, in rugby they used to be called that before. But nowadays when they play rugby, they call the replacements or the reserves the finishers or the bomb squad. So our final bomb squad member is in the blue cap in the back. He's the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on Oceans. So we're very honored to ask Ambassador Thompson to have the final word for us.
Sorry, I was just spying from the back row. No, whenever something's on from the Pacific Islands, I do try and find out what's happening back home. You know, a lot is expected of us from the Pacific Islands. Why? It was the Pacific Islands that really brought these matters to the stage. They used to call us the canaries in the coal mine at the United Nations climate change talks. And I think we did that well. People are now aware, but the corollary of that is that they expect us to continue to be at the cutting edge of issues and, most importantly, solutions. So I really want to congratulate Sefa. I think looking at the solutions rather than the problems is where we've all got to be nowadays. And let's take the world in that direction of those solutions. I thought looking at that Samoan video there, I thought that was cutting edge. You know, that is how you do MPAs, and that kind of that should be spread a lot more widely. I think we are getting towards the end of this COP. It's been a good one for the ocean. I'm glad I came. You know, you come to these international conferences, you have to have a very clear idea about what you want to get out of them. You know, you can't just come and network. Networking is good, but you've got to know what you want, get it, and take it home. Then you can be satisfied. For me, 30 by 30 is what I wanted to get. I wanted to get an actual plan of how we're going to do 30 by 30. You know, we've been told it's existential. If we don't get it, our grandchildren are going to be in terrible trouble on this planet. So how are we going to get 30 by 30? And so from the ocean perspective, because we cover 70% of the planet, how are we going to achieve that 30 by 30? As a result of the last 5 days, negotiations with a whole bunch of governments and NGOs and IGOs and just the bright people that you meet at these things, we've got a plan. We're going to take it back Friends of Ocean Action, which is run out of the World Economic Forum. We're going to pull together whatever the lists that people have got. We're going to try and make a top 20 of the marine protected areas in the high seas that are necessary in order for us to get the 30% by 2030 in the ocean. And I would include in that some of the high seas pockets from the West Pacific. In fact, I came on the bus with Minister, one is now Special Envoy Ralph from Vanuatu, and we agreed, okay, between the two of us, let's really push for that high sea pocket between Vanuatu and Fiji. There's a smallish one there. But that plan, we're going to disseminate it widely, and we're just going to say, okay, this is the plan. Here are the parts of the high seas that can hit the 30 by 30. Meanwhile, I've motivated UNEP to do a conglomerate plan for the whole of the EEZs. Now, that's 38% of the ocean is EEZs. And so UNEP is getting that together over the next couple of weeks, using the Regional Seas programs. SPREP is one of the Regional Seas programs, to just work out where we can expect to get that 30% within the EEZs of the world as well. So we're going to disseminate that widely. There'll be one ending up in Apia, one of the notifications. And that'll be our plan. And then we're going to try and keep people to it. Who's going to do the environmental impact assessments? Who's going to do the management plans? And who's going to present it to probably COP2 of BB&J once we've got it ratified before the UN Ocean Conference in June next year. We'll have it ratified. I hope all your countries of BB&J ratified. Again, I think it's expected of us, Pacific Islands, that we all have ratified that BB&J by June next year. And we'll roll on from there. We'll get it. We'll do it. It's a big, big task, but that's all it is. It's just a task. So we'll do it. We put our shoulders to the wheel. So in conclusion, I hope you go away with something that you wanted to get from this gathering here. What country are we in? I forget. It's all a blur. Colombia. Some of us will go home, pack our bags, and head off to Azerbaijan for COP29. We have to be there. The cause of all these problems you've been talking about here today comes down to one thing: our addiction to fossil fuel burning, anthropogenic greenhouse gases, global warming, ocean warming. So we've got to be there. The Pacific Islands in particular got to be there, stridently pushing for it. You saw what happened at the last climate COP, where the head of IOSIS, minister from Samoa, said, we're not signing our death warrant. That changed the world, actually, when IOSIS demanded to see wording about the moving away from fossil fuels and the green transition. So again, it's expected of us. So we have to be there again in COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, and keep up the fight. In Fiji, we say Tambusoro, never surrender. So we can't. We have to do this for those that are coming after us. Navalu.
Yeah, Ambassador Thompson. We're wrapping up now. So thank you again to all our panelists. We can have another round of applause for them, please. And we have another group photo and be okay. Thank you.
Sobe, Fátima, cola aí. Ó, gente, eu vou pedir para vocês irem falando devagar. Vai aqui. Translate. Can I get started? Yes? Então, Fátima, vem pra cá, senta do lado do... Senta aqui do lado. João, cadê o João? Senta aqui do lado do Bira pra você traduzir pra ele. Hello? We get started? Yeah, you can hear me? Welcome, everyone, to our event presenting the BDSU methodology that was developed in co-creation with the Yawanawa people, Forest Trends, and Wildlife Works. We will do a brief presentation. Mike will speak, giving a general outlook. Mike is the CEO of Wildlife Works. Then he will hand over to Tashka, from the Yawanawa, and then Bida from the Yawanawa, and then at the end, Mwangi will give a brief technical presentation on the design of the methodology, and then we'll open for questions. Mike?
Thank you, and welcome everybody. I am Mike Korchinski, and I'm the founder 27 years ago of a company called Wildlife Works. And the idea behind Wildlife Works from the beginning has been, if we want biodiversity or wildlife in our future, we have to make it work for the people who live with wildlife. And so we've been working on many ways to connect communities directly to finance related to conservation for 27 years. We're very active in accessing climate finance for communities in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America. And most recently, we became concerned that climate finance wasn't flowing to those indigenous communities that have protected their lands against all the threats over all these years. And climate finance isn't currently really designed to do that. And we felt that was unfair, inequitable. So we began to look for a partner who could work with us to develop a biodiversity methodology that was based on the desires of indigenous people to represent themselves in the market. And I had been longtime friends with Beto Borges from Forest Trends. And so I asked Beto where he thought this would be a good place for us to look for a partner. And he introduced me and us to the Yawanawa. And so that was 2 years ago, a little bit more than 2 years ago, just before Montreal. And we began a co-creation process with them from the beginning for where their role was to express what they would want a project to be for them that they owned in a biodiversity market. And we would help them understand what the market needs in terms of technology and monitoring and governance and things like that. So that's been the nature of our partnership. And we've been 2 years, and we now have the draft methodology. It's been out for review by experts. And we are beginning now to use the methodology in their territory as a pilot project. And so they're here today to express their own experience of working in this process. So thanks all for coming, and I'm going to give the microphone to Ashka.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tashka Yawanawa. I'm one of the chief of the Yawanawa people. The Yawanawa people is located in Yawanawa territory at the Rio Gregorio River, in state of Acre, in the Brazil Amazon rainforest. And we are here in this COP16 to show to the people and to the world that how indigenous people have maintained the nature. The indigenous people is the best people that have maintained rainforest from immemorial time. And today, in 21st century, we indigenous people need to be compensated by that. Because we have been this work, but we never been compensated. And the way that how we're doing that is mixing the new technology, studies, research, and traditional knowledge. It's time these two knowledge working together. For us was the first time when Mike and World Life Works went to the community. We accept a challenge. How we going to do with a work with a private company and one indigenous community from the Amazon? What the point? What do we have in common? What we saw, in common what we have, we love the nature. We want to promote and preserve. Because for indigenous people, the beauty is not just physically, but also spiritually. Every time we walk in the morning, we saw the nature. We saw beautiful everywhere. In the people, and the forest, and animals. And we want to continue keeping doing this. And the Mike team went to the community. And we choose 2 people for each community to do researches with the technician team. And in the end of the research was so beautiful because the young people were participating. They were so excited about it. Also, they say they walk in many places where they never been. Also, they discover new species that for us is common, but for scientific is not common. They never know. And we discover a lot of things in the community also about medicinal plants. And the most beautiful thing that these young people was training for the future. We do our own researches. Also, is a new social biodiversity project. It's very different for red and for carbon. For myself, I have been following all copies, all this from Kyoto at now. When the first talks about red, I say, oh my God, this is impossible for indigenous people because it's very distant from our reality. And we just compensate who already destroy. And if I was a farmer, I win when I destroy, I put the cows, and now I win again to reforest that. I say, for us indigenous people, we need destroy for be compensated. What a right for us. And I think that this new mechanism, the new methodology, help us continue protect our land, continue to preserve our culture, create a new economy, and also help people to continue have fresh air. I think it's time people coming together. It's no matter where you are. If you are in Amazon, if you are in New York, or you are Africa, or you are in Hong Kong, we are all connected. We all belong to a global village. Wherever we do, we affect each other. If you are in New York and pollute, or in China, that's going to affect me in Amazon. The rainy time going to be late, and a lot of dry going to happen. Like this year. This year was the most dry season. Who is more affected by climate change? It's indigenous people. Because we live in every day our life, we depend of the forest to survive. In our land, we don't have a supermarket, we don't have a McDonald's, we don't have Walmart, we don't have all this kind of stuff. Our supermarket is all from the forest. We hunt, we fish every day. We build a house from the material for the forest. We depend 100%. Our connection with the nature, they come from our spirituality. We don't see our landscape as a big dollar. We see our landscape as a home where we find peace and harmony. That's how we born, respect the little birds, the frog, wherever. For this reason, I think what we develop today with World Life Works is a methodology that give the value of what we have in our land and bring a new economy. For sustain what project we are doing today to preserve the yaw on our land, reinforce, preserve the language, protect our people from not having to do because we have our own economy, reinforce our cultural and spiritual manifestation. As I'm talking about, represent our future. Because with strong identity, with strong spirituality, our people have a future. And because I was talking with Michael the day about the legacy. What kind of legacy we are leaving for the future generation? Ask ourselves, what are we doing? Each of us have the power to make change. What are you doing where you are? Little action you do make a big change. Thanks for coming and listening to us.
Thank you, Tashka. I'll hand over to Bira now, also leader of the Yawanawa.
Olá, me chamo Nishiwaka Yawanawa, na minha língua, e em português, os padres me batizaram como Biraci Brasil.
My name is Michioka Yawanawa, but in Portuguese, the priests baptized me Biraci.
Eu e Tashka somos uma família.
Tashka and I are a family.
A gente vem da família hereditária do povo Yawanawa.
We come from the hereditary family of the Yawanawa people.
O pai dele é irmã da minha mãe.
His father is my mother's brother.
Nós temos sequência de trabalho,
We have been working together,
de luta e história.
fighting together, and have a history together.
Nossos avô que fez o primeiro contato com o homem branco.
Our grandfathers did first contact with white people.
Depois, nossos pais deram continuidade.
And our parents continued their work.
Agora estamos nós.
Now it's our turn.
Eu creio que daqui mais um tempo é nossos filhos.
And in a little longer, it will be our children.
Não só dentro do meu povo,
Not inside my people only,
mas nós, povo Yawanawá,
but we, the Yawanawa people,
no início da década de 80,
in the beginning of the 80s,
se juntamos a outras lideranças indígenas de todo o Brasil
came together with other indigenous leaders across Brazil
e construímos um movimento nacional.
and created a
brasileiro.
national movement of indigenous people.
Eu fiz parte dessa primeira leva de lideranças indígenas criar o movimento nacional brasileiro.
I was part of that first generation of indigenous leaders to create an indigenous movement across Brazil.
E acompanhei todo esse processo, toda essa transição ao longo desses anos.
And I accompanied all of this process and transition throughout all of these years.
Voltando para a nossa realidade atual aqui desse painel,
Back to our reality and this panel.
quando eu comecei a ouvir esse projeto de crédito de carbono,
When I started hearing about carbon credit projects,
eu não achei diferente de mineração de ouro na floresta, desmatamento para criar boi, abertura de estradas dentro da floresta.
in many ways, I didn't think it was very different from mining and logging and exploitation and deforestation.
E sempre criaram um impacto diretamente para os povos indígenas.
Always creating some kind of impact on indigenous people.
Por isso eu nunca concordei.
That's why I never agreed.
Mas nesse momento estamos vivendo um novo tempo.
But right now we are living in a new time.
No mundo espiritual Yawanawá,
In the spiritual world of the Yawanawa,
nós falamos que nós estamos vivendo um novo ciclo da humanidade,
we say we are living a new cycle of humanity,
um novo tempo.
a new time.
Nós estamos falando agora de mudanças climáticas,
We're now talking about climate change.
que todo mundo sabe que está afetando todo o planeta.
Everybody knows it's affecting the whole planet.
Nós deveríamos ficar tranquilos no nosso território,
We should be able to live in peace in our own territory.
porque desde a existência humana,
Ever since the beginning of human existence,
eu existo
I exist
no meio da floresta.
in the middle of the forest.
Hoje, meu território,
Now, today, my territory,
a água,
the water,
há milhares de anos,
for thousands of years,
está limpinha,
is clean.
minha floresta intacta,
Our forest intact.
os animais sem ameaça de extinção.
The animals unthreatened.
Vivemos em plena natureza,
We live fully in nature
desde os tempos imemoriais.
since times immemorial.
Eu deveria não preocupar.
I shouldn't have to worry.
Mas como falou muito bem o Tascan,
But as Tashka said very well,
essa mudança climática
climate change
afeta todo mundo.
affects everyone.
Tu falou sabiamente, Tascan.
You said wisely, Tashka.
Quem é mais afetado
The most affected
nessa mudança climática
by climate change
somos nós, povos originários,
are us, indigenous people and local
povos
communities,
indígenas. Porque a gente depende
because we depend
da saúde da natureza.
on the health of nature.
Se a natureza está doente,
If nature is sick,
nós também estamos doentes.
we also get sick.
Vocês vão sobrevivendo de todas as formas.
You survive in all sorts of ways.
Com tecnologia,
With technology,
consciência.
conscience.
Vocês vão adiando o tempo de vocês.
You delay your time.
Mas a gente sabe,
But we know,
se nós não pararmos
if we do not stop
para refletir
to reflect
o nosso conceito humano,
our concept of humanity,
nós estamos decretando a extinção da nossa espécie humana.
We are decreeing the extinction of our species.
Não é eu que estou dizendo.
This is not me saying this.
Estamos vendo
We can see it.
essas grandes tragédias naturais,
These great natural tragedies,
as guerras,
wars,
muita pobreza,
so much poverty,
doença.
disease.
Nós não estamos podendo nem respirar mais o ar.
We can't even breathe the air anymore.
O ar está doente.
The air is sick.
Se tu respirar o ar, tu vai ficar doente.
If you breathe the air, you get sick.
Você não pode mais beber água.
You can't drink water anymore.
Você não sabe nem onde você pisa mais na terra.
You don't know where you're stepping on anymore on this planet.
Para isso não acontecer,
So that this doesn't happen,
meu povo
our people
sempre teve cuidado.
has always been careful.
Nós somos a própria natureza.
We are nature itself.
Nós não vivemos na natureza.
We don't live in nature.
Porque meus mestres, nossos laboratórios, nossa ciência
Our masters, our labs, our science
é a floresta,
are the forest,
é as medicinas ancestrais,
are the traditional
é os
medicines,
animais,
the animals,
é as plantas,
the plants,
é a água,
water,
é toda a natureza.
all of nature.
Nós nunca perdemos o nosso elo com o divino Criador.
We never lost our bond to the divine creator.
Por isso nós defendemos
This is why we defend
a nossa existência.
our existence.
Não é a floresta.
It's not the forest.
Nós estamos defendendo a nossa existência humana,
We are protecting our human existence
que o homem ocidental não entende.
that Western man doesn't understand.
Quando o Mike encontrou o Tascan
When Mike met Tashka
e começou a discutir esse projeto,
and started discussing this project,
né, de biodiversidade,
this biodiversity project,
eu fiquei no meu canto.
I was in my corner at first.
Eu falei, mais um.
Another one, I thought.
Mas eu fiquei calmo,
But I remained calm,
fui ouvindo.
and I just listened.
Eu falei, esse sim,
And then I thought, this one, yes,
a gente pode discutir isso.
we can discuss this.
Isso aqui pode servir como um modelo
This can serve as a model
para futuros projetos,
for future projects,
pagamento por biodiversidade,
for payments for biodiversity,
com respeito à natureza,
with respect to nature,
aos povos que cuidam há milhares de anos desse território
and the people that take care of these territories for thousands of years,
e servir como um modelo
and serve as a model
de parceria
of partnership
entre os povos indígenas
between indigenous people
e as companhias ocidentais.
and Western companies
Estou junto.
together.
Foi por isso que eu vim aqui para a COP.
That's why I came to COP.
E eu tenho essa esperança.
And this is my hope.
Nós estamos passando um desafio.
We are going through a big challenge. Mike,
São poucos homens que têm essa coragem de chamar os índios para discutir uma política de desenvolvimento que respeita as nossas tradições, os nossos territórios e o nosso meio ambiente.
few men have the courage that you display in calling indigenous communities to create together policies that respect and develop us and our future.
Porque aqui nós não estamos falando de lucro.
We're not talking about profit here.
Aqui nós estamos pensando quem é que vai ganhar mais do que o outro.
We're not thinking who's going to make more than the other.
E para mim isso não me interessa.
That's not what matters to me.
Aliás, pode interessar, mas não é o meu objetivo principal.
It can be of interest, but that's not my objective.
O nosso objetivo principal
Our main objective
é criar um novo diálogo
is to create a new dialogue
com o Ocidente,
with the West
que a gente pode
that allows us
oferecer um novo,
to offer
uma nova forma de desenvolvimento humano,
a new way of fostering human development.
tendo como nosso guarda-costa
Having as our bodyguard
o meio ambiente,
nature
a natureza.
and the environment.
Muito obrigado.
Many thanks. Now, Mwangi, do you have the thing for yourself?
Oh, it's a bit difficult to follow after that. So I think what I'll try to do in a few minutes is try to bring that passion to some, it's a bit boring. We are trying to actualize that passion. So that idea, that philosophy, that aspiration has to be somewhat built into an asset that the indigenous communities can take to the market and participate in a market situation. So what I will go through is what we've been working with, the co-creation process that Tashka alluded to, in order to try and capture what they feel about their environment and put it in a way that the market will be interested and curious about spending money there. So if you think about it, the concept, the philosophy is that the indigenous communities are living in nature in a way that's harmonious than most people do. So when you look around, you find that most of their territories are at a better state than the surrounding environments. The question is, how do you determine that? How do you defend that statement? So what we did is we thought, okay, let's start first with some eligibility criteria. So who can participate in this scheme or in this thinking? And apart from the requiring that the land that is participating is controlled by a community like an indigenous community or forest community, we also had two prerequisites. The two prerequisites are, that's what they talked about. These two prerequisites have to be met in order for a territory to participate. So first, using the high forest, low deforestation guidance, the rate of forest loss in that territory over the last 30 years or a minimum of 20 years has to be less than 0.22% per year. So you can go back and look at the satellite imagery 20 years ago, and the level of loss of forest must be a rate that's less than 0.22% per year. The other one is on biomass stock. So the first one is on forest extent. This one, if you want, is on degradation. So the biomass in the forest has to be above 90% of what is expected in a reference area that is similar to that, but is protected or near undisturbed. So a reference biomass of that forest type. So for the forests that qualify under those two criteria, then they go into the next step of estimating the intactness of biodiversity in their area. So the goal of this scheme is to estimate the intactness of the area in a way that can allow for a creation of an asset. And so what we thought that we are using only species richness. There's many ways that you can look at the integrity of an ecosystem. You can do ecological structure, you can do ecological functions, you can have distribution and abundance. But for now, we just thought the one thing that is very easily understood by the indigenous communities, by most humanity, is the species as a unit. So what we thought is that we will look at intactness based on the expected species in a forest like that versus the species that are in the forest today. So the main thing that, just to bear in mind, is that there will be a standard that will, once you have your target forest area, the standard will give you a set of 5 taxonomic groups. One has to be a plant, and then you have either a mammal, a bird, reptiles, amphibians, fishes, or an invertebrate group. And the standard will look at reference and come up with a full list of species expected based on the ecoregion that the area is. And then the standard will whittle that down into the baseline species list, which is a list of species that are dependent on forests or are under some level of risk of extinction. Here, there's also an opportunity for the community to build in some species that they consider bioculturally, socioculturally important. So once that is done, the project will go out and develop a sampling methodology that will be able to demonstrate how many of these species in the baseline list do we have in our territory today. Okay? And once they do that, then we have an indicator of intactness. So what I'll show next is the four kind of calculations that we'll go through. So first, you have each taxonomy group. You have the methodology, the methods that are going to sample that taxonomy group. You have your baseline list, and then you have the list in your territory. That gives you a proportion that will be the intactness of, it's a percentage. From that percentage, then of the 5 taxonomy group, you get a mean percentage from all 5. And that gives you a whole mean percentage for your territory. That mean percentage has been set to a minimum of 60% for you to participate. That percentage is then scaled down to a scale of 10. So if you have 80%, you get an 8. If you have 60%, you get a 6. Below 6, you don't participate. And the maximum you can be is 100%. So the scale that for participation is 6 to 10. And that represents the number of units that can be allocated to a hectare of forest in your territory. And then the last thing is just to multiply that unit to the number of eligible hectares that you have in your territory. Okay? So that's basically the calculation of the intactness and the units. But we also have a section on biocultural and sociocultural assessments where we will speak with to the values that the communities ascribe to this biodiversity. So the values could be tangible, intangible, utilitarian, spiritual, cultural. So they will create lists of species that they use, that they like, that they interact with, and how they interact with them. And the idea is to create this narrative that will kind of buttress the unit. So the intactness is just a number, but there's a big story behind the number. And this is where the narrative will be created that we think will add a qualitative, strong element to the credit in the market. So just to quickly demonstrate how we see this happening. So for example, this is just a hypothetical community. Say they have formal authority on their land over the last 5 years, but they've been living in this land for more than 30 years, so they're eligible to participate. And then, say the project was starting in 2023. The earliest we can get satellite imagery is the year 2000. So you have 23 years. You scale that to a rate of loss of 0.22, and the area cannot have less than about 95% of the forest that was there in 2000 for it to participate. If it passes that, then you look at the biomass. There are remote sensing methods today. You can assess the biomass today and the biomass at a reference period or a reference area. And then if it is above 90%, then the area can participate. Once you do that, the standard hands you the 5 taxonomy groups. You go out, you form your own protocols, your own methodologies to sample these 5 taxonomy groups. And then you come up with an intactness measure. So I'll show 5 hypothetical scenarios quickly that might give you a better idea of what we are talking about. So the first 2 are the eligibility criteria, and then the 5 are the taxonomy groups that are handed by the standard. In the first instance, this scenario is where this forest does not qualify because it doesn't meet the first criteria of forest excellence. So it's lost more than the threshold. The threshold is about 94.4. The second scenario is a forest that has successfully done all that. So the eligibility criteria are met and everything is above 60% threshold. The third one, it meets eligibility criteria. It meets the minimum threshold of 60%, but 2 of the groups are less than 60%, so that would not participate. So there's a reason why we pegged the 4 groups that must fulfill the 60%, is to make sure there is enough ecological structure in the area to support a diverse array of species. The fourth one also participates because only one of the taxonomic groups is below 60%, and that's allowable under the methodology. The last one does not participate because even though only one of the taxonomic groups is below 60, the minimum, the mean, overall mean is below 60, so that doesn't also participate. So if you look at the 2 that participate, you multiply what forest you have by the original forest extent, so that's the eligible forest. That's their performance. You scale that down to 10. I'll not talk about the multiplier now, and then you multiply that to the forest area, and you get the number of units that may be issued to this project. So just to end, I think it's important that you think about this as a way of making sure that you set up strong methodologies for measuring your biodiversity, both temporally and spatially, so that we want to avoid false negatives. It's very unfortunate if a community may fail to find a species because they won't get rewarded for a species that is there, but we couldn't find it. So it's important to set up methodologies that find as many species as possible. We've set threshold because this is a performance mechanism. So although it's a reward for good stewardship, and that's why we've tried to set thresholds that enable participation, but also are a bit stringent so that the ones that participate are really the good stewards. And then the biocultural element is really important to really bring a story to the number. So the number is the one we take to the market, but we want it to be pushed by a story. So if you remember anything, just remember that this is a really fully co-created methodology. It's not easy. I think that's why people don't do it a lot. It takes a lot of time and effort to do it. It's fully owned by the Indigenous group that participated in the creation. It doesn't require additional actions because they're things that they are already doing. So it cannot be used as an offset. So there's no additional actions that are required. And as Tashka said, this was just really a warming statement from one of the hunters in the Yawanawa, who has been living in the forest for the last 27 years, but he found places that he never thought existed in their territory just through the pilot part of this project. We have not even gone into the full methodology, so it was really heartwarming to see that appreciation of the nature. So thank you very much.
I will hand over briefly to Mike for finishing statements, and then we can do a few quick questions.
Thank you, Monique. Yeah, very quickly. Mwangi said at the end, one of the co-creation principles that was clear early was that the community did not want their project to act as an offset for bad behavior. So very clearly from the beginning, these units are named as units to be independent of an offset or a credit that can be used in that way. The philosophy we had was that, and to a degree why there are thresholds, if you fall below those thresholds for forest extent and quality, you probably can participate in the carbon market, and you probably can get good value as a community from that existing market that is there. So, but the people who are being excluded from that market are the ones that we should value the most, the ones who have preserved their intact ecosystems against all the odds, but as a consequence cannot participate in the carbon market. So we set those thresholds working with the Awanawa to understand what would be workable for communities that have been good stewards, understanding that there will be Indigenous communities that don't qualify. So this isn't, if you're an Indigenous community, you automatically qualify. So because we believe that the market needs to recognize performance in stewardship and not assume all are equal, right? So those are the things that we've done that reflect the desires of the communities. And our belief in this is that if we can't figure out how to essentially put a value on the price list, that's what we're really trying to do. We would all agree that nature is priceless and that putting a value on it is dangerous, is risky, because it is priceless. However, if we're going to try and put a price on recovering nature, and we haven't figured out how to put a price on pristine nature, we're going to struggle. And so our belief is that we first must figure out as a society how to value pristine nature and reward those people who have been responsible for maintaining pristine nature. And then, and pristine I don't mean without human influence, I mean in the context. So this methodology is not for use in national protected areas in its first version. We have had lots of interest from governments to use it that way, but this is designed to reward people for stewardship of land. And the principle of protected areas, generally, there's no people. And so, so we might use it as a reference for how intact could be without people, but we aren't planning on this use of this methodology in protected areas yet. So those are some key issues, and I got to stop because we're going to get kicked out. And there's some food over there that you can enjoy on the way out. Thank you very much for coming.
Can we do a quick question? Does anybody have, quick questions?
So first of all, congratulations for the efforts to develop this new methodology together with the indigenous people. So it's very, very nice. I will turn my question in Portuguese. I don't know if you understand. Ok. Então, principalmente Tasca e Bira, a gente está vendo que assim, tem várias metodologias, né, para tentar valorar a floresta e o conhecimento tradicional. E que bom que algumas estão chegando perto de algo que realmente reconhece todo esse valor, né, que o senhor trouxe para a gente. A questão que eu queria colocar é se vocês na metodologia estão prevendo como colocar esse recurso, né, nas comunidades e na floresta para realmente valorizar a cultura, para fortalecer o povo de vocês e não gerar desunião. Então, o que eu tenho visto é que muita gente se preocupa em como fazer o projeto para trazer o recurso para a comunidade e na hora de aplicar, isso acaba se perdendo, gerando divisão e tal. Então, eu queria ouvir um pouquinho vocês sobre isso. E a segunda pergunta, acho que eu vou fazer em inglês. The second question is if this methodology can be used for other traditional communities as quilombolas, riverines, and others. Thank you very much. I'm Marcelo from Xingu River, Brazil.
Valeu, Marcelo, pela pergunta. Então, o dinheiro constrói coisas belas e dinheiro destrói coisas belas também. Então, a gente vive num paradoxo onde o dinheiro tem que trazer benefícios reais. Para isso, a gente vem se preparando para que o dinheiro ele traga resultados que possam preservar o nosso território. Por exemplo, se chegar dinheiro sem um plano, ele vai mais atrapalhar do que ajudar. No Acre, em 2006, a gente trabalhou no PGTI. Aí depois nós transformamos o PGTI no que nós chamamos Plano de Vida Yawanawá. Era pensar um futuro em 30, 40 anos, em todas as áreas. Na saúde, na educação, na proteção do território, na geração da bioeconomia, no fortalecimento da língua, das manifestações culturais e espirituais. Então, o dinheiro, onde ele vier, ele já tem um destino, já preparado para ele. Ele não vai chegar aleatoriamente, onde nós vamos saber o que fazer. Eu acho que eu estava até discutindo isso antes de vir para a COP com o governo do Acre, porque o Estado do Pará assinou aqueles $100 milhões do Leaf Coalition. Mas eu acho que o governo do Pará não sentou com os povos indígenas para saber qual é a porcentagem, como é que vai ser gastado isso nas terras indígenas. Não houve nenhuma consulta. É diferente lá no Acre, onde a gente vem tentando, apesar de que a gente tem muitos conflitos, mas a gente consegue sentar e conversar. E eu falei, no Acre, os PGTIs foram construídos, os planos de vida das terras indígenas foram construídos. O que está faltando é dinheiro mesmo. Não está faltando plano, não. Plano a gente tem muitos. O que está faltando é grana. Então, assim também, no nosso caso, nós já temos um plano pronto. Entendeu? Então, o dinheiro vai chegar para a gente implementar nas atividades que possa trazer benefícios reais para a nossa terra, para o nosso povo.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I translated to Mike and I didn't. I'm sorry. In a nutshell, yes, you need to wrap up. You need me to wrap up, yes. In a nutshell, Tashka said that money can build and destroy beautiful things, but that they have been working and designing their life plans within the territory and across wider initiatives in the state of Acre. And they already know what to do with the money. They already know what projects they want. They have been working very hard and through their life plans in designing these strategies. And so whatever funds they raise through this already has a very clear and collectively constructed place to go. And now I need to wrap up because they're going to kick us out. But we have food and refreshments on the side, and maybe we can chat outside and you can ask more questions directly. Thank you very much for coming.
1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, it works. Colleagues, thanks for your time. It was nice, but now it's another time for another presentation. Thank you so much. You can sit if you want. You can stay if you want. Hi. How are you? Good, good. You must be tired. I'm tired. Sure. Sure. I told Juliet that you are incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your time. Chef, I see you still eating. Eat. As long as you're not making noise, fine. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting inside. Please, please, lower your voice, please. All right, thank you. Time is not on our side. I'm told one of the panelists will come a little bit later, maybe 20 minutes later, because she's in the ministry discussions. But I want to hand over you, colleagues, to our senior Patricia Zurita to just welcome and introduce and do introductions. Thank you. Okay, okay. How many of them? Yeah. Okay. And maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
That's correct.
Okay. And Valerie was just Okay, I think I have all my panelists here. Great. Okay, I think we're gonna get started. Okay, Javi and Peter, let's get the dancing for later. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. All right, I'm gonna come here so it doesn't really look that weird. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Peter. Welcome, everybody. My name is Patricia Zurita, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of Conservation International. And I'm delighted to be here with this wonderful group of people who are not only extraordinary conservationists, but friends from a long time ago. We've been fighting this fight more years than we should, actually. So we are going to talk about post-conflict areas. And this is the COP where we are making peace with nature. So we thought that it was really important to bring up the role that conservation plays in post-conflict areas and how important conservation and partnerships and building up the trust and the support to local communities and indigenous peoples and benefiting them and ensuring that they can have a sustainable and thriving livelihood can help to ensure that these areas are maintained, but also that we keep making peace with nature. So we will reinforce the theme that the COP is making, but in that process, we are going to highlight how important collaboration and partnerships are on all of this. I come from a country, I am originally from Ecuador. When I was growing up, there was a big dispute of land between Ecuador and Peru. Actually, from the time when my grandfather was part of the army. Not because of my grandfather, but he was part of the process. And it was fascinating to see over the years while I was growing up in Ecuador, how we were able to come up to a solution when we proposed a binational national park or a binational protected area on the two sides of the border. That ended up being an extraordinary opportunity for us, not only to conserve extraordinary biodiversity in the southeastern part of Ecuador and northeastern part of Peru, but also an opportunity to enhance the work and the rights of territory that indigenous people had in the lower Pastaza in my country and in Zamora, and really elevate the role that nature plays as a peacemaker. So I not only believed in this, I have seen it firsthand. And I'm delighted that we have a group of extraordinary people who are working in areas where we're making peace with nature and we're looking at nature and our investment in nature and local communities and conservation in general as a way of working in post-conflict areas. CI and the Peace Park Foundation's transboundary work in Colombia and in the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area is demonstrating the success of community-led conservation efforts. Through our conservation stewardship agreements and landscape-level planning, these efforts are addressing human-wildlife conflict, empowering women and the youth, and strengthening nature-positive livelihoods. It's also demonstrating the extraordinary potential for large-scale sustainable financing models that are supporting community-led conservation, socioeconomic inclusion through job creation, but also ensuring that these initiatives are going to be long-lasting and that they're going to be financed in the long run. So the purpose of this session is not only to hear all these wonderful experiences from you guys, but also to encourage members of the public and hopefully people who are seeing us from afar, from both public and private sectors, to increase your investment in community-led conservation. We need to ensure long-term resilience, and without long-term financing, we cannot make it happen. And these not only help us advance environmental goals that are important for climate as well, but social goals and the opportunity of really creating livelihoods. we would like to endorse key principles that enable us to make more emphasis of how nature can help us make peace amongst ourselves and with wildlife, but also as a huge avenue for enabling conservation at large scale with local communities with the right financing. I am incredibly sorry that I have to leave after this, but you are in phenomenal hands with these wonderful people. And thank you again for coming on almost the last day of the COP. I know that everybody's tired, but this is an incredibly important topic, and it's the only way. If we work together, it's the only way that we're going to make peace with nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. And that's the only way we can make peace with nature. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call, I'm not sure if she's here, Monica Amador, Senior Advisor on Peace and Human Rights for the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on. Pete, are you ready with the video? We're going to play a video where we hear the former president of Mozambique giving us some, experience that he had in the past after post-conflict. Thank you.
Grateful for the invitation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I am extremely grateful for the invitation extended to me by the organizers of the Convention of Biological Diversity Conference to share some thoughts on the theme, the impact of armed conflicts on natural resources and recovery efforts in Mozambique. Armed conflicts deeply impoverish nations, especially impacting local communities that depend on the natural resources as their primary means for socioeconomic recovery. In the post-conflict period, protected areas play a vital role in a country's integrated planning and development. During Mozambique's civil war, many of the country's economic assets, including its natural resources, were destroyed. Wildlife populations were decimated. The illegal ivory trade flourished, and valuable wildlife products were exploited, leading to the local extinction of species like rhinos, cheetahs, and giraffe. Following the signing of the peace accord in 1992, the Mozambique government focused on consolidating peace, organizing general elections, and restoring normalcy to the lives of its citizens. Key priorities included demining the country, implementing emergency humanitarian measures, and resettling displaced populations. These efforts were essential in laying the foundation for multi-party political dialogue and national development. According to a World Bank report in 1997, Mozambique was one of the poorest countries globally, with a per capita income of just $80 in 1995. The population totaling 17.5 million, 70% of whom were rural areas. Most Mozambicans lived below the poverty line. Social indicators were among the lowest in sub-Saharan Africa. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, before tensions in Southern Africa had fully ceased, stakeholders from Mozambique and South Africa began discussions on collaboration efforts for conservation, anticipating that peace would soon allow such initiatives to be implemented. In 1990, I had the honor of meeting with Dr. Anton Rupert, who presented his vision of establishing a transfrontier conservation area between Kruger National Park in South Africa and Limpopo National Park in Mozambique. His dream was to create a peace park that would not only support biodiversity conservation through an ecosystem-based approach, but also improve the quality of life for communities living in the region. Critically, this initiative aimed to foster cooperation between Mozambique and South Africa, contributing to regional peace and stability. As the concept of transfrontier conservation took shape, Zimbabwe was invited to join the effort. This collaboration was formalized in the Gaza-Kruger-Gonarezu Agreement, signed by the environment ministers of the three countries at the Kruger National Park in 2001. The agreement set the stage for the signing of the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park Treaty in December 2002 in Xai-Xai in Mozambique, near the Limpopo River, which the three nations share. The treaty was signed by President Thabo Mbeki of South Africa, President Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, and myself, representing Mozambique. It embodied a spirit of collaboration and partnership aimed at achieving the highest ecological, social, and economic goals. Mozambique has since become a leader in transboundary conservation in Southern Africa. It is a key participant in the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park, the second Transfrontier Conservation Area, TFCA, to be established in the region. The Mozambique Transfrontier Conservation Program has been instrumental in strengthening the country's commitment to biodiversity conservation. This initiative led to the introduction of new conservation policy and law, as well as the creation of institutional frameworks with administrative and financial autonomy. These measures have fostered inclusive stakeholder participation, ensuring that local communities are actively involved in the management and decision-making processes related to natural resources. At the outset of its participation in the Transfrontier Program, Mozambique had the lowest capacity among its partner countries. However, with support from neighboring nations, Mozambique has enhanced its leadership in biodiversity conservation. Today, 1/4 of the country is officially designated as protected conservation areas. The country has also established collaborative management agreements, and currently 70% of its protected areas are managed through co-management agreements. These have resulted in significant successes, including the rapid recovery of wildlife populations, the development of tourism, and the integration of local communities into the management and benefiting sharing processes. Notably, 20% of the revenue generated from protected areas is allocated to local communities, and the livelihood programs have been implemented. We are proud to announce that as of 2022, Zinave National Park, co-managed by the government of Mozambique and Peace Parks Foundation, became the country's first Big Five national park. This was made possible through an effective rewilding program which reintroduced native species to the park. A key achievement was the translocation of 37 rhinos from South Africa to Mozambique, completing the requirements for Zinave to be recognized as a Big Five park and transforming it into a top-tier tourist destination. This accomplishment demonstrates the successful implementation of the Transboundary Conservation Treaty. In addition to Zinave, the Peace Parks Foundation co-manages 3 other protected areas in Mozambique, namely the Maputo, Limpopo, and Banyin National Parks. The foundation supports 69% of the park staff and offers training in various fields, including human rights, leadership, tracker dog handling, responsible community resource use, and professional herding. Community programs benefiting approximately 104,880 people are also in place, promoting livelihoods, health, and education. Access to natural resources and environmental benefits is essential for all of humanity, as our survival depends on them. Conflicts over biodiversity can, in turn, lead to broader conflicts. Therefore, policies must recognize that biodiversity is a shared resource for all people. Regional economic communities, which bring nations together, should focus not only on economic integration, but also on the integration of natural resources and environmental management. Frameworks for collaboration, such as the Transfrontier Conservation Areas, or TFCA, adopted by SADC, should be strengthened. Since the establishment of the first TFCA in 2000, 18 TFCAs have been created, contributing to biodiversity conservation and supporting the achievement of targets set by the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. We strongly advocate for continued support and funding for various conservation projects through innovative financing mechanisms, which will ensure the sustainability of biodiversity and its potential to generate revenue. The sustainability of conservation projects contributes to peace and stability. I wish you a continuation of good Convention of Biological Diversity Conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Kanamambo. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the former president of Mozambique, President Joaquim Chissano, setting out to continue very well, or to start on a good note. Without any waste of time, colleagues, I would just want to introduce our panelists here in front of us. From the left to the right, because I started by asking myself which one is right, which one's left. But anyway, left, right, okay. I see Valerie Heke, Global Director for the Environment, World Bank. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation. And then the second one, again, with that sequence, I see Werner Maber, that's a senior, or the CFO, CEO of PPF, as written there. And then the last one there is our one and only Fabio Ariona, the Vice President of CI Colombia. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, just for our panelists. So today we're going to hear more about the work in the post-conflict regions and how conservation has managed to bring peace in those areas. And also the investments which enabled those conservation work to be done in those areas. Without any waste of time, because I can see we're a little bit behind, I would want to start with in the middle now, not sequence, in the middle, with Werner, the CEO of Peace Parks, to describe to us your experience of working in post-conflict regions to facilitate and develop effective conservation approaches, ecosystem-based approaches, and the strategies thereof to build environmental resilience and social and economic inclusions. And lastly, what are the lessons learned?
Both.
Yes.
Questions. Yeah, thank you very much. I have asked to quickly show a map, if we can do so, if you don't mind. And I think it's quite relevant. If you look at the map here, and I'll just put it on for a minute or two, that you can just contextualize what's happened in Southern Africa. This is all peace parks or peace through nature. And the one that President Chisano was speaking about is the one here in the right, the Great Limpopo, number 3. Can you see it here? And if you think about it, and in our experience, what President Chisano did not say really explicitly when Dr. Rupert went to him and said, I've got this idea and this vision of a peace park, it was still apartheid in South Africa, and it was still a war in Mozambique. But there was this common denominator, which was nature. And Dr. Rupert knew that it's in the interest of nature to expand, and President Mandela, Chisano knew that if they could open the border, Kruger Park was the most developed, most successful national park in basically, and I think still is probably Africa, in terms of the revenue generated, 2 million visitors a year. I don't think there's any national park that has 2 million visitors a year. Very successful park, but you could see that nature was the theme that allowed and I'm not saying Dr. Rupert was from the apartheid, he was not at all, but you could see the perception that you have a white Afrikaner coming to a country, a government that was supporting the opposition almost, and continuation of the civil war, and that you had nature as this broker of peace. So for me, that's a very, very powerful story. And as you heard from President Chisano, there were only two peace parks that stage. Great Limpopo was the second one. And look at this map now. President Chisano mentioned 18 TFCAs. Now, those that are in red means that governments have put pen to paper and they've committed themselves to the concept of peace through nature. They committed themselves to open up borders and to collaboratively work across international borders in the interest of ecosystems, sustainable livelihoods at a landscape level. Because one of the fundamental keys that I believe in the future for Africa is that with protected areas to continue to thrive and grow and exist in future, it has to be in harmony with people. If that does not take place, in the long run, we will run out of runway. There's no way. So a landscape-based approach, which is fundamental, promotes not only peace with nature, but also peace between people and people. So it's such a key concept, and if you aggregate all of that, we're looking at probably close to 1.7 million square kilometers. If you add all 18 TFCAs, that is being protected through this concept. So it's a phenomenally large terrestrial landscape movement, supported and endorsed by the highest level of government. And then, of course, what's happening on the ground, right? So you can have these fantastic ideas, easy to sign agreements, but what does it translate to? So for me, just very quickly, the key lesson here was to, a landscape level approach, but to speak and engage comprehensively for a long time and build trust. And you know, it's good to just talk about these concepts, but if people don't benefit from nature, they simply don't support it. And a very practical example happened between our partnership between CI and Peace Parks. When I'm sure everybody knows, but there was this massive rhino poaching crisis in Africa. It started about 2008. But in the height of it, 2013, 2014, Kruger Park was losing 800 rhino a year. It was 3 rhino a day being killed by syndicates, organized crime. And then we were desperate, and we sat with the communities through which these poachers, these syndicates, were operating into Kruger Park and killing rhino. Can you imagine 12 to 15 groups of armed poachers coming into Kruger Park, killing 3 rhinos every single day? It was complete chaos. We sat with the communities and we said, how can you help us? I mean, you are an ally. This is your park. It's your heritage, your rhino. And they said, no, it's not my rhino. We sat with Chief Uti. It's not my rhino. It's your rhino. This is white man's rhino on tourists. We don't see any benefit from it. And that was a straight, honest answer. And it was the reality. So then we said, but how can we help you? We need you as our ally and partner. Otherwise, all the rhino will be there. Well, he said, if you help me with my cattle, I'll help you with your rhino. And that was the beginning of the Herding for Health program, where we realized he had such a big pressure with the cattle dying through drought and disease and an inability to deal with it effectively. So the Herding for Health program was, through that conversation and dialogue, born. I don't go into the detail of it, but it's a community-based, community-driven grazing regime program, right, based on science to systematically herd collectively all the cattle for a community, right? So benefit to the land, to the grazing, to the cattle, and to the people ultimately for healthier cattle, and then massive reduction of conflict because these cattle are then by day with a herder and by night in these bomas. That program has now escalated and scaled to 7 countries in Southern Africa since that meeting with Chief Uti in 2014. And we already have now, as CI and Peace Parks for our partnership, 1 million hectares under improved rangeland management through the concept of herding for health. And hopefully 10 million hectares is our target by 2030. But you see this massive escalation and movement where when you listen to the needs of people and you prove that you're a worthy partner, then the information came from the communities. Listen, tomorrow there's a group of poachers. They're going to come through the fence at this point at 5 o'clock in the morning. And the result was that 3 years after that program had started, there was more arrest of poachers outside of Kruger National Park in that year than inside of Kruger National Park by just working with people, but addressing their needs and not what you think, you know. So for me, that was a fundamental lesson here in terms of how to go about, and I mean, a complete change in us, and look how this is scaling Herding for Health through our partnership. So that's enough from me. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Werner. That was enough. Are you going to translate for Fabio? Okay. And I feel bad that you didn't translate in the beginning. I mean, you would have wanted to listen to Werner's talk. Did you hear it, Fabio? Okay. Do you have the question for him? Maybe read the question for him. Or just translate it. If you know it, translate it. Okay, I just wanted to know his experience of working in the post-conflict regions.
Okay.
And how he implemented, I mean, conservation strategies that they had to build environmental resilience, social and economic inclusion. And what are the lessons learned?
Thank you very much. Un pleasure por estar en este panel. Lo primero es que tenemos que entender bien el contexto. Conflictos derivan siempre por un pulso por acceso a los recursos naturales.
Okay.
Fabio says that it's a pleasure being here, and he wants to tell you that it's important to understand first the context of conflicts, and they are coming because these are tensions between parties.
No se puede desligar el tema de la naturaleza en cualquier proceso de resolución de conflictos.
And nature cannot be excluded of those discussions because it's about natural resources.
No solamente en las áreas protegidas, sino en cualquier paisaje.
Not only in protected areas, but in every landscape.
Hemos trabajado en zonas de conflicto y de post-conflicto, especialmente en el piedemonte amazónico, en un programa que se llama Naturamazonas.
CI Colombia has been working in conflict areas and post-conflict areas, especially in the Amazon area of Piedemonte.
Esta foto corresponde a una acción que estamos haciendo con el ejército.
This picture relates to actions that they are conducting with the army, the Colombia Army.
Que 3 meses antes se había firmado el acuerdo de paz.
So 3 months before this picture, the peace agreement was signed.
Y pues vinculamos al ejército y a los combatientes primero en temas de restauración, en apoyar nuestros nurseries, los viveros y acciones de restauración.
So they involve the army and the fighters into restoration projects in the ecosystems in the area.
Entrenamos en técnicas de nurseries a alrededor de 350 soldados.
So they train around 350 soldiers in nursery strategies and techniques.
Y más de 500 excombatientes en el mismo territorio.
And more than 500 like former fighters in the same territory.
Siempre tenemos que considerar la restauración, las acciones dedicadas a la conservación del ambiente tienen que estar en el centro de la solución de los conflictos.
So we have to always consider the restoration of the environment. The restoration of nature has to be in the center of the solution of every conflict.
Seguramente han notado cuando entran un moped, un muñequito que se llama Ernesto Pérez.
So and we are sure that whenever you get into the COP entrance, you have seen a moped or a like really nice plant dancing around that is called Ernesto Pérez.
Ernesto Pérez es la representación de una planta endémica de los páramos.
Ernesto Pérez is a representative from an endemic plant of the Paramos ecosystem.
Que solo ocurre en Colombia, en Ecuador y en Venezuela.
That is only located in Colombia, Ecuador, and Venezuela.
Hay un ejemplo muy interesante también con los ejércitos que llaman batallón de alta montaña.
So there is a great example with the army that is called High Mountain Battalion.
En el proceso de paz y después de tener territorios ya con mayor seguridad, gran parte del ejército se dedicó a hacer restauración de frailejones.
So once the territories have peace, most of the army members dedicating themselves to restore the frailejones and the ecosystems.
Y restaurar con frailejones no es fácil. No es lo mismo que plantar un árbol porque requiere unas condiciones muy especiales que a punta de estar en el sitio, hacer error y prueba y error, han logrado tener éxito en algunos esquemas de restauración.
So restoring frailejones is quite difficult because they need the specific conditions. They are not like trees, so they need attention and they need some knowledge and developing actions to restore them.
Pero el mensaje principal que si bien la mayor parte de los conflictos que se derivan por acceso a los recursos naturales de cualquier tipo, tierra, agua, tierras para posesión territorial, para cultivos ilícitos.
So most of the conflicts are generated because of the fight of natural resources, water, soil, anywhere related to the natural resources, and that's why the conflicts are happening.
Para una etapa de posconflictos hay que tener en cuenta que la principal acción es recuperar la naturaleza, restaurar, volver a recuperar los servicios ecosistémicos, darle valor a los servicios ecosistémicos. Gran parte del problema es que hemos trivializado el valor de los servicios ecosistémicos.
So for every post-conflict era, we need to put natural resources in the center. And the most important is to restore the ecosystem services that are providing us with resources for us to be part of the ecosystem.
En la medida que podamos, de alguna manera, compensar en algo ese valor de los servicios ecosistémicos a través de diferentes estrategias, por ejemplo, pago por servicios ambientales, reconocimiento por acciones específicas de conservación, control y vigilancia, acciones que contribuyan de alguna manera a mecanismos de adaptación o mitigación de cambio climático con soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Esa puede ser una de las fórmulas de consolidar, digamos, por lo menos un mejor clima en el postconflicto.
It is important to put ecosystem services also because they provide mitigation, adaptation, provision of resources, and we need to think about these ecosystems in the post-conflict for climate also.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fabio. That was excellent. I mean, I wish people could know what you guys have done. We need to publish that. We need to even convert from Spanish to English and then, circulate across the world. Thank you so much. And now, Valerie, you're not off the hook. I'm coming to you now. I hope you heard the question. Take us through your experience in that regard.
Peter, and apologies, Fabio, for dropping everything on the floor in the middle of your discussion. Lo siento mucho. I want to first quibble a little bit with the name of this panel, because post-conflict is a strange thing. I think we're talking about post-peace process, because we have to recognize that in most countries, there is not conflict on Monday and on Tuesday it's gone. Particularly for the communities who suffered it, for families who've grown up in it, it takes a long time to unwind those habits and those practices and that behavior and the realities of conflict. And so we talk a lot at the World Bank about conflict and particularly the transition after a peace process. And in this transition, when it comes to the role of nature, it's incredibly complex, because the truth is, and I was so glad to hear Fabio talk about this, that nature is not just something over which, as Werner said, we can bring communities together, but it's often been a source of that conflict. In Mozambique, we all know, unfortunately, a lot of that conflict was funded through elephant ivory. It was nature being poached that was funding a lot of the bad actors. And so it's a complex relationship between nature and conflict. And during the transition, there's two things we worry about a lot when it comes to, again, nature and conflict. The first is that you can't suddenly criminalize poverty. At that rural frontier, at protected area frontier, If all of a sudden there is a peace process that concludes on Monday, on Tuesday, you cannot suddenly criminalize people who have been poaching for survival, who have been going out into protected areas because that's the only place where they can safely retrieve food or medicine or other supplies for their life. So we cannot criminalize poverty during a transition. We cannot, for example, criminalize night spinach. What happens so often in those communities who've been temporarily settled in camps and who go out poaching at night because they're simply not getting enough rations during the day. And in parts of East Africa and the Horn of Africa, that's called night spinach. And we can't suddenly criminalize that because that choice is not for money to go on holidays. It's money to put food on the table, or it's directly putting food on the table. The second thing we worry about in the transition period, which is such a fragile period, is that there are peace dividends. And Verna, you brought this up. There has to be material impact on people. They have to feel that the nature around them is actually delivering for them, not that we have a peace process and now all of a sudden they were victims of conflict, now they're victims of conservation. We can't move victimhood from one to the other. They have to have material impact. And so that means for us, we focus on three things in this very fragile post-peace process perspective. And by the way, I'm Irish, so we went through our peace process in 1998. And even though we have no nature left, we're doing better now. We're trying to do some rewilding. That process, that time period is incredibly fragile. We focus on three things. The first is process. So for anything to happen, process is important as the end result, particularly when it comes to conservation. We have to remember conservation is a type of land use, and land use has often been the source of conflict. So now thinking through land use again, the process matters as much as the final results, making sure that everybody is at the table, making sure that the people who are at the table represent their communities and they have the capacity to represent their communities, they're heard at that table. So process matters, because whatever happens in that post-peace process period, it will move at the speed of trust. And trust is built up by making sure the communities have self-determination over what happens to the land use and what choices are made over land use where they live. So process matters. The second thing that we really look at is impact, is making sure there are tangible material impacts. And that has to do with ensuring that people can continue the livelihoods that they've depended on during the conflict, even if those are not conservation first livelihoods to begin with. And as we try and help communities displace those behaviors and find other sources of income, that's a transition period. We have to find ways to make sure they have access to finance for those periods. We have to make sure that services that may be available elsewhere in the country, social protection services, financial inclusion services, that we help those communities access those services so that they're not solely reliant on past livelihood experience that may go against future plans for that land use, for conservation. So impact matters, process matters, and then institutions matter. Because we cannot make the mistake we've made in too many post-peace process periods where external actors come in with all the best of intentions. And we come in with project finance and we help provide material impact to communities in the short term. We go and engage with them and they're at the table talking about conservation and water protected areas, how it's going to benefit them. But we never do technology transfer. We never help those communities build up organizations. We never work with local government or the local park authority so that they have the technology transfer, the capacity, so that when that external actor leaves because the project finance is gone, things don't snap back to the way they were before. So building local institutional capacity and strength and making sure that finance is put through local NGOs, local institutions, local community organizations, and that as much as possible we disintermediate. Big institutions, big conservation begins to get out of the way and to allow the local institutions that will be there forever, who have to live with the decisions made around land use types, know what they're doing, know how to ensure the process continues, that the positive impact continues. And so institutions matter desperately. And so that for us, where we've worked across the world, and it's not just in that post-peace process period. In fact, we have a new fragile conflict and violence strategy at the World Bank, and it tells the story of how there is not this binary pre-conflict, post-conflict, that it's a spectrum, and that over the period, conflict, a little bit like natural disasters, can be sudden onset or can be slow building pressure. And so focusing on process, self-determination, focusing on impact and making sure people's lives are better, and then focusing on local institutions will hopefully help not just have nature be part of the peace process, but that people will appreciate why nature is actually part of helping them develop.
Thank you so much. Actually, you've answered even my second question, because I wanted to know from you, how can we make these investments, to produce real environmental resilience and economic benefits? I mean, you've answered that. Colleagues, I think we're running short of time, but I would want to give all of you 2 minutes for the questions, to ask our panel questions. I don't want to deprive you of questions. I've got a mic with me. I can give you another one. Any question or comment? Even a comment is okay. No wrong answer or question. Yes, Lina. Please introduce yourself and your question, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lina Barrera with Conservation International. And I'm wondering, if you could give countries working through processes like this one principle. What is the one thing they need to make sure that they do in order to start this process off well, right? So that we don't run into some of the barriers that Valerie mentioned, which are definitely a problem.
Yes, you can answer, Valerie.
Here's one thing I would say is we need to start paying communities for engagement. Too often we come in with project finance, we invite them to meeting after meeting after meeting. Before we can set up the material impact coming from the natural resources, from the tourism or the rangeland management improvements, let's pay them for their time. We get paid for our time when we're all working at these events. They should get paid.
Thank you so much. There was somebody behind you, Lina.
Does it work? Yes. Eloise Heyer from the Peace Nexus Foundation. Conservation International has been a partner, and I just wanted to bounce on what Valerie was saying on the importance of institutions, and I think that also matters to achieve the kind of work that we've heard about today. Like, institutions need to invest in themselves to change the way that they work, to achieve these interconnections. And CI has invested a lot internally so that you are able to actually achieve what you've described, and which is impressive. Process matters externally and internally.
Thank you so much. Anyone who can answer?
Yo concuerdo con Valerie que tenemos que todo esto requiere una enabling conditions. Enabling conditions, sin esto no podemos hacer nada. Si no tenemos una fortaleza institucional, un building capacity en las localidades, en las comunidades, en todos los actores que están en un territorio determinado, no vamos a lograr nada.
Without the actors in the territory with capacity building and enabling conditions, we won't get anything done.
Wow, that's correct. That's enough. Thank you so much, colleagues. There is our colleague here, or the owner of the land in our language or in our culture. Monica Amador is here with us. She's a senior advisor on peace and human rights for the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development. I would want her to close it for us. Unfortunately, Dr. Soto, the time is not on our side, but let me allow the big boss of the house in our culture to just close. Thank you so much. Come.
Well, thank you so much to the Peace Parks Foundation for the invitation, and also to Conservation International. I'm really honored to be part of this talk. as a Colombian who is working and also trying to implement the policy of the government in order to achieve peace and to sustain the peace agreements that we have already established with the previous guerrilla group in Colombia, something is central in the discussion. And thank you, Valerie, for your recommendations about the importance of highlighting the role of locals, but as well as the institutions in the implementation of these programs. In Colombia, one of the main issues we are trying to develop and critically implement has to do with the agrarian reform. We consider that today we have to have in mind that we are not talking about an agrarian reform as it was in the 70s or as it was implemented in India during the times of the Green Revolution. We have to create a new and renew agrarian reform who is able to provide the material conditions for the development of the local people, but at the same time to recognize the critical moment in which we are right now in this triple environmental crisis in which we have to establish and re-establish a new relationship with nature. So we have to promote an agrarian reform that is also recognizing and highlighting the environmental services that provide nature to the people. So, that means to have a new rationality, new practices, and new cultures that are gonna be transversal to the MBSAPs. And that was my first point. And my second point is that when we are talking about post-conflict context, or how nature could contribute in the reconciliation and integration of ex-combatants, for example, in the process of negotiation, it is absolutely important to understand the situateness of the context, because every context has its particular history. Every socio-ecological context is very special. So the conflict that we are facing, for example, right now in Congo Basin, is not the same conflict that we are experiencing in Colombia, or the situation in Somalia, for example, or South Sudan, or the conflicts associated with extreme poverty, with process of degradation, or, for example, the effects of climate change and scarcity of resources. We in Colombia still, or not yet, we don't have this kind of conflicts. We have situations and critical situations associated with natural disasters, for example, but still issues as critical as in Africa, associated to a scarcity of resources, is not happening here. We here have other context, which is similar to the rest of the Amazon biome, and it has to do with land grabbing. It has to do with expansion of cattle ranching. It has to do with illegal extraction of gold and mining, which is promoting deforestation in the Amazon and pushing the most precarious people to be used and instrumentalized by mafias and armed groups. So my second message or remark to this talk is the importance of the situateness of the conflicts and how we can contextualize these socio and environmental situations in which a conflict is entangled in order to implement the best practices, the best programs, the best articulations in order to provide sustainable solutions. Thank you so much again to the World Bank, to the Peace Park Foundation, and Conservation International for this invitation. And thank you so much, Peter, for your moderation today.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, colleagues. As we mentioned, from Mozambique to Bogota, but I am saying from Mozambique to Cali.
Mozambique to Cali.
Yeah, not Bogota. Thanks to my panelists. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. And do this to the other groups again when called. I'm told there's a bit of food, but we'll need maybe a photo. Pete, am I right? Is there any food? Okay. Dr. Soto. Pete. Monica. Oh.
Panel. I
Thank
know
you so
your
much.
colleague Janet.
Oh, Janet.
Janet Edmonds. And she
Okay.
sent me the flyer.
Yeah.
Other session.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm meeting now.
Oh, we're gonna take this down.
Okay, fantastic. Awesome.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yep. We're going to be starting in just a few minutes, so please help yourselves to some food and get yourself settled in. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our event. Really glad you could be here. Happy Halloween, if no one has said that yet. I know some of our little people are already donning their costumes in other parts of the world and here, but it's a little early. So welcome to the event, our event on the Global Biodiversity Framework and Inland Waters. We're going to be focusing on going from targets to implementation. Really glad you made it here. I know we're all a little tired. It's the end of COP, and this is a great way to start to round out COP, talking about inland waters. My name is Robin Abel. I work for the Nature Conservancy, where I'm the Durable Freshwater Protection Director. And it's a real pleasure to be here with you all. And I also see some new food coming. So if you haven't had a chance to get your lunch yet, please help yourselves. We can't take it with us. You have to get it eaten. Before we start, I just want to let you know that translation into and from Spanish, Portuguese, English is available. So please feel free to use that QR code to access the translation. You will need your own headsets to listen to that translation. And we will provide this code again later in the session when we have speakers speaking in various languages. To begin, I'm going to introduce two people. First, I'm going to introduce Dr. Madhu Rao. She is the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, a senior advisor of the Wildlife Conservation Society, and an adjunct associate professor at the National University of Singapore with over 25 years of experience with designing and supporting the implementation of conservation field programs across Asia. We're so pleased to have her here, and I'm going to invite her up in a moment to talk to you about some of the recent developments that we have and why inland waters are important. And after that, we're going to hear from our friend and colleague Megan Eldred, who is the Senior Policy Manager on Sites for BirdLife International. She leads BirdLife's work on protecting our most important sites for biodiversity globally. And she's also the IOP focal point for the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands and the STRP task co-lead on Convention on Wetlands and CBD alignment for MBSAPs and indicators. That is a mouthful, Megan. You can all go and ask her later about all of those different roles that she has. So to begin, I'd like to invite Dr. Rao to come up and just say a few words.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you to the Nature Conservancy for inviting me here. I'm really delighted to be here at this very important event on the Global Biodiversity Framework and Inland Waters. I think one thing that's always astonished me was the fact that inland waters had been neglected as much as it had been right through the previous phase, the Aichi targets. And so when we came to the Global Biodiversity Framework, and in 2022, when the negotiations were underway for Target 3, it was really incredible that we had this focus on inland water, and we had this intent to sort of separate it out of terrestrial. It was always sort of hidden within terrestrial, and I think I really congratulate all of you who did that, who went, who spent a lot of time and effort educating people on the importance of paying attention to inland water. So here we are, 2 years down the road from 2022, and we have a very ambitious Target 3 calling for 30% protection of terrestrial inland water and marine systems. And I think the quantitative target has, of course, captured the imagination of everyone, and there is a mad scramble to reach that 30%. But as I've said in many instances, the big difference with the GBF is the emphasis on quality. So we are going to, I think all of us who've been here through the COP for the last 2 weeks must have heard this in a number of side events, but it's actually heartening when you hear more and more of it because people are saying it, the importance of quality and not just quantity. And I think it's always easier to count the square kilometers or the hectares, but it's the quality elements that are going to count. And when we come down to quality, inland waters is up front and center. I think we have solid scientific evidence to show that in this realm is under huge threat. The biodiversity is under threat, and of course the significance to human well-being in terms of the ecosystem services. So a really, really important opportunity for us as we implement Target 3 to pay attention to this underdog. And I always love the underdogs. And if you can ask me what the next underdog is, it's the grasslands. But I'm not going to spend some time here. But I think it's really good. We've come this far on recognizing the importance of inland waters. I'm not going to go into more details on the threats, their significance, but just to say congratulations to all of you who have committed a number of your years to bringing this here. And I'm just going to say one thing, which is there is a surprise for this side event, which involves the WCPA. And I just want to say one thing about the WCPA, which is our mandate is to provide technical guidance, and our mandate is to promote and advocate for effective systems of protected and conserved areas in all realms. So with that, I just want to say thank you and welcome to a really interesting session that lies ahead. And thank you again to TNC.
Hi, as Robin mentioned, my name's Megan Eldred. I work for BirdLife International, but I also work very closely with the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. So yeah, I'm talking to you today about one of my favorite subjects, which is how we incorporate more wetlands into the global biodiversity framework and meet those objectives both towards the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands and this crucial element of the global biodiversity framework. So I guess just before we hear from all of the people and the countries that are really doing the implementation on the ground, this is just to tell you a bit more about the resources that we have available and developed to help some of the key aspects of that global biodiversity framework. And you can see there's been a collective effort really on producing all of these. So the first one is this guidance that was produced by the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, with particular thanks to Wetlands International, who provided lots of the funding that made this happen. But this really goes through comprehensively what targets and how we can make those more inland water friendly, how you can incorporate wetlands of all kinds, so that's coasts, rivers, lakes, peatlands, how you can incorporate those into your national biodiversity strategies and action plans. I think there's a QR code at the end of this with all of the resources, so you'll be able to find more links to this. But just to explain a little bit more, it really is set out to help you think about where national targets are now, what is the baseline that you need to set, what are the potential indicators that could help tell you more about this, and then what are those actions and monitoring efforts that you need to do to follow that process through. So it's practical. We've got a lot of expertise from across the organizations involved that really can help with this. But I'd really point you all towards that as a first resource when thinking about how wetlands can be incorporated into MBSAPs in a comprehensive manner. So there is that. And then more recently, TNC has led us in just reviewing what are those targets and national biodiversity strategy texts that really help bring that to life. Like what are the examples we're actually seeing in those MBSAPs that have been published? And that's where this discussion guide comes in. And we're already seeing really fantastic representation of inland waters within those MBSAPs and national targets that have been published, but we know that we can go further. This has come up very small, but there's some fantastic indicators in there that really deliver against those multiple objectives. So we've seen the UK, for example, announce that it's going to undertake a national wetland inventory, which is an obligation under the Ramsar Convention, but also meets obligations under that Target 1 of the Global Biodiversity Framework around spatial planning. To do spatial planning effectively, we have to know where all of our wetlands are, and that's why national wetland inventories are so important. There's also some great examples under Target 3 of really pulling up those inland waters to protect or designate or recognize as protected areas or OECMs. So again, a great resource and really shows us where the benchmark is now 2 years on from the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And so then just a couple of other bits of advice. I'd really point you to those first two in the first instance. I mentioned the importance of Target 1 for inland waters and the fact that there's still many challenges with mapping all of our wetlands and inland waters globally, which is partly why we want to see this increased focus as we go through. This guidance came out a couple of years ago on national wetland inventories, but the Ramsar Convention is also currently running workshops for parties on how to do national wetland inventories. So I'd really encourage you also either to reach out to one of us or also your regional focal point for the Ramsar Convention who can help work through that process, find the funding, etc., necessary to map wetlands so we know what we have to protect and how we can go about that. And then two other bits of guidance which I can really take absolutely no credit for, but are, again, critical for understanding how the different ways that we can protect wetlands and inland waters, because that not necessarily the protected area system will work for them. So there's this IUCN WCPA guidance, which I think came out just last week, hot off the press, as well as a technical note from the IUCN WCPA on the role of OECMs for inland water. And I think we're very conscious as a community that there's a lot to do in this space. We need to understand that concept further and what it means for inland waters. So we'll be working closely across the Ramsar Convention, but also with the IUCN WCPA to establish how we can go further in understanding the best methods and mechanisms for protection of those critical water sources for biodiversity, for people, for climate, and the multiple benefits they provide. So yeah, I think I'm going to leave it there, and I'll pass back to Robin. Thank you. And somehow there is a slide missing that has a link to those resources, but we will try to at the end. Okay, it's coming up, so keep your phones ready. I would like to now introduce my colleague, Tara Moberg. She's going to be giving us a short presentation on sort of what makes inland waters protection special. Tara is TNC's Global Durable Freshwater Protection Advisor. She was instrumental in leading a coalition of NGOs in advance of and during COP15, supporting the inclusion of inland waters in the 30 by 30 target. And she's also the lead author on the report that Megan just mentioned, and I believe Tara will be sharing a little bit more about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. That was a really kind introduction. And as Madhu said, it takes a village, it takes all of us communicating about this as a collective in order to move the needle and shift the dialogue. So just thank you to everyone here for showing up on this very last day of COP when I think we're all surviving on coffee and chocolates. I'll just share here it is. We'll come back to this. Feel free to take a snapshot of this. These are the resources that Megan introduced. And we'll pull those up again at the end. So as Robin shared, I'm gonna dive a little bit into what makes inland waters different, and from the focus of the report that was mentioned by Megan, and how we should think about conservation a little bit differently from the lens of these systems, from the lens of the creatures that depend on them. And I just want to thank Madhu as she had introduced. Going into the Global Biodiversity Framework, the text was 30%, at least 30% of land and sea. And it took a lot of work from so many people I'm making eye contact with right now, with their delegates, to transition that language to include inland waters explicitly. And as was shared just this week, we partnered with IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas to launch their first ever guidance on inland waters. And so if you would just join me in giving a round of applause to Madhu, because underdogs take required champions in order to have their voices heard. And I just want to share, 3 years ago, Madhu called us up and said, you know, there's this gap in the conservation community, and I think you should organize and put your position out there, put your perspective out there, and bring it to the COP. And it was that conversation that gave us the confidence to start putting it out there and led to today. So please join me in thanking Madhu for being our champion, Madhu. And I believe grasslands will do well under your advice next. So there's the QR code for the report. I'm just going to step a little through, like I said, what makes inland waters different. And so first, I just want you to imagine a pie, and in that shape of the pie, 6% of it being inland waters ecosystems, just 6%. And then, as we heard in the peatlands event earlier today, 3% of that is peatlands. So then you have 3% of surface waters that are inland waters on our planet. And in that 3%, we have more than half of the world's fish species that are dependent on those systems, more than 80% of our turtle and tortoise species, almost all of our amphibians. They're incredibly rich and robust and biodiverse systems, all packed into these small spaces. So, and what makes them different first is, and what is so critical in this convention, is that we can't protect inland waters with land conservation alone. We have to think about land conservation in addition to the other elements that add up to support inland water ecosystem integrity. So this includes a hydrologic regime, water quality, connectivity, and just recognizing that inland waters are nature's great connectors. They connect our oceans to our mountains back to our oceans, and these are the only highways for these critical species. They can't go around. They don't have alternatives. And so it's important that they stay connected upstream and downstream, but also to the floodplain, to the riparian area, also vertically between the surface water and the groundwater. And these are all the considerations we need to keep in mind when we're designing conservation areas to support species and ecosystem services. Another critical element is the hydrologic regime. So these species are dependent on the timing and abundance of water over the course of a year, interannual cycles, floods that provide critical ecosystem services. And just to nod that in the report, it kind of outlines why these components are important and how do you incorporate them into your conservation area design and the legislation that's used to support these areas so that they result in effective conservation. And all of these graphics are available in the report. Another difference is our unit of planning. So we talk a lot about landscape and seascape planning. For inland water systems, we're talking about catchments, we're talking about basins. And so when you're designing a conservation area for a wetland area or a lake or a reach of a river, we also need to be thinking about the critical management zones immediately upstream and downstream that are most connected to those areas of focus, as well as what's happening in the broader basin. So what are the general land use and water use rules in the basin that can be affecting the conservation targets that you have in these areas of focus? Now I'll give you a sneak peek into the report, and these are just pages straight out of the report that I'm so honored to share with you. I think the most exciting part about this project is that these are the conservation successes from communities and governments and civil society organizations from around the world, addressing this challenge of how do we design these places so they deliver effective conservation for biodiversity and in inland water ecosystems. And I can't stress enough that one of the biggest differences is our relationship to water. So because of our inextricable dependence on water, human rights have to be at the center of our conservation approach. And this report focuses on that. It starts with a human rights-based approach and incorporates tools that have been tailored to inland water ecosystems, fisheries rights, water access rights, as the starting framework for any conservation area project. And this example from Ecuador is just a phenomenal case. They just established the reserve last year, where 2 indigenous nations came together. Those 2 indigenous nations are comprised of 80 communities to co-design a fluvial reserve, which is in this purple area right here, for 3 rivers that come together within their combined territories. So I really encourage you to look more into that success story, and again, just can't overemphasize the importance of a human rights-based approach when starting any inland waters conservation project. Flipping in a little more, another huge difference between inland waters and land conservation or marine conservation is how they're governed. So for the most part, our inland waters and their protections don't traditionally nest within a protected area legislation or protected area framework. They're often governed under water ministries, governed for water access, water quality. And so when you're approaching design, really thinking about the full complement within your country of the laws and legislation that can be used to support these areas, and then identifying the gaps between maybe existing protected area laws and water protection laws to be able to support area-based conservation. This bar graph shows the extent of coverage of protected and conserved areas on inland waters in different regions, as well as the global coverage. And the main point here to make is the importance of Ramsar sites in the overall complement of protected and conserved areas. And to my point earlier, that they're governed differently depending on where you are in the world. Each country governs them a bit differently, and there's a huge opportunity in the next several years to clarify both the legal frameworks for governing Ramsar sites as well as the management frameworks in order to have an enormous impact on the health of our inland water ecosystems globally. And I'll just wrap us up by pointing to a case study here in Colombia, a global model of where they took Ramsar sites and through I'm sure many folks were in the session this morning and heard Fernando talk about the Beta River example, but where they went through a long-term planning study and established the first free-flowing basin-scale Ramsar site globally, and a management plan that breaks down the zoning between conservation areas, production zones, restoration zones across the entire watershed, supporting amazing species, not only the pink dolphin, the giant river otter, also jaguars, tapirs, and the communities that live in that basin. And so this is a really exciting example to point to and learn from. And in addition to the management plans that they put behind that to govern the connectivity, the water flows, and the fisheries management within the basin. So I'll leave you with that, and then it transitioned to Flavia, who will be our facilitator for the roundtable discussion. Flavia is our Senior Policy Advisor for Water at the Nature Conservancy, and she'll be our moderator.
Hi all, everybody's still alive? Almost there, we're close. So let me invite our panelists. We have, there's something that will be very peculiar about this side event because we're such a cosmopolitan community. Unfortunately, the translation services aren't working, so we'll be switching from English to Portuguese, back to English and Spanish, and to make you more crazy than you already are at this point in this conference. Ms. Daphne, brilliant. So Ms. Daphne Pauline Soko Chabo is the permanent secretary in Zambia's Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Please. My apologies if I mispronounced your name. Okay. Dr. Rita de Cássia Guimarães Mesquita is Brazil's National Secretary of Biodiversity, Forests and Animal Rights in our Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. And Señor Oscar Francisco Puerta Lucchini, de Colombia. ¿Quién? Natalia, ¿está aquí ya? Disculpa. Señora Natalia Ramírez, Direction of Forest and Biodiversity. Déjame leer. No, disculpa, es que estamos cansados, entonces, pero muchas gracias por venir.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. I'm Carolina Bello from the same direction of Forest and Biodiversity of the Ministry of Environment of Colombia.
We had some changes because I know, and it's quite an honor to have governments here with us, because I know you're so busy these days, and so very much appreciate it. So maybe we'd like to start with a question to each of you, and feel free to elaborate a little bit. But we're all passionate about freshwater here, I'm sure. So how do you feel as we get to the end of these negotiations? How do you feel about freshwater, Target 3, and links to climate change, and in terms of what we can do moving forward to really push for implementation, put all those wonderful guidelines into practice?
So good afternoon, everyone. Having attended the COP from day one, my take on freshwater, to give the matter a bit of context, Zambia, for those who may not know, holds 40%, in fact more than 40% of surface freshwater resources in Southern Africa. We are a land-linked country. We've experienced the worst drought in living memory this past year. So this, more than ever, has brought home the fact that we need to conserve our water. I believe, having attended this COP, that even without financial resources, we have to do whatever it takes. We don't actually need to wait for money to be given to us. Because right now, the Zambezi River, which feeds into Victoria Falls, is completely dry. If we are going to wait for more financial resources, we may find that we don't even have water to drink. So I think, having attended this, there's something we can do, even using the little that we have. Thank you very much.
We have 100 microphones, and I'm struggling to keep moving them back. Everybody has one? Okay. Thank you, thank you, Your Excellency. Sorry, Daphne. And I guess I should have started by saying we have 3 Freshwater Challenge members here, and really showing leadership in the freshwater space. So also thank you very much for that. Rita, como no Brasil, quais são as medidas que a gente está pensando também no contexto do Freshwater Challenge, de proteção? No Brasil, a gente tem ainda espaços de ecossistemas aquáticos muito preciosos. Então, que passos o nosso governo aí vem tomando e pretende tomar para garantir que esses espaços continuem protegidos no longo prazo? So just asking her in terms of Brazil government, what they're planning to do now following the COP, but also in the long term, because Brazil is fortunate to have a lot of precious freshwater ecosystems that need protection in the long term. So how can we achieve that, Rita?
I will answer in English to make everyone's life easier. Thank you for the invitation. I'm a plant ecologist, so please forgive me if I say stuff that doesn't go well with freshwater people, but I see an intimate interaction between these two worlds. So for me, you don't talk about water without plants. You don't talk about plants without water. But I would like just to say this COP came with a very clear need to establish tighter connections between climate and biodiversity conservation. I think we talked a lot about this in this COP, and it's very clear for Brazil what's happening. We have a Brazil already lost 15% of its fresh water. Our largest basin is pretty much in the strongest drought. People are walking across some of the largest rivers of the world. We're losing biodiversity because of that, because the impact that this is having on our water fauna, aquatic resources is tremendous. Pantanal, our largest wetland, burned. It's simply burning. So I think this, we need to pay a lot of attention on planning, and planning wisely, because for a country the size of Brazil, it's not a small task. Anything we do ends up adding to big scale. You're talking restoration, but restoration in Brazil means millions of hectares. If we're talking about establishing corridors, they're huge. Like social organization as well. So personally, I think we have very ambitious targets, and we're going to have a hard time working, given the short amount of time of these commitments. So we need to really put a lot of attention on where we put our efforts in terms of restoration and also some of the agreements. Brazil has a long history of, for instance, fishing agreements implemented in the Amazon and elsewhere. And one of the things that we are doing now is conducting a discussion of the regulation of other effective measures of conservation, the OCDMs. And we see some of these agreement areas, like fishing agreement areas, as good candidates to be recognized as important conservation measures that have direct impact on water resources. But it has been long history that one of the main causes of children's mortality is poor quality waters. So people that are like riverine populations at the edges of the largest freshwater basin of the world don't get good quality water, and then they don't have water security. So something is wrong, right? Because I mean, if we are there, the forest is there, we need to also invest on better water resource management and use. So I don't know, I think our NBSAP is taking into account a number of really relevant areas for fresh waters, but the dispute, the land dispute, is extremely strong, and we're going to need to work hard. The good news is that water has this unifying perspective, because everybody understands water. Not that many people understand biodiversity, but everybody understands water and lack of water. So I think the combination of these two can go quite a ways. I think people are already seeing the impact of not having secure water. So what I hope is that this will push the agenda for restoration, for more conservative ways of using water, and maybe pushing some legislation that is a little bit more protective of our water resources. None of this is an easy task and should not be taken lightly, but it is in our commitments, and we sure are seeing the effects of no action. So no action is not an option, and we need to do something about it. And when you see the interconnections between some areas like the Pantanal, everything happening in the Pantanal is absolutely connected to the Cerrado vegetation, our savanna, drier savanna, higher areas. So we will need to plan, like some of the areas have to be planned together so that we have effective response. Otherwise, I mean, you can work a lot on downriver, but if the headwaters are not protected, you're losing it anyways. So I think Brazil is going to announce a very ambitious commitment for restoring permanent protection areas around rivers at the COP30. People are working on that. It should have a direct impact on freshwater resources if implemented, and we need to do it. Thank you.
It will be implemented, right? Thank you. Obrigada, Rita. And I should have also started with noting that we have an all-female superstar panel here. Yeah? Señoras Natalia and Carolina, ¿prefieren responder contestar en español? Está bien. ¿Puedo preguntar en inglés? Sí, sí. No sé por qué estamos tan lejos, ¿no? Porque podríamos estar más cerca, pero... No, está bien, está bien. Bueno, Colombia really has been a leader here as our host. Thank you for having all of us. Colombia also has submitted very ambitious targets that are beautiful in the sense that they are very clear that the percentage that they are talking about is for inland waters. It's one for terrestrial and for oceans, but it makes it very clear that there will be dedicated attention to inland waters, which has been missing for too many years. And also, we've been working very closely with the government on science issues, and that hopefully led to Colombia really adopting an indicator that is clear about rivers being measured by kilometers. So this, all that to say, now you have your very ambitious, very clear targets. What do you see as measures for implementation over the next few months and years? Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Sí, voy a responder en español, si está bien. Entonces, efectivamente, pues nuestro plan de acción de biodiversidad está alineado con las metas del marco global de biodiversidad. Y es muy importante que en esta meta, que quedó un poco más alta que la definida para el marco global, quedó el 34%, quedó también incluido los tres ambientes en los cuales debemos avanzar: el terrestre, el océano marino, las costas y el dulce acuícola. Sin embargo, es muy importante también que podamos avanzar en esa definición de esa ruta específica para estos ecosistemas que son tan importantes. Adicional, la meta nos menciona también tres opciones, tres vías para poder proteger estos territorios a través de áreas protegidas, el reconocimiento de las otras medidas efectivas de conservación y el reconocimiento de la contribución de los pueblos indígenas, los pueblos afro y los campesinos. Pues particularmente en Colombia quedó definido así. Entonces, para el Sistema Nacional de Áreas Protegidas existe una instancia que es la Mesa Nacional de Prioridades. En esta mesa se definen a través de diferentes elementos importantes cuáles son esas áreas en las cuales nos debemos enfocar para continuar la declaración de áreas protegidas, dependiendo de ese elemento de la biodiversidad clave que se pretenda reconocer.
¿Puedo hacer un resumito en inglés? Disculpa. And help me if I miss something important. But Colombia, thank you for reminding me that they're actually going above the 30%, including for inland waters, and that they're now going through a spatial planning process to identify the areas of high biodiversity value that would be prioritized for increased or improved protections.
Gracias. Y esta Mesa Nacional de Prioridades ha venido haciendo un trabajo desde el nivel nacional, pero que ahora se está aterrizando más a las regiones. Y allí, pues, es importante la definición y el avance también en la inclusión de los ecosistemas dulceacuícolas.
So that it started at the national level, so I guess for a bird's view of what needed to happen, and now they are bringing that down to the regions.
Y bueno, eso es como a través de la vía de las áreas protegidas. Existen algunas áreas protegidas que ya tienen incluidas como valores objeto de conservación y objetivos de conservación el recurso hídrico.
And some protected areas already have explicit objectives for freshwater ecosystems. And a very crucial point I forgot to mention is that Colombia is doing, as they plan for these protections, they are working very close with the communities and considering the traditional and indigenous territories as part of the bigger picture for Target 3.
Y tenemos la otra vía o la otra opción que es a través de las OMEC. Y en este momento el país ha reconocido 4 humedales Ramsar como OMEC. Entonces, si bien vamos trabajando en la ruta, tenemos algunos avances frente a los ecosistemas dulceacuícolas y también en el trabajo que se hizo para el Plan de Acción de Biodiversidad se identificaron unos también indicadores para poder estar atentos a cómo vamos con este ambiente de los ecosistemas dulceacuícolas.
They have recognized 4 Ramsar sites as OECMs, which brings us back to your presentation, Tara, and have developed specific indicators to measure progress in these, on these fronts.
Y también es muy importante mencionar, como lo han dicho previamente, el agua es transversal a diferentes metas del marco global. Así que también desde otras acciones en otras metas nacionales, pues se está abordando también el tema de los ecosistemas dulceacuícolas.
Bien. Sí, y claro, we all know here that water is a very cross-cutting issue, that it is transversal to so many, if not all, targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So as they think about Target 3, they're placing this in the bigger picture of what the Global Biodiversity Framework ultimately aims to achieve.
Bueno, gusto de saludarles. También les voy a hablar en español. Me ha parecido muy importante la introducción de que haya estado Brasil aquí porque quiero hablar cosas regionales, ¿sí? Y el liderazgo que Colombia ha presentado específicamente en el Global, digamos en el Global Biodiversity y todo lo que tiene que ver con el desafío de agua dulce. Colombia ha demostrado a través del desafío de agua dulce un interés particular en hablar de integridad ecosistémica y equilibrio de la biodiversidad presente en esos territorios. Hablo de la regionalización porque hemos visto que a través de iniciativas regionales como el CMP Delfines de Río, del cual ustedes hablaban el día de hoy, y la Declaración Global Delfines de Río, hemos visto un potencial para trabajar en agua dulce.
No, solamente para que no me olvides de las cosas. Pero esto no estaba funcionando, ¿ahora está funcionando? Ah, pero ¿por qué no me dice?
Ok. Listo.
pero
Entonces
por favor,
voy a
sigues.
continuar, ¿ok? Entonces, bueno. Yo creo que Colombia ha demostrado un liderazgo a nivel regional y a nivel global en materia de agua dulce. Quisiera mencionar específicamente dos casos particulares, el CMP Delfines de Río, que tenemos firmado con Brasil, Ecuador, Perú y Colombia, y donde también ha estado invitado Bolivia y Venezuela. Ha sido una posibilidad, ¿cierto?, de hablar cómo el agua conecta, cómo el agua nos integra, cómo el agua permite trabajar en diferentes visiones, ¿cierto? En materia, por ejemplo, de lo que hoy reconocemos a través de nuestro NBSAP, y es reconocer que el aspecto ambiental es muy importante, pero si no trabajamos de manera intersectorial, ¿cierto?, con las fuentes, digamos, que generan esa contaminación, los pesticidas, el mercurio, todo este tipo de cosas que van afectando el tema del agua, el agua dulce, pues básicamente no vamos a poder cumplir las metas que se encuentran incluidas dentro de nuestro NBSAP. Entonces, hemos visto un potencial muy importante en el ejercicio transsectorial, en incluir, digamos, a la posibilidad de identificar a estos sectores como unos aliados importantes en nuestro territorio. Tú hablabas un poco de los indicadores, que pareciera que el tema, digamos, de agua dulce no está incluido. Sin embargo, para Colombia y en nuestro NBSAP creemos que sí fue incluido a través de un indicador específico de conectividad y uno de representatividad. También se hizo una desagregación de la tipología de nuestros ecosistemas y creemos que hay diferentes ejercicios muy importantes que hemos hecho a través de estrategias complementarias de conservación como los ecosistemas Ramsar. Con los ecosistemas Ramsar hemos podido también demostrar ejercicios de canalización y mecanismos de financiación como el JEF Corazón de la Amazonía, que a través de JEF Corazón de la Amazonía hemos podido declarar áreas con gobernanza de los territorios donde han participado nuestros pescadores. Nuestros pescadores son el corazón del agua. En nuestros pescadores es la conexión, ¿cierto?, con la ancestralidad y el reconocimiento de la importancia de este recurso. Entonces hemos visto que a través, por ejemplo, de acuerdos de pesca, por ejemplo, mesas integrales a través de algunos recursos hidrobiológicos y pesqueros para nuestro país, como el bagre, el bocachico y otras especies importantes, o el pirarucú de la Amazonía, hemos podido identificar que podemos hacer y desarrollar ejercicios de largo o de continuidad larga de monitoreo comunitario. Hemos podido identificar que hay muchos elementos que hemos podido relacionar también con cambio climático. Y quería también mencionar que en este sentido, pues hemos visto todo lo que está alrededor de la adaptación y la resiliencia. Es una realidad. Colombia, el año pasado, cuando estábamos firmando esta Declaración Global de Delfines de Río, veíamos desde nuestro país lo que estaba sucediendo con los 330 delfines, ¿cierto?, que quedaron varados en nuestras riberas de los ríos. Y por eso hemos visto que las especies pueden ser, ¿cierto?, un ejemplo o un modelo que puede utilizarse para digamos, la conservación de diferentes ejercicios o de diferentes elementos o de diferentes niveles de la biodiversidad. Ya están los ecosistemas representados en nuestro sitio Ramsar, las reservas de biosfera, la SOMEC. Y bueno, quisiera también mencionar que para Colombia ha sido un desafío enorme. Tenemos más de 25 millones de hectáreas de humedales. Eso representa para nosotros en una Colombia anfibia un ejercicio bastante pues, retador para la integración de diferentes también instrumentos de ordenación. Ordenación de los humedales, ordenación de nuestras cuencas, de nuestras microcuencas y de diferentes instrumentos de planificación que existen para todas estas estrategias.
For everything. Okay. No, she was showing me a piece of paper, and I can't see from here. Show me fingers. No, no, no. Mrs. Daphne, could you tell us, because Zambia also has very, and we were going through the targets online, and I was really amazed by Zambia's targets for freshwater. Even though you already have incredible coverage of protected and conserved areas. So how do you see, given that scenario that you have robust targets and also already incredible protections, what are the, how do you see, what's the role of inland waters in making progress towards 30 by 30 for Zambia? No, I was saying because Zambia has already so much of the territory protected, but has very ambitious targets for inland waters. What's the role for inland waters within this scenario that you really want to do more, and you already have a lot of terrestrial protected?
Thank you very much. So the opportunities that we see to strengthen water policies or frameworks, the country is already doing a lot. We wish to mainstream water issues in national, provincial, and district level district development plans. Zambia currently is on its 8th National Development Plan cycle. The midterm review of the 8th National Development Plan will be conducted soon and will be revised. And so this is what we see as an entry point to mainstream the 2030 biodiversity targets and the freshwater challenge initiatives and targets. Natural resource capital accounts, I wish to report that Zambia has already developed natural resources capital accounts, which include water accounts, wildlife accounts, land accounts, forest accounts. These actually form the basis for effective decision-making and prioritization of water, wildlife, forests, and land use into the development of the country. The recent drought, which I mentioned earlier, that has affected Southern Africa, including my country, has emphasized the need to safeguard our surface water sources and groundwater recharge areas. To this effect, my government is working on identifying measures for disaster risk reduction, effective water resource management, and food security. With regard to the 30 by 30 targets, I wish to report that this agenda, which is captured under Target 3 of the Global Biodiversity Framework and linked to all the 23 targets, but mostly 6, we wish to report that this has already been incorporated in our various policies and planning processes. Zambia, you may wish to know, completed the development of the National Adaptation Plan of Action on Climate Change and nationally determined contribution. Therefore, mainstreaming the NB sub-targets in the national development is very key in our view. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As you know, you reminded me 10 minutes. So how would you like to give us some final remarks? And we end up on a positive note of hope.
I think you already heard me in my first part. I'm not that hopeful, right? I think we're reaching the end of this COP, and I wish we would move faster. I wish we would materialize the promises. I wish we could see the threat of climate change with the urgency that we biologists see it, because we just losing the battle, right? I mean, it's great to be talking with the whole world about biodiversity, but I can't stop thinking about what Brazil is going through. And just as a reminder, my colleague brought the episode of our water dolphins dying in the Amazon. I just want to remind that Mamirawa is a protected area, is a protected site, is a part of a biosphere reserve, is part of a corridor. None of that prevented the water dolphins from dying, pretty much cooked in the water, because they died because of the heat in the water, which was about 40 degrees. So we just need to think about that, because we're really running out of time. And I think if we don't change, and if we don't get concrete measures, then where is our hope coming from? So I'm sorry if I don't end. Next year, we'll be meeting for COP30 in Brazil. It's the climate convention. And here, the biodiversity is like all the people came. We talk about, very positive things. But I just wanted to finish this reminding everybody that these two conventions are highly connected, and that it doesn't matter we implement all the mechanisms that we have right now, we're still not going to be able to stop the critical consequences. So we need to act fast. We need to reverse what we've been doing with nature in a very fast mode. So, sorry, but that's how I feel.
No. Obrigada, Ita. And it's true, we can't lie to ourselves. And just a very concrete example from this COP, the Climate and Biodiversity COP, with all these examples we were reminded of today. If you read it, it has 12 mentions of land, terrestrial, forests, 9 of oceans, marine. Anybody knows how many of freshwater or inland waters or whatever, aquatic? 0. So it does get very hard sometimes to stay hopeful, but it does have references there to the Ramsar Convention, which is the implementing arm of the CBD for freshwater, calling on Ramsar parties to help unpack the biodiversity climate connections for freshwater. So still, again, I hope there's hope. And please, from Colombia, would you have some final remarks?
Sí, bueno, yo quisiera hacer a pesar de que el panorama parece oscuro y que el espacio que hemos tenido aquí ya está en su recta final, yo creo que es bien importante para los gobiernos y para nosotros como países pasar de la escritura de los documentos de decisión a la acción, ¿sí? Y yo creo que ese mecanismo de la acción, ¿cierto? Y de que realmente nuestras comunidades, particularmente nuestras comunidades ribereñas, ya lo decía, nuestros pescadores, nuestras comunidades indígenas, que adicionalmente están, digamos, superpuestas en todos nuestros ecosistemas de agua dulce, ¿sí? Yo creo que uno de los elementos esperanzadores es que ese ejercicio que ellos vienen desarrollando de monitoreo continuo de sus territorios sea contabilizado en las metas del marco mundial. ¿Cómo debería contabilizarse? Yo creo que deberíamos acercarlos mucho más a herramientas, ¿no? Capacitarlos y hacer un fortalecimiento para que ellos puedan verse reflejados en esta implementación del marco global. Adicionalmente, que yo creo que el tema también es, mucho se ha hablado de los mecanismos de financiación en esta COP, y lo que tenemos que hacer es que cada gobierno con estas oportunidades de los JEF, ya yo mencionaba algunos para nuestro territorio, el JEF Corazón de la Amazonía, el JEF Orinoquía, el JEF Putumayo-Isa, que habla en diferentes componentes de esta necesidad de hablar, por ejemplo, del One Health. Tú hablabas del cambio climático, pero también tenemos que hablar del One Health, de la salud ecosistémica, de la salud animal, de la salud de la biodiversidad. Entonces, yo creo que debemos buscar mecanismos para que todos estos recursos sean reflejados en nuestras comunidades, los puedan ver, sea tangible para ellos, buscar herramientas mucho más eficientes para que ellos puedan acceder a esos fondos. Quisiera de pronto resaltar, para Colombia hemos creado un fondo que hemos denominado Fondo para la Vida. Ese Fondo para la Vida busca tal vez quitar barreras burocráticas respecto a que los recursos deben ser manejados solamente institucionalmente. Creo que una de las oportunidades sería entender, ¿cierto?, que las instituciones tienen que tener una relación directa con la comunidad y con los sectores productivos. Debemos hacer unas alianzas y unos círculos, ¿cierto?, para trascender el discurso. Sé que muchos de aquí somos ambientalistas, somos biólogos, ecólogos, pero lo que debemos es introducir el mensaje a quienes desarrollan las actividades productivas, la ganadería, la agricultura, la minería, bueno, diferentes escalas y trascender en esos ejercicios. De alguna manera quisiera mencionar también que para nosotros, en estas estrategias que hemos visto con los delfines de río, las nutrias, los manatís en la Amazonía y en la Orinoquía, hemos como Colombia querido liderar estrategias regionales para Sudamérica, pero trascender también a otros continentes. Entonces, por ejemplo, la Declaración Global nos está permitiendo hablar de todos los países que tienen distribución natural con los delfines de río, hablar, ¿cierto?, cómo una especie nos puede conectar, cómo una especie nos puede llevar a diferentes escenarios. La Convención Ramsar será el próximo año y Colombia también quiere llevar una resolución, ¿cierto?, una propuesta de resolución que permita demostrar, ¿cierto?, este liderazgo en el buen manejo, la sostenibilidad del agua dulce y de nuestras especies que están allí presentes. Colombia es uno de los países más megadiversos en peces de agua dulce, ¿sí? Y creo que a nivel interno tenemos que zanjar algunos desafíos que hemos tenido con el uso insostenible de las pesquerías, por ejemplo. Y allí hay muchos elementos y propuestas que nos conectan y bueno, yo también quisiera aprovechar esta oportunidad. Sé que muchos ya tienen pocas horas en nuestro país. Espero que se vayan enamorados de nuestra biodiversidad. Espero que con estas conexiones que hemos hecho en esta COP podamos desarrollar proyectos y estrategias e iniciativas que nos permitan fortalecernos. Ya lo mencionaba, nosotros hemos intentado con algunas declaraciones, iniciativas y propuestas, pero yo creo que es viable seguirlo desarrollando con otras estrategias. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. No, me gustaría solamente invitar a nuestra colega Catalina Góngora para hacer unas palabritas finales.
Thank you very much. I am Policy Senior Advisor for TNC Colombia. I just fast a closing remarks. I want to thank all the panelists to be here and to assist. And I think that we start the panel with a celebration of what we achieved in Montreal with the GVF and this Target 3 that has a lot of quantitative but qualitative elements, which is what we highlight with our initial speakers. And then through the panels, we have highlighted some means of actions and possibilities we have with some experience of protect areas and actions to protect inland water ecosystem, but also to strengthen governance capacity of our of fisheries and to make some reserves connecting the protection and the sustainable use. But then we also talk about challenges and not only to focus on the importance of these ecosystems that recall us the capacity to connect, but also in terms of to make all the transformation and these socio-ecological transitions we need for these to protect these ecosystems. So thanks a lot to assist, and I invite the panelists to have a picture, a final picture, and yeah, thanks.
Test. Hello, everyone. Please take a seat for the next session. We'll get started in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It's a busy day, I know, for many, so we appreciate you being here. My name is Homa Khan. I am the head of communications for WWF's Forest Practice, and WWF is a partner in the Forest Declaration Assessment, and very happy to welcome you here. As you know, we're here to discuss the main findings from the assessment, which was recently launched, and talk about what it really means in practice. I think we all recognize that we're at a crossroads moment. Our forests are in crisis. We'll see more numbers, but the headline is that 6.37 million hectares of deforestation occurred in 2023, according to the Forest Declaration Assessment. And our Living Planet report, which was released around the same time, also highlights tipping points, like the Amazon rainforest. Many of the world's precious forests are at the edge of tipping points, which will have dire repercussions globally. So, and we're feeling the consequences, right? We're seeing forest fires across the world. We're seeing intense droughts, which are increasing in intensity. I think we have to recognize that we cannot reverse nature laws, address climate change and sustainable livelihoods without forests. And healthy forests are essential to life on Earth. And it's really important to make sure that we protect our forests, advance sustainable forest management, and halt deforestation and restore our planet. 3 years ago, 145 leaders, I think that's right, they committed to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030 as part of the historic Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use. And I think it's safe to say that the world is currently off track to achieve those goals, and there's still very many gaps that remain. So we have the global agreements. We know what is needed to set us on a path to recovery. And so the next 5 years will be really crucial for the health of our planet and our people. Today, we'll hear more about what is needed to meet these forest goals and how we can really turn the tide. And one thing I want to reflect on from this week is the solutions. I think for many of us who've been here the last 2 weeks, we've seen many inspiring conversations in the hallways here. We've seen Indigenous people, local community leaders, youth leaders, women leaders, really coming together to address our shared challenges. So we know that it is possible to do that. We know what needs to be done on forests, and it's a matter of action now. So with that, I would like to introduce the Forest Declaration Assessment team, Ivan Palmajari. Ivan is a consultant with Climate Focus, and he was a lead author of the 2024 Forest Declaration Assessment. And Julian Gladstone will also join here, and Julian is part of the core team that leads the Forest Declaration Assessment. So Ivan and Julian will present the key findings from the assessment, and they will also present the dashboard, as well as talk a little bit about the Global 2030 Forest Vision that we also unveiled this week here at COP16. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Homa. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining today. We already introduced the translation, so I will move on. And let's start from the Forest Declaration Assessment. As Homa already anticipated, we track progress towards the forest pledges of the Glasgow Leader Declaration, and we assess it on 4 thematic areas that we see here: overarching forest goal, sustainable production and development, forest finance, rights and governments. This year, in 2024, we focus on the overarching forest goal and cover deforestation, forest degradation, restoration, and biodiversity in forest. These speak to 3 main targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is Target 1 under deforestation and forest degradation, Target 2, restoration, that's quite intuitive, and biodiversity in forest on Target 1 and Target 3. We start from the global deforestation. Unfortunately, also this year, we cannot give good news. In fact, global deforestation remains consistently high. In fact, on 2% above the baseline that we see there in orange. It's clear there is no chance to make peace with nature without bending that curve. There is no nature-positive future or biodiversity loss without halting deforestation first. Climate goals are also hanging on that curve. We see in 2023, 3.8 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalents, which is basically the 4th largest emitter if deforestation was a country. The good news is that the solution exists. They have been implemented at the local level, at the regional level. We see, for instance, the curve for Southeast Asia that has been consistently decreasing deforestation between 2017 and 2021 to then flatten at 2022 and spike at 2023. Instead, tropical Latin America has been fluctuating at very high deforestation rates, but there is a peak down between 2022 and 2023. This gives us hope and demonstrates that a solution can be found. Political will is necessary in order to implement the solution, but also addressing the drivers of deforestation is crucial. We know that commodity production is the main one, remains the main one. Over 80% of global deforestation is attributed to agriculture, but there is a rising threat, which is mining. Mining, it's being exacerbated by the demand for critical materials that are associated to the renewable energy, batteries for electric vehicles. Here, as the demand increases, the extraction increases, the impact increases. The moment to anticipate and prevent these impacts is now. Impacts on forests, on natural ecosystem, and on people. Yes. When it comes to degradation, when it comes to degradation, and I will walk on the other side to prevent feedback. On degradation, things are a bit more complicated. If the concept of deforestation is debated, the concept of degradation is even more complex. Here we have one data set that covers one forest type in one region, which is tropical moist forest. We see also in this case, we are off track, but using a different indicator that I will not go into the technical details, but basically it's not only impacts, but also inferred impacts of anthropogenic activities. So when it comes to anthropogenic activities, it seems that we did pretty a good job in a lot of regions in decreasing pressures. But we see that degradation, according to this indicator, is still a pretty present problem in temperate and boreal regions. One important trait of this indicator is that accounts only for anthropogenic activities. So fires that we know are becoming an increasing problem and a threat to forest goals are not taken into account. But the increase you see from the graph is huge, particularly in primary forest loss. Down there, 250% increase in 20 years. This is skyrocketing. It's very concerning. Also, the indicator on tree cover loss in forested KBA, which is simply a subset of the famous key biodiversity areas that are characterized by the presence of forest-dependent species in at least a part of their life cycle. We see that temperate and boreal regions are wildly off track. Particularly Europe is not really, the trends are really concerning in Europe. It could be induced by fires, but also by other activities, because the numbers with fires don't match. So there are a number of other anthropogenic pressures. Curiously, if we overlap those same areas with protected areas and OSMC, other effective area-based conservation measures, the overlap is very high. In fact, globally, about 49% of these areas are covered by protected areas or OSCMs. Note, this doesn't mean that the target tree was already achieved, because target tree specified that all, especially area of biodiversity importance, this doesn't quantify how much of this area, but we can just say that the key biodiversity area secretariat did a good job in promoting this area for defining protected areas, but there is still a long way to go, because these areas also need to be effectively managed. So the conservation is not just drawing a line and saying this is protected, but actually enforcing, implementing something within this area, and the previous chart suggests that this is not happening. When we go to restoration, the first step that we moved was trying to define a target, meaning target 2 is formulated as a 30% of degraded terrestrial, marine, and freshwater ecosystems. We try to convert this in an area in order to have it a more tangible target. And using the latest data on degraded forest, it appears that 3.4 billion hectares of forest are degraded at this point in time. So 30% of that, it's quite an ambitious target. It's around 1 billion hectares of forest to restore. How do we achieve that? Here, we propose, or better, the study proposes an approach based on the condition of these areas. And we see that only 25%, a fourth of the area of degraded forest, actually they require active tree planting, like the famous tree planting activities. But nearly half, 44% of these areas can actually recover naturally in a relatively prompt way if disturbances are removed. When I say disturbance you remove, it doesn't mean removing humans, all of the humans. We don't promote that, and we don't think it's actually a solution. The solution is the other way instead. We know that indigenous people and local community can be effective drivers of restoration. So this is a very important point. And the remaining 30% is a combination. It's best suited for a combination of activities. However, coming back to our mandate, which is tracking progress on the restoration is increasingly, it's always been hard due to data fragmentation. A global registry is now, and has been presented and discussed several times during these days. The FIRM, the Forest Framework for Ecosystem Restoration Monitoring of the FAO, is being developed, but big challenges remain. In fact, a survey on the party of the CBD revealed that 100% of parties find themselves unprepared to report in 2026 on this target. This is really concerning. But fortunately, there are initiatives, and Carol will present one of them, that are aggregating data at the national level for the target 2. But the other activities like limited the capacity to track not only the number of trees remaining in forests, but also other outputs of restoration, such as biodiversity outcomes or socioeconomic impacts of restoration. These remain largely unresolved. With this, I will pass it to my colleague Gillian, that will present the dashboard being launched today. And Gillian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So, yeah, I'm going to briefly complement Yvonne's presentation of the annual assessment with 2 other initiatives that the Forest Declaration Assessment Team have been working on that support and complement the annual assessment of progress. And the first, we're really excited, as Yvonne said, to be launching an updated Forest Declaration dashboard this week. The dashboard takes all of the data, all of the indicators that inform our annual assessment of progress and make them available for you all to explore and dive into. And so what we've done with the dashboard, I'll share a little demo while I'm telling you about it so you can get a flavor for what it looks like, a teaser to actually go check it out yourself. What we've done together with the Systems Change Lab is take all of the data that's underpinning the assessment and organize it around the 6 articles of the Glasgow Leaders Declaration. So you can actually go to the dashboard, search by country, search by the specific issue or theme that you work on, or look at each individual article of the GLD and see how we're doing. Are we on track? Are we off track? You look at the individual indicators that inform our assessment of each of those articles, and even dive into the data sets. You can check out these really nice visualizations from the Systems Change Lab. See time series for the data, country data. So we're excited to launch this, excited to make this tool available. For those who follow this space really closely, you'll remember we launched a beta version a year ago, where we're really excited to roll out the full version now, with functionality, all of the up-to-date data. So definitely check it out. I'll get out of the way of the scan. It's at dashboard.forestdeclaration.org. And I'll leave it up there for just a minute while I talk, in case anyone's taking photos. The other initiative that I want to tell you about is, so the assessment of progress and the dashboard tell us where we are, right? And Yvonne presents a pretty sobering picture of the distance to travel to get to those 2030 goals, to bend that curve down, as Yvonne said. So the second thing I wanted to talk about was this 2030 global forest vision that we've been developing over the past months this year with WWF and Swansea University at the request of the FCLP Secretariat. And what this is a roadmap that provides a direction of travel from where we are, that sobering picture, and how we bridge to the 2030 goals. You know, I think can be very daunting to think about how far off track it looks like we are. But we know there are a ton of success cases. There are lots of examples that we've been hearing about for 2 weeks. And so it can sometimes feel hard to bring those together. Well, where do those actions sit within this big picture? And how does that actually help us stepwise to get towards the goals? So what we've done is for each of the FCLP action areas and the Glasgow Leaders Declaration articles, we've actually broken down detailed 2030 targets, looked at where we are, the current state, and then developed interim targets to help see how we drive those systemic changes that we know we need to realize in the very short amount of time that remains to 2030. We are kicking off this process. I mentioned that we've been developing this with partners. We're now really keen to open this up for input from you all, from the community who knows all of these issues really well. And so we're going to be kicking off a consultative process where we invite input from all of our expert partners to help us fill in what are the key action gaps that we really need to address. What are the milestones that we can reference that are already in existing frameworks to sort of piece together this roadmap and help to inform the strategies of GLD endorsers and the interim targets of countries and non-state actors. So encourage you to join us when we kick off this consultative process in January and contribute before a launch of the vision next year in advance of COP30. I'll pause there and then we'll hand over to our other presenters.
Thank you, Yvonne and Jillian. You covered quite a lot there, the assessment findings, the dashboard, as well as the forest vision in a very short time. But that was just to give everyone a little bit of a flavor, and hopefully we'll have time for further discussion. But now I'd like to invite Carol Alarcon from Brazil. Carol is an executive manager of the Brazilian Coalition on Climate, Forests, and Agriculture, BRRO. There she leads efforts to integrate climate action, forest conservation, and sustainable agriculture. And Carol will share the work that BRR is doing on restoration and how Brazil is doing on their pathway to meet the 2030 targets.
Oh, I'm so glad that I'm not sitting there in that freezing corner of the air conditioning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. For me, it's a pleasure to be talking about Brazil and specifically about our work that we have been doing with the Brazilian Coalition on Climate, Forest, and Agriculture, and how we are helping to advance the restoration and conservation goals there in Brazil. So a quick overview, like the Brazilian Coalition is this collaborative network that is dedicated to advancing sustainable solutions for climate actions, forest conservation, and as well as agriculture resilience in Brazil. We have now more than 400 organizations from civil society, private sector, financial banks, and academia that are put together. Since 2016, we have seen that Brazil has made a strong commitment to forest restoration. We set as a country an ambitious target to restore 12 million hectares by 2030, becoming the first Latin American country to incorporate this target in into the Paris Agreement by the time. And the launch of the PLANAVEG, which is the National Plan for Native Vegetation Recovery that was released in 2017, established a coordinated framework for restoration policies and actions in Brazil. Now, with the recent update of the PLANAVEG and the establishment of these intermediate goals for 2025 until 2028, we as a country are taking a very decisive step forward. The new plan was launched here in the COP16 a couple of days ago with the support of the Brazilian Coalition and many other partners. Anita from WWF was there with us, and it was really an emotional way from many people that have been working restoration in Brazil and how the way it was constructed with a lot of participation and involvement. So like it was definitely a big step for all the Brazilians that are doing these days here in the COP16. And it really reflects the commitment to accelerate the implementation and achieve these results that we are putting to ourselves. The Brazilian Observatory of Restoration and Reforestation was created by the Brazilian Coalition on 2021. It is a non-governmental and independent platform, and its purpose is to systematically monitor and track progress into the forest restoration and restoration efforts in Brazil. It facilitates the monitoring of our commitments, particularly those ones related with our climate and biodiversity goals. As everyone knows, restoration has this capability of getting together the both agendas. And even the third agenda, as I've heard yesterday in the Restoration Day, like the Trio Hill, so also considering degradation as well into the account. And recently, like a couple of weeks ago, we launched the 2.0 version of the observatory. And with these, we have seen that the store areas in Brazil have almost doubled since the beginning of the monitoring 2021, reaching now 150 hectares. It's not a tiny little part of our goal of 12 million, but at least it has doubled. So we have been seeing these. And one of the most distinguished features of the observatory for me, it's that it focuses on restoration practice that have been done by local actors. So we are reporting from local level projects. The platform does not only provide this quantitative data on the restored areas, but also emphasize the quality of restoration and the efforts of the organizations and people and landowners that are involved in the restoration projects. And another thing that I really like is we are able to broadcast it globally. Here in the COP16, we also announced the interoperability with the firm, the framework on ecosystem restoration monitoring for the official monitoring platform for the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. And we are also in collaboration and trying to do an interoperability with the Restore platform as well. So with this data and monitoring, the observatory kind of puts himself as an essential tool for engaging these diverse stakeholders, from local practitioners to global audience to global forests, as we are doing here today. The observatory also provides a robust monitoring platform that integrates this field data with satellite imagery. We have, for the input of each project and each data entry in the observatory, around 20 descriptive or field attributes for each monitoring area, such as the project start date, total area, the restoration method that has been applied. And it serves for wide range users, so from NGOs, for government agencies, for investors, for researchers, also for private sector. And it can be used as a benchmark for nationwide restoration efforts, as we are connected with local organizations at biome level that are doing these restoration efforts as well. But however, I think when Ivan and Joe invited me to come here, I said like, well, thanks, I'm talking about restoration in a forest global assessment, you know, because like sometimes when we look into all the deforestation data that you showed, it's not such a nice and positive picture as talking about restoration. But even though our path to achieving the target 2, it still has a couple of challenges, and I will wrap up my talk here with 3 of them. For Brazil, it was quite difficult to define what was degraded land. What is the concept of degraded land across the many landscapes and biomes in Brazil? Also, another point was what Ivan mentioned about the aggregation, harmonization, validation of these data, specifically when we are talking about the definition of secondary vegetation. So this is another big discussion that we are having in Brazil. Also, with the support of the UN Decade, we have a big workshop there with the participation of many researchers and many members of the coalition. We were there as well to try to define what is actually secondary vegetation. And nowadays, the Ministry of Environment of Brazil has this strategy to qualify, prioritizing three main points, like what is secondary vegetation in all the different biomes in Brazil, because in the Amazon or the Pampas or in the savannas, it's going to look different. Setting a baseline, so what is our reference baseline that we have for this secondary vegetation, considering specifically our forest code that sets the data as 2008. Establishing some also qualification criteria that we are going to try to ensure, which is a very difficult thing to say, that these forests is going to be intentional, is going to be permanent, is going to continue to be there. Put it aside for a new agriculture implementation. In Portuguese, we say pousio. I don't remember the name in English. Difficult, huh? When you put the land aside, but you have the intention to come back in a cycle of crop cycle. Rotation, yeah, maybe it's just a retention and rest. You got it. Thank you. And finally, to designate which areas of secondary vegetation that we have now in a good quality that should be prioritized for protection, for really consolidating as a priority area for conservation later on. So all of these discussions have been being implemented with the participation, with the support of the UN Decade of the Restoration, with the participation of many members of the Brazilian coalition, like TNC, WWF, WRI, all the Union for Restoration Efforts. We have a huge task force that gathers all the experts. Rubens Benini from Tennessee is one of our co-leaders of this task force as well. And since 2019, the area that has been monitored by the observatory has doubled. So covering active planting, natural regeneration, and also agroforestry systems. And this diversity of approaches that we have demonstrate our progress as more, not just as a country, but I think as a movement of organizations that are together in this agenda. And we still face a couple of challenges, such as data mobilization and stakeholder engagement. But with strategic partnerships like the Observatory, Brazil has strengthened its restoration journey. And we are firmly committed to the 2030 goals and to the future of our forests and biodiversity. And I always say something about the Brazilian coalition, which is truly a pleasure for me to work there. That is, for complex problems, we need solutions in network, and that's what we have been doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carol, for talking to us and sharing with us the approach that Brazil is taking towards restoration. Just want to highlight that there is a case study on the Brazilian Observatory and the work that Carol talked about in the recently launched Forest Declaration Assessment. So now I would like to invite Christian Samper, who's the Managing Director and Leader for Nature Solutions at the Bezos Earth Fund, and he oversees work related to the protection and restoration of nature, as well as the transformation of food systems. So Christian, you'll talk to us a little bit about what's been happening here, the developments at COP16, and also your perspectives on successes and challenges in meeting the global forest goals. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. And thank you for this report and the presentation. It's really great to have this assessment, the dashboard, and to be able to look at this. And we are very pleased to be able to provide support for this project. Let me start with sort of the bigger picture. And I was asked to sort of tie this back to COP16 specifically and some of what's going on here. But let me start back and tell you, I was in Glasgow when the 145 countries pledged to do zero deforestation. It was a great moment. I mean, it was, well, great. Although, of course, some of us remember we'd done it before in the past, and we haven't quite been able to meet it. But it's still important to have a renewed commitment and to see so many countries come together and saying, we're going to do zero deforestation by 2030. That also came along with a big set of financial commitments. Those of you that remember, it was supposed to be about $12 billion worth of investments in this. Not entirely clear how much of that is actually being invested right now. And that was followed 2 years ago by the COP15 meeting in Montreal, that some of you remember as well, those of us that were there, where we adopted the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And that's a very ambitious framework. That's the good news. After 4 years of negotiations, we got it. And of course, remember, the overall goal is to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity by 2030, including forests, but including other ecosystems. So the good news is they're totally consistent. And I think that's a very important point, because part of what we are seeing more, and we need to see more and more, is we need to link the biodiversity and the climate. We have 2 conventions, and even desertification. We want the 3rd one, where restoration will be key. We have 3 COPs in 3 months in a row right now. And the question is, how do we link these conversations from here all the way to COP30? So we have to be careful not to be hostage to our institutional structures globally, or even in the countries, where quite often sometimes the restoration is done by Ministry of Agriculture, and then we've got the Ministry of Environment here, and they don't often talk to each other. But I think, we see some of the trends here. The bottom line is we're not doing well. We're not meeting up. We're not in the trajectory to come anywhere close to these goals. And we have seen, you made the point about forest fires, but we've seen horrendous things happening in Canada with the forest fires. Bolivia just lost 10 million hectares of forest from forest fires, whether human-induced or not, you could argue. It's tied to climate, but we know that it has to do with land speculation. There's so many other issues. So it's probably, the deforestation is probably even higher than reported here. But I agree with your comment that it's very good to see the restoration piece and how we link these 2 elements. Now, here at COP16, there are a number of conversations going on, but as we speak, literally in some of these contact groups. But to mention a few of the key things, as you know, one of the goals is to have the countries come here with their revised NBSAPs, the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans. That was a commitment from Montreal. As of yesterday, we have 39 updated NBSAPs out of 196. In all fairness, we have 105 countries, I think it is, it may have changed a little bit, with updated targets, not full plans, which is not bad. And about half of those updated targets are now in the format of the 23 goals of Kunming-Montreal. So, okay, what we don't know is, at least I haven't had time to read all 105. I've not even read the 350 pages of the Colombian NBSAP. I think Padu has, or Manuel, or someone else here in the audience. But I think there's still a lack of ambition right now by the countries. And one of the things that worries me is we've got the Glasgow Pledge, but we need to land it in specific action plans with money to be able to do it. And we not only have to do it here with the NBSAPs, but next year in Montreal, in Belém, the countries are supposed to come with the NDCs, the climate plans, right? And the real question is going to be, how many of those NDCs include deforestation? Good news is, it's in Brazil. The main source in Brazil comes from deforestation, and Brazil will never meet its NDCs and its commitments from Paris unless it includes deforestation. The good news is, the rate of deforestation in Brazil is actually going down. The latest data we've seen in the last 18, 20 months is actually very positive. You could argue exactly how much it is, but somewhere 40, 42, 43%, depending on what baseline you look at, but it's in the right trajectory. And I think even though the overall trends are not great, there are glimmers of hope in certain countries that are really trying to take it on. Brazil, I would say, is one of them. We've seen a big shift in the last 2 years. Colombia actually has some very promising data last year showing a decline in deforestation. We don't know exactly what's going to happen this year. There's some questions around it. If you look back at the last 10 years, Indonesia has actually had a substantial decline in deforestation as well. So some of the big forest countries have actually shown positive trends. On the other hand, Bolivia has the second highest rate of deforestation. So it's a very mixed bag, and I think you have to dig underneath this data and understand what's happening in each of the countries. But one of the things I think we need to look at is, where do the NBSAPs that are being turned in this week and over the next year or two, how do they actually help implement this? Because we have a political commitment that needs to be translated into action. So that's one point that we need to look at here. Second issue, of course, is countries need money. This will require money from different sources. That includes, yes, overseas development assistance, which everyone focuses on the 25 billion. It's an important piece, But remember, the gap is 200 billion. So the ODA is only about 10% of the total finance. A big part of that has to come from national funding in governments, that's globally, and many countries are doing it. As a matter of fact, Colombia, by implementing a carbon tax, has created a fund, is generating funding right now that can be used toward this once it's implemented and the mechanisms are fully in place. But there are other sources that could be interesting. Private sector is potentially a good source here. The whole question about the markets and how could we, for example, mobilize private sector finance toward conservation, protection, or restoration. You've all followed the news. You know some of the issues, the challenges about carbon offsets, integrity, all the issues around this. But we've seen things like the LEAF Coalition, which you saw just a few weeks ago in New York. The state of Pará in Brazil has actually become a LEAF country, and there's a deal to pay Pará for reducing the rate of deforestation. So it's not only at the national level, but quite often with the subnational, provincial, or other levels where there may be some interesting action, and very importantly, with some of the communities, including indigenous territories and certain jurisdictions that could be important players. And for example, the indigenous peoples you probably run, we have many representatives here from the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities that brings together tropical country associations that have customary rights over 1 billion hectares of forest, and they're trying to secure tenure. And we have pretty good data showing that securing tenure helps reduce deforestation in some of these areas, although mining, to your point, is a real issue that we're seeing here in the Amazon countries, increasing, not just for deforestation, but contamination. So there's a set of questions there, but the reports I'm hearing from the contact group on finance and resource mobilization here is not going very well. I don't see any major breakthroughs coming through here around resource mobilization. It'll be interesting to see by tomorrow where we are. But I think our ambition on finance is going to fall short. And I think the question is, how do we continue moving toward that track? One thing nobody's mentioned, but since I spent all day on Sunday in a workshop on Target 18, I'm sure you've all memorized your 23 targets. But if you remember, Target 19 is about new money. Target 18 is about removing harmful environmental subsidies. And this is non-trivial. And the target there is to remove $500 billion of harmful environmental subsidies that are negative for this. A bunch of those go into agriculture. Okay? The biggest are energy, oil and gas and others, and they're huge. But agriculture is the second biggest. And in countries like Brazil, again, things like cattle and some of these other sources are part of it. And we know cattle is a major driver of deforestation in parts like the Amazon, including here in Colombia. There's a real question there about how we can, on the one hand, remove the subsidies, provide more funding, but the whole issue of the financial package was important. And on Target 18, by next year, we're supposed to have a plan looking at this. So by the next COP, we should be able to figure out what we're going to do in there. The one thing people are asking me, what are some of the things they've learned this week that are either exciting or worrying you? I'll tell you one I heard this week in a report, I read this week in a report, which worried me, is apparently the total amount of environmentally harmful subsidies globally right now is about $2.4 trillion. The bad news is apparently it increased 2 years ago, from 2 years ago, by $800 billion. If that is true, and I actually don't know, I haven't verified it, it means that it's actually increased by 800 billion, and our goal right now is to reduce it by 500 billion. So we probably need to ambition, but in all fairness, that includes oil and gas and climate, so it's not all tied to deforestation, so we should look at it. And one more comment on the restoration, which I think is critical. I think we see a lot of focus on this. Oh, and I should mention one more thing before I go to restoration. A lot of the buzz here, informally, there's no decision, but as many of you know, one of the big proposals being discussed leading up to COP30 is the Brazilian proposal to build a tropical forest forever facility, which is a big, bold, hairy, somewhat scary proposal to create a fund of $125 billion that would actually pay for performance on deforestation for countries. It's elegant, it's simple. If it could happen, it might actually have a big impact because countries would actually be paid against performance to reduce deforestation specifically. And this would actually generate a cash flow on a permanent basis. Because the idea is it would be a very large fund. I'm doing this, some of you know it, some of you are saying, what's he saying? But the whole idea is you take a percentage of the interest, and this would generate in perpetuity basically some funding there. Interesting. The question is, who's going to put up $125 billion or the first 25 billion? But it's an interesting idea that Brazil's making as one of the top priorities for the COP30. There's a lot of conversations. That will not happen here, but I think it's something that, at least in a lot of the conversations I'm having in the corridors and some of the events, this is being put on the table. That could bend the curb potentially or help bend it, and I think we need to potentially look at that. And then you have other tools like the projects for permanence, the PFPs that are being announced, including the one that was announced for Gabon here this week, which was interesting, modest, but potentially could help as part of the country packages. And then let me finalize with a comment on the restoration. I think it's very important, as you correctly said, we've got the deforestation, we have new tools, we can measure it better and better, that's okay. Degradation, I agree, is really hard. We don't fully know it. We don't know what's underneath the canopy. There's a lot of degradation we cannot measure effectively, especially when you look inside the forest. One of my favorite and worrisome trends that Padu heard me say many times, there was a study that was published a few months ago, look at Yasuni National Forest in Ecuador. No rates of no real deforestation there right now. It looks pretty intact from the air, from satellites. And yet a 20-year study of bird populations that was done by Liberi Loisel and her husband, and we've been tracking this, has found a 50% decline in populations of insectivorous forest birds in the forest in 20 years. So even though it looks fine, it's not fine. And we don't know why. We need to be able to monitor this better and to really understand what's happening there. So measuring degradation, especially the biodiversity goals, we need to look at. But the good news is we can also restore. Nature can come back. We can really bring some of this back, and it's good. As, again, you point out, which is good when you look at the restoration goals. The good news is in many places, including many places in the Amazon, the forest will come back if you leave it alone. So the natural reforestation and restoration really has a lot of potential, I agree with. In some more degraded areas, you're going to have to go in and plant trees. The issue is you have to plant the right trees in the right places, make sure they don't die. There's a lot of bad restoration being done everywhere around the world, including here in Colombia. By the way, I heard, Manuel may know, that the new MBSAP from Colombia includes a goal of 5 million hectares of restoration for Colombia. Smaller than Brazil, but still an important goal. Those of us that are Colombia are pretty scared. How the hell are we going to do 5 million hectares? We don't know, but I think it's an interesting question. But I think there is a growing movement of interest around this. We work with the Coalition and some work in this. We find that there are major barriers in terms of research and development. What we found in Africa, where we work with AFR 100, is that there are major constraints of supply of seeds, real issues, basic things, especially for native species. So there's some hurdles there on how you can set up community nurseries and a lot of work that needs to be done there. So the real question, we see a lot of good pilots that are done at 100 or 1,000 hectares. The question is, in Africa, how do we go from 100 or 1,000 hectares to 1 million or 100 million hectares? Scaling up is a real issue. Finance is part of the problem, but they're institutionalizing and having the right tools is important. But I think it's a really important moment for us to do that. I'm very happy to do it. When we were in Glasgow, we were approached by the FCLP Secretariat and we said, we need a mechanism to help track some of this. And that's why I think this work that we're seeing today is so important. And I hope very much that next year when we look at this, we'll start seeing some more glimmers of hope. But it's going to take every one of us and every country and every company and every indigenous group and others to really be able to bend the curve to try and get us to this. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Christian, for sharing your perspectives and for summarizing very well the key issues for forests here at COP16, the challenges around finance, turning commitments into action, restoration targets and many other targets, as well as subsidies, which is a very hot topic. You mentioned NDCs as well. I just want to quickly say that Climate COP is around the corner, and next week, WWF Climate Focus and Trillion Trees will be releasing a report on forests and NDCs. It's a very comprehensive report. It shows a really good picture of where how forests land in different NDCs, and it also provides evidence-based policy measures to shift course and turn the tide and make sure that there are strong forest targets. With that, I'm very happy that we have a few minutes for Q&A. Any comments and questions from the floor? And I'd just like to request you to please introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you. My name is Cecil Haferkamp. I work with Sustainable Development Solutions Network. I have two short questions. One is maybe to Gillian. When you say you're taking stock, does that also include you take stock of whether commitments that were made are translated into policies and what the implementation of that policy is, or do you look at kind of what the outcome end? Do whatever efforts are happening in government, does that result in, and it's not a rhetorical question, it's a genuine interest. And the second one is, and you might know that there's a lot of work in mobilizing science networks, because in all these countries we have lots of science. It's a little bit, the historical legacy is that we, in the global north, neglect them, but now that's clearly not needed, shouldn't happen anymore. Do you involve is there a possibility to involve in-country experts, scientists and so on in those assessments? Because we know there's what's on paper, and that's what's government reporting to the UN and to other mechanisms, and there's quite a different story that when you go to experts on the ground and you ask them. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the question. So on the first question about taking stock, what are we looking at? I think it's actually both. So, I mean, what Yvonne mainly walked through is, we start with these country commitments, and commitments from other stakeholders as well. How does this actually translate to progress? So more of that impact, right? So how are we making progress as a global community or at the country level against the pledges that those countries have made? But we have looked a bit at the policies as well. So Huma just mentioned this analysis that we've just done looking at NDCs. And so, we know countries have made these commitments, but to what extent are they actually implementing those, in that they are already starting to incorporate forest measures and deforestation goals into their NDCs? We've looked at MBSOPs as well. My colleague Hasib, who's here with us, has done a lot of work on this, looking at not just forests, but also things like food systems in MBSOPs and NDCs. So yeah, we do both of those, although the assessment tends to be the high level, tracking the progress and the impact in terms of where are the headline indicators. On your second question about incorporating country science and research networks, yeah, it's a great point. And maybe I'll actually pass over to my colleague Yvonne to talk more about the process of engaging with various data sources.
Yes, thank you, Julian. We reach out to local experts regularly, I would say, both to validate or to better understand what their study already published can say or what cannot say. Data never say the truth. There are always caveats. So I regularly reach out to others and say, okay, I'm interpreting this way. Is it right? Am I on the right path? Is there anything that you would like to add? Any new study that connects to this? In fact, the tropical moist forest data set, okay, it's not national, it's tropical. There was another note next to it, the edge effects. The edge effects are not included in the TMF dataset created by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, but it's a study that leverages other data to complement the information of the TMF. So these are the kind of information that I want. Like, okay, that's a picture, but there is more. or there is less, or watch out this. See, so yes, we constantly outreach to local experts or outdoors. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Charlotte Streeck, also climate focus. One question for Ivan or the authors, and then a more general one. On this really, striking numbers of degradation in forests in Europe, you mentioned forest fires as one potential driver, and then others. So do we have any more data or information what these other drivers are? Because that seems to be very important also for the national dialogues in these countries. That's one. And then more generally on this type of assessments, are there any plans, or are you envisaging to take these results or the findings, not only to these international conferences, but also to the countries to start dialogues on your findings and potential strategies on, how to address the problems that were identified in these reports?
Thank you for your question, Charlotte. Yes, there is another study from the European Commission that the author is called Joachim Meis, and there are quite good indication that forestry is quite a problem in Europe. Forestry is not always done in the most sustainable way, let's say. And in Europe, we also have a very long history of forestry, of anthropization of landscapes. So let's say, not only European forests, but European ecosystems in general are in a pretty bad shape. And this is, amplifies also the effect of fires, diminishes the resilience to fire. But as we saw also from the other map, immediately after degradation, there are also open opportunities. That 25% of deforested land, basically, that needs human intervention, direct human intervention, that opens opportunity to not only implement forestry in a more sustainable way, but also to address the problem that Christian was raising about what to plant. Part of the land needs to be productive. We need to feed people. So that's also an opportunity to not only bring back ecosystems that have been transformed or degraded, but also address problems like the food system. Having sustainable food production besides of forestry and integrating this. So agrobiodiversity is a topic that has been discussed largely here in this conference. So these are the opportunities that we see in Europe. Thank you. For the rest, I will pass it to Gillian.
So thank you, Yvonne. We have one more question and just a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to also put this question on the table for our speakers.
Thank you very much. A lot has been presented, and yeah, sometimes I follow a lot on financial flows, and we are calling, I think in this COP you've had, if you attended, a lot of indigenous people's calls is direct financial resources to the ground. And I'm wondering, and I always ask nowadays, because it has been put, and also Target 19 includes that, direct finance access to indigenous peoples and local communities who have been guardians and custodians of nature, who have been doing pro bono services to nature by protecting it until where we are today. And how much of that is being done today? And then my second question is about how much do you value the indigenous traditional knowledge that is there in the landscapes, which I think up to now, it's still not recognized, but we believe it's a science that scientists are using another science to prove it.
Thank you so much. So I will, maybe we can have each speaker say a few words, particularly Carol, I think the second question in terms of how indigenous knowledge is being used in landscapes. So maybe we'll start with you, and then Christian and Jillian.
Well, like the data that we have now in the Brazilian Observatory doesn't gather restoration efforts in indigenous land yet, especially because now in Brazil, the most degraded areas are not inside indigenous lands. And but this has been an issue that we have been talked before with the Tainá, which is the Secretary Executive of Observatory, with other partners as well. FUNAI, which is the organization that's responsible for the managing or like the relationship with the indigenous land in Brazil. They are developing a new study to identify which are the main degraded areas in which will be the priorities for restoration in those areas. So we are following and monitoring this agenda and how we can be included in them. But our data, they come from project level, from these biometric organizations. So the Amazon has one organization that reports for the Amazon projects, and in other biomes is the same. And then through these local level organizations, we are connected to the stakeholders that are implementing, like local communities and so on. And then we hope that we'll be able to achieve other data as well from indigenous land in the future.
So quickly, I'll take your first question. Nobody's mentioned, but as you know, in Glasgow, another pledge that was made, separate one, was the IPLC pledge and the $1.7 billion to be invested. And there's others, and we were happy to join that pledge, as we did about 20 other private donors. The overall number suggests there's a track there, but to your point, it's the issue of direct funding that was not included in the pledge. There was no commitment. It was an issue of going there, but how it gets there, or even does it get there, is the real question. And I think there's concerns about that, legitimate concerns. I think there is a consultation, as you know, going right now. I don't know if you were in the room this morning. I think you were, but many of the donors that funded a pledge right now are doing a pledge 2.0 that we're looking at having for COP30. And the issue of direct funding, we are planning on including it this time and putting some percentage target there. Good news is I think even now, we're seeing many more mechanisms that have been established, funds that could be used for direct funding and some more capacity. So I think we need to, and there are some success cases that need to be looked at. So I think I totally agree with you. That's a really important point. And I hope we can do better in the Pledge 2.0.
Thank you so much. Jillian, final words from you.
Well, maybe I'll come back to Charlotte's question about engagement with policymakers. So yeah, I mean, we're very keen to get the findings into the hands of policymakers who actually, can use this, and hopefully will you take it as inspiration to increase the ambition, deliver on a lot of what Christian's pointed out, the gap in terms of not yet seeing this realized in those policy documents. We have appreciated engaging with the FCLP, the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, which is a body that formed of governments in the wake of the signing of the Glasgow Leaders Declaration to actually increase their ambition. And we look forward to seeing if they will, in the coming year, in the lead up to COP30, be able to drive increased energy and action and alignment from their members.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our speakers for packing so much in 1 hour and 3 minutes, I think. And thank you so much to our attendees for staying over a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session on financing nature. I don't know how everyone's feeling. I mean, I know it's the last day of COP. We're either very excited to go back home or feel like part of the discussions have been left halfway and we want to continue in the excitement. But I know I am extremely excited at the moment because of what we're about to launch. And CAPE, which is our Carbon Accelerator program for the environment, is something that I'm extremely excited about. And we're going to start with this launch, and then following that, we have an amazing panel with us as well. So, why even CAPE? Why are we here talking about CAPE? So, we all know the challenges that the Africa's natural capital is being depleted at an unsustainable rate. We also know that from a biodiversity and climate crisis perspective, this is threatening Africa's future. Africa has suffered about 76% decline in its wildlife population since 1970. Exposure to climate and biodiversity crisis. 62% of Africa's actually GDP is linked to natural capital. And we also have an annual financing gap of about 32.5 billion for the nature-based solutions that we actually need. But what are we hearing? I mean, every time we talk to international investors, local investors, the same message comes across: the lack of bankable nature-based projects. We're told that there's a long setup time for new projects, there's high project development and delivery costs, and that there's a lack of local developers' capacity in delivering these projects. But when you speak to developers, you get the other side, that there's a risk aversion by investors. There's varying investor mandates. Investors are cautious of reputational risk of low integrity projects, jurisdictional challenges to obtain land rights, as well as unclear regulations at a country level. So taking all that into account, we've talked to a number of people around what is it that we need to do. And one of the solutions that's come up is the Carbon Accelerator program for the environment, CAPE. Now, CAPE, what we're looking at is to really accelerate high impact, high integrity, nature-based projects, whilst creating, in addition to that, a knowledge sharing mechanism. So what we look at, pre-CAPE, project developers and transaction support required to deliver this nature-based carbon projects. What CAPE will provide is funding for project development, as well as transaction advisory services, as well as the knowledge sharing platform. And what we're hoping will come out of CAPE is basically the creation of commercial business case, projects being ready for financial close, as well as projects being supported through the investor engagement and transaction process. Now, who is behind CAPE? And I think it's important that we also look at who are the key partners behind CAPE. So CAPE is being launched by FSD Africa, Financial Sector Deepening Africa, the Africa Natural Capital Alliance, Anchor, and Finance Earth. So FSD Africa has over a decade of experience delivering development finance in Africa. It's got a thorough understanding of the regulatory framework, as well as the market infrastructure, and strong links with regional and international investors. Anchor, and I hope some of you had attended some of the events that have been arranged by Anchor over here, and has over 85 members, which include financial institutions, project developers, regulators, and IPLCs. Over 137 billion USD market capitalization when you add up all its members, and has the experience of ecosystem and capacity building on regulatory policy and various other areas in a number of countries in Africa. Finance Earth, which is the implementing partner for CAPE, is an award-winning FCA regulated social enterprise working in over 30 countries, has advised over 100 million in impact transactions globally, and has significant experience in delivering nature-based accelerators. So coming together, we believe that these partners set the success for CAPE. So when we look at CAPE's focus of the project development journey, we did quite a bit of research into this in terms of which is the best phase in which we can have the most impact. And where we've come to the sweet spot, and especially because this is an accelerator that's running up to 18 months, is to look at the projects that are post-feasibility study, but are not transaction ready necessarily. So they might have a PDD finalized or in draft, they might have a project registered, they might have a commercial case. And it's that, and anything that falls within the green shaded area would be what will be eligible from CAPE's perspective. And the support that's going to be provided, project development services, as well as transaction advisory services. These will include guidance on MRV techniques, developing jurisdiction-specific PDDs, creating benefit-sharing frameworks, developing biodiversity studies, due diligence assessments, as well as legal support. On the transaction advisory services, we're looking at creating material for commercial viability. These include financial models, pitch decks, business plans, identifying and engaging with investors, managing investor outreach, building data rooms, modeling and structuring investment teams, terms, as well as supporting project-specific credit ratings. I think the one thing I'd like to make clear on this one here is that when we go back to one of the challenges that we faced around the development costs, what we're trying to do at CAPE is also develop some templates. As part of that knowledge sharing platform, those templates will actually help other project developers come on board, use them, and actually assist them in reducing their costs as well. So from an eligibility perspective, we welcome applications from nature-based projects that deliver carbon and biodiversity outcomes and are located in Africa, and as mentioned earlier, have completed their feasibility study. So as a minimum, be nature-based and be located in Africa, have completed a feasibility study and have identified revenue opportunities. And we're particularly interested in ones that have a clear pathway to financial viability and evidence of biodemand, have considered biodiversity and social impacts beyond carbon, and that's very important to this particular accelerator, intends to use robust standards for validation and verification, and can be scaled and replicated, another very important criteria for this accelerator, and is operating within an enabling jurisdiction. The key thing here is that we don't want the fact that jurisdiction to be the blocker in actually the acceleration side of these projects. So timelines perspective, we will be opening the expression of interest on the 6th of November. This will run until early December, where the first phase of the applications will be reviewed. Any successful projects will then go through a second phase for more detailed information. The reason we did it this way is we didn't want to front load projects and discourage them from applying, only to tell them later that you're not eligible. So we really wanted to really provide a light touch and ensure we got as many projects to apply for this. And then by January, we'll announce the shortlisted projects, following which a plan will be put in place in terms of how to roll up the technical assistance to these projects. And in April, those 5 projects, up to 5 projects, will come together for a kickoff workshop. So the idea is that there isn't just a one-on-one learning, but even the projects have cross-learning amongst themselves as well. So that is CAPE. I'm very, very excited about this one. We've been working on it for months. We believe that this is going to give us a lot of learning that we don't want to keep to ourselves, that we want to share. For any organizations that are interested, the QR code takes you to a form where you can register your interest for the expression of interest, so that when it's issued on the 6th of November, that you are emailed the EOI. But If for whatever reason the QR code does not work on this one, then there's an email address which is CAPE, C-A-P-E, at fsdafrica.org, and the details are also on our website as well. So with that, I really am very happy to launch CAPE. Thank you. And I have to say that this has come about with a number of people working together. It would be really wrong of me to stand here and not point out Dorothy. Dorothy, please stand up. Dorothy is our nature lead, and we've been working on this side by side, and I know we'll continue to work on this side by side as CAPE as well. So it would be wrong not to point out Dorothy. But there's also a number of partners who've been there and informing us, and what we are hoping as well is that as part of CAPE, we bring other partners together that are working on accelerators and projects that are interested, and we can actually build out that living lab, that knowledge sharing platform, because that will be open source and available to all. So with that, I am so happy to say CAPE has now been launched. Thank you. And now to the next part of the session and to my amazing, amazing panel. So the first one on the list, we have Anna Cahoon. So Anna, if you can come up. So Anna is a Senior Insights Manager for GSMA Climate Tech Program. And she conducts research that identifies and promotes digital innovation that enable low and medium income countries to transition to low carbon and climate resilient economies. And when Anna introduces herself, she'll probably provide a lot more detail on that as well. Next, Chizedra. Chizedra is a Zimbabwean entrepreneur who's really passionate about health, agriculture, and conservation. With a background in biomedical science, she has pivoted from promoting indigenous herbs in the UK, sales and policy advocacy as well. Next, we have Monique from Nature Finance Program. And so Monique manages the Nature Markets Initiative and Nature Finance, leveraging her expertise in policy analysis, socioeconomic development, and multi-stakeholder engagement. And last but not least, we have Julie Clark from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Julie is an environmental specialist at DBSA who has strived to promote human and animal rights and associated environmental responsibilities in the financial sector. Now, I did not design this to be an all-female panel, but I'm very happy that it is. So I am not going to apologize for that at all. Great, thank you. So, ladies, welcome to the panel. So we do have a number of questions that we have prepared, but at the same time, I'm hoping we can have a conversation as well on the number of things that we've talked about. But let me start with you, Chizedra. At Ubuntu Alliance, you are on a mission to advance resilience, equitable, and inclusive agricultural production systems. Please share the challenges and opportunities you've seen in your work to date that relates to delivering on nature-based solutions in Africa and what needs to happen to strengthen the investment environment. And I know this is only one of the bits of work that you do, so please feel free to also expand on the other elements and how it's really relevant to financing nature-based solutions in Africa.
Yep. So I think most of you know that most African economies are very agriculture-based. And when we look at the fact that in the face of climate change, you're seeing that farmers are the most vulnerable, but out of all of the current financial flows for climate finance, they are accessing it the least. So Africa as a continent, we've only tapped into 2% of climate finance. It's mainly concentrated on 4 economies, and people would rather invest in mitigation versus adaptation, and we're seeing that. So like now we have massive droughts and states of national disaster across Zimbabwe, Kenya, Malawi. Those are some of the countries that have the least access to finance, and you think agri-based economy, no funding. Farmers typically don't speak finance. Finance typically doesn't speak farmer, even though we rely on food. It would make sense that, there's going to be a demand for food. So there is a need to change our agricultural production models, and farmers are not being given the tools and resources, and we're seeing a negative feedback loop of drought, crop failure, increasing poverty, and this is not just smallholder farmers, this is all farmers across the board. So that's one of the challenges. And then now with some of the multilateral environmental agreements, we historically have not brought farmers into the conversation. So when Tesco signs up to a net zero commitment, or like Carrefour, Sainsbury's, and Morrison's have just signed up to TNFD, exciting stuff, but how are we going to close the data reporting so that these farmers maintain market access and their livelihoods?
Thank you for that. And I do want to come back to a couple of those points as well, especially around the data reporting and some of the mitigation versus adaptation. But let me move to Anna first, and then we come back to that. So Anna, I know you've done a lot of research on the role of mobile and digital technology in nature. And this year you've also issued a study on the nature tech nexus and bridging biodiversity and business. So can you tell us more about what are you seeing as the promising revenue streams from nature tech startups, as well as how can these help us transition more from a grant funding to more of commercially sustainable footing as well?
Thanks, Reshma. Yes, I'll first give a bit of a description of the GSMA to give you an entry point of where we are in financing for nature-based solutions. So the GSMA is an association for the mobile industry, and it unites over 700 mobile operators worldwide. I work for the Mobile for Development program, which is the kind of tech for good arm or the foundation. And really what we're looking at is how mobile and digital technology can be leveraged for different global goals. So included within that is, of course, climate and nature. We do a few different things. So research is one of them, and I'll talk a little bit more to the report. But we also do a lot on partnerships and specifically innovation funding. So we have the GSMA Innovation Fund, and we've had 2 rounds focused specifically on startups that are trying to build climate resilience and adaptation across Africa and Asia. So within our cohort, we have a number of nature tech projects that we're supporting in Africa. And our focus is really on de-risking innovation. So supporting the most potentially innovative and high impact projects across Africa, and supporting them not just with grants, but also with technical assistance and partnerships with the mobile industry, and facilitating further investments to help them scale. So you mentioned this report that we launched earlier this year. And we produced it with funding from Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, or SIDA. And because of our work with startups, we really wanted to understand what was happening in this booming nature tech market. So obviously in the last few years, there's been a huge number of really exciting innovations for using tech for nature-based solutions, particularly in Africa, huge hubs of projects coming out of particularly Kenya and Nigeria. But given that they've only been around for a few years, the vast majority are still reliant on grant funding, which ultimately limits their capacity to scale. With the research, we were trying to understand all the different business models that can underpin these solutions, and ultimately what are the more promising revenue streams that can help them to transition away from grant funding only to something a little bit more commercial, and ultimately help them to scale and to have impact elsewhere. So when I'm talking about the revenue streams, we were thinking about not just impact, but also inclusivity. So we want to ensure that some of the revenue streams that we were promoting and highlighting, of course, are incorporating the considerations, the partnership, and the equitable revenue share with local communities. in terms of actual approaches, there were many that we profiled in the report, but I'll touch on three. So one is data services. So you're speaking to the increased demand, and of course we know that the private sector is looking more and more to have high quality data. There's a huge flurry of need for data and reporting, and so that's an unsurprising area that we see developing. The second being biodiversity market, which again has been discussed at length the last 2 weeks, and it was particularly encouraging to see this week one of the Africa-based startups being able to point to having corporate buyers and being able to actually show that the market is taking off. And then the third revenue stream that we've been particularly interested in is payment for ecosystem services. So it's not a new space per se, it's been around for a long time, but if we look at the more tech-enabled models for payment for ecosystem services, we are seeing more and more approaches that help startups to generate revenue, but in an equitable way. So ensuring that the communities, farmers, fishers are also gaining access to the funds for their actions and for their management of the ecosystems.
Excellent, thank you, Anna. And I want to pick up on one of those revenue streams, and in particular the biodiversity market side. And I'm going to go to Monique with this one because I know in this room a few days ago, we actually launched the landscape study, the Innovation in Africa Investing in Nature. And I'll let you tell us a bit more about that report, but please share some highlights and learnings and how the study is actually in the context of strengthening investment environment. And we've heard three of the revenue streams. One of them is biodiversity.
I think it's working now. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I like to joke that the Nature Positive Pavilion is my second home in Cali because I've spent a lot of time here. It's been great. Yeah, so firstly, just a big thank you to FSD Africa and the African Natural Capital Alliance, who not only supported this piece of work, which is really the first of its kind for Africa, but also is just an incredible catalyst for really driving the nature finance ecosystem across the continent. So just, incredible partner to work with. So this study, essentially what we did, Nature Finance is an international think tank. We have been actively involved in thinking about biodiversity credit markets, how we can shape them to deliver nature positive and equitable outcomes. And our big message on this is that we need to get governance right from the beginning. We need to ensure that we're governing the market and embedding actors as participants from the beginning so that we don't repeat some of the failings of other markets. The study found over 30 biodiversity credit projects across the continent with hubs in East and Southern Africa. This is more than that's been mapped anywhere. And Dorothy likes to say that when we first shared a draft, we had no sales and there was a little bit of disappointment. And in the 4 months since then, we have now seen 3 transactions go through. It's incredible. And like Anna said, we're seeing the market grow. We're seeing rapid evolution. Even after we laid out the report, I had to make changes because things were constantly moving. So it's been incredible to kind of think about biodiversity credits, how stakeholders are approaching them. What we're seeing is that there is simply no other instrument across the continent which allows you to make investments in the range of species, ecosystems, and landscapes as we're seeing emerge in these projects. I have left printouts on some of the chairs. I encourage you to scan the QR code and have a look. We have a very nice map where we found all the projects, got some case studies explaining how some of them work. We spoke to almost 100 stakeholders, not just the developers themselves, but governments, policymakers, environmental institutions, conservation entities at subnational and national levels, financing stakeholders, even a central bank. So really, really interesting feedback. We found remarkable innovations, some of which are actually shaping the international market, not just local markets. We found really interesting uses of technology, multiple different types of technology being leveraged by local communities and Indigenous people that is live and instant and transparent, the use of blockchain in many instances. A lot of them are community-led as well, not just community participatory, but actually led. These communities are shaping these projects. And we're also seeing really interesting ways that different stakeholders are thinking about how to embed these instruments. So that's one of the things we profile in the report. How can they plug into other financial instruments? And what is the policy landscape in which these instruments exist? And then last thing on the report that I'll say is that we also lay out 3 scenarios of how we think the market can develop based on what we're seeing. One is a localized, community-led model, which is basically what it looks like right now, quite fragmented, really like local to local transactions. Second is a globalized, market-led scenario. And the third is an orchestrated, policy-enabled scenario, and I can talk a little bit more about those. But the other thing I wanted to point to both Chietza and Anna's point, is that we're actually seeing, and I think it's been really exciting at this COP, we're actually seeing an architecture emerge of what nature finance could look like. And I would say that there are these new exciting instruments like biodiversity credits, which actually leverage existing ways of thinking about market transactions. But then there are also concepts that are not new, and that we're seeing incredible technological innovations and ways of thinking about the way we develop with nature rather than against it, that actually are not new, but could be mainstream and could be scaled in really interesting ways. My colleague Aaron said on a panel, and I think it's really fantastic, he said, we need to innovate for speed and mainstream for scale. And I think these opportunities are actually quite clear, just having been at COP for 11 days or whatever at this point. One of which I'll just point to, which is the G20's initiative on the bioeconomy. And this is something that the Brazilian presidency launched this year. It's the first time nature in the real economy has really been brought into a geopolitical forum like this. South Africa has shown commitment to take this forward in its incoming presidency. And I think there's incredible opportunities here, from waste management to agriculture to biotech in pharma and nutraceuticals, from biocement to, there's whole new ways of thinking about the way we develop and organize our economies that helps us with adaptation, that helps us with mitigation, but also helps us with healthcare outcomes and with social outcomes. So even though we're all really exhausted, and really shout outs to everybody who made it to this event at 5 o'clock on the second last day, I think it's exciting to see that actually we're seeing something like an architecture emerging, and there's an opportunity to connect the dots. There are lots of really interesting pilots and approaches, and now the opportunity is to connect them, to innovate for speed, and to mainstream for scale. Yeah.
Thanks, Monique. And just joining a few more dots that I'll come back to after Julie. I've heard a lot about community. I've heard community-led. I've heard about existing and scaling up. And also there's a bit of lack of knowledge, tools, resources. And I'd like for us to all think about how can we actually connect those dots with tech as well. And I'll come back to that. But the other thing that I did hear, Julie, and I'd like to come to you on this, is data. I know that you've been doing quite a bit of work in terms of addressing some of the data challenges, which essentially results in greater credibility and transparency in project investments and reporting. So I'm hoping you can tell us more about that. But even as you tell us about that, DBSA has really been leading the agenda on the continent on this. And I really want to hear more about the challenges and the success cases, because a lot of what we have to do in the financial sector is really to make things real and for people to feel that they can achieve this. So Julie, yeah, over to you. And I think there's a slide you wanted to put up as well.
You.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Coming up. Okay. That I have a button. Thank you. So I just thought, I know you're tired of words, so I just put some pictures to the words. And this is the first picture that shows the problem in a picture. A picture tells 1,000 words. On the right is infrastructure, it's engineering infrastructure, it's grey infrastructure, and don't people just love investing in it because it's so easy to invest in it and you get returns. On the left is the entire natural system on which all that infrastructure depends. And don't people shy away from investing in nature and investing in the communities who are dependent on that nature more so than the ones who have access to infrastructure? Because on the left, you're not going to make such high returns, and it's very undervalued, and there's a host of reasons why people can't invest in that area. So the challenge of a bank that wants to be doing the right sustainable thing is this, in a nutshell: how do you make those ends come together? And there's a lot of talk in the conference, and all the buzzwords are out. I've written them all down there: integrative, adaptation, transformative, whole society. Unless you start talking and translating that talk into finance systems, you'll always get the divide, and the one side will always be undermined by the other side, which is the side that absorbs all those hidden nasty subsidies that contradict a whole lot of other community and nature-based solutions. So I asked artificial intelligence just to sum this up in a drawing, because as a banker, I'm often out on site, and then I've just seen, the damages that are happening, and this fraternity that are scientists that end up writing skimpy EIAs, EMPs, knowing that what's happening is not the right thing, but they are earning their living by tick box approaches. And why are we degenerating this beautiful profession down to that role in society when we should be lifting them up to play the leadership role they deserve to play? And we have to transform the finance system to allow them to do that and not reduce them. So for DBSA to solve all of these problems, we can't do it alone. We'd absolutely fail, like everybody else who's tried to do it alone has failed. So we took a lot of friends with us, and one of them is sitting right here in this room, called FSD and Anchor. But we as a bank, we are not perfect, and we've learned, you can do a lot when you're imperfect, and that nobody is perfect. We're just better than other people in some things, and other people are better than us in other things. And we see each other's blind spots, and we push each other through those blind spots. We inspire each other through the blind spots rather than condemn each other, and lift each other up. And we've got beautiful frameworks that we work with as financial institutions. We're not short there, you know them. We're starting to get really beautiful definitions, because the more you're singing to the same song sheet, the more you can start building sustainable blocks together, the groundwork, the foundations of a bioeconomy. So these definitions and these tools are sharpening up, and they are wonderful to work with. We've worked with 26 banks called IDFC to come up with a common biodiversity position statement. Imagine 26 banks trying to do it on their own. It would waste so much time and so much resources. We'd all contradict each other. We'd all be arguing and undermining one another. We just did it as a collective. We did it fast, efficiently. We all took it, absorbed it, and we're rather focusing now on implementing it. We've absorbed a lot of tools. Everybody's got tools for us, and some of them are good, and some of them we want, but we haven't yet got there. But we're building our toolbox. We're building our methodologies. We're borrowing from those banks that are ahead of us, and then building on what they've given us to try and even be better. And then somebody else grabs what we've done and is even better still. And that's how we're fast-tracking how the finance system is transforming. So the way we transform is to look back at that number one slide I showed you on the right, where the engineering infrastructure is happening. We have to mainstream biodiversity into that, because if we don't, we're going to fail. And so a lot of DBSA's work is trying to ensure that any loan is going to build value add for biodiversity. And this is an example of a project where we did just that mainstreaming. It was a big aqueduct taking water from one catchment to another,
and somehow they had forgotten about the biodiversity on which the entire thing depended. So we said to them, you know, you're quite far in the project, you're already implementing it, so we can't really take you back. But what we can do is say 5% of this loan must go towards addressing ecological infrastructure, ecosystems and communities, and then tell us, after you've spent this, how you're going to do it differently as a municipality forevermore. So they worked with, on their own choice, a group of people, community in the Palmeet River system, and they did incredible work in partnership with these vulnerable communities, proving the point beyond shadow of doubt that this kind of partnership between a municipality and community is so powerful and so much less expensive than conventional methods and so much more rewarding for every party. It's a win-win-win. And the stories to tell are heartbreaking because the floods happened and many people's lives are saved just because of this beautiful partnership that had developed between the municipal officials and the vulnerable communities. It was incredible. That's the mainstreaming. But on the other hand, there's just go for grants where grants are needed for green projects, and that there's no return on in money, but there's a lot of return in social impact and in environmental impact. So don't see everything just in terms of financial returns. So we invested a lot with SANBI in a GEF project, and we tried to look at an enabling policy environment. And a lot of people in the bank's eyes were rolling around their heads, and a lot of people in SANBI's eyes were rolling around their heads trying to get people to talk to one another, the financials and the environmentalists. And it was a wonderful challenge, and we didn't know how it was going to end or where it was going to go, but we never gave up on one another, and we just eventually had a brilliant marriage with many, many dividends for the bank and many rewards for the communities and the environment. So one of the dividends was data. So we helped SANBI produce data and never realizing how much we needed that data. And came the day when we had big floods in Durban, and our board threw up their arms in horror and said, oh, how much of our loan book is at flood risk? Quickly, go back to your offices and quickly work out what's going to happen to our loan book. And blah, blah, blah. We said to them, don't worry, you don't have to panic. We've already done all of those studies. We can show you, at a click of a button, we can show you where our projects are in Africa, how many of them are at high risk, medium risk, low risk of flood, but not only that, of droughts, or of poisoned water, or of community conflicts, or of whatever aspect of climate change you want. We've got 20 indicators. We can show you sectors, countries, clients, and now we had a conversation. Now we had dialogue with credit risk. We had dialogue with strategy. We had dialogue with management on what are we going to do about it? Where should our money be going? How should we be tackling our high-risk areas? So some people talk in maps, and some people talk in charts. Some people like scenarios, especially if they're economists. They think scenarios, and if you can't bring the debate into a scenario, you won't get absorbed into those economic models. So that's what we did. So we could eventually get our whole loan book sorted out. We could have a roadmap. We could have targets. We had learned to cross the divide between environmental thinking and systems thinking and more spreadsheet thinking. Those are two different languages, but they need each other to move forward. So in the end, we could map out who was who, and we could look at DBSA and how it had to scale up to be fit for purpose. If you don't have these kind of metrics and you can't analyze things, you'll never get growing your organization right in the right direction. You won't have the foundations to do it. You can't do it on thumbsuck guesswork and who's got the greatest charismatic voice. You have to do it by showing the business case. And we could show the business case because we had the metrics. And why did we have the metrics? Because we had the data, the scientific data. And why did we have the scientific data? Because we had invested in it through the SANBI project when we didn't even realize how valuable it would be to us sorting out our own financial future. So we started getting smarter now that we knew where we were heading and what we wanted to achieve. And we started to be able to put the right pillars in place, put the right targets in place, look at where we were going. We started to set those targets. We started to prove ourselves to be a trusted partner. You cannot scale up and absorb billions of rands for Africa unless you are a trusted partner. So what does it involve to be a trusted partner? It comes back again, your foundations. If your foundations are going to be evidence-based, you need the data. And so we could now have the foundation to start building ourselves up to being this trusted partner capable of absorbing and scaling up. And here goes your beautiful point on the architecture. We had so many applications for us for nature-based solutions. Each one was just irresistibly brilliant, but we needed some kind of way that we could wrap them together to bring in the billions, to flow the billions into the other side of that diagram that I showed you at the beginning. We had everything, but now we needed to put together that architecture, and that's where we are at now. So what a lovely way to continue from yours. And now, Dorothy, this is to thank you, FSD, and Anchor, because a lot of this couldn't have happened without you. The slide is very personal and important to the bank, because this was the benchmarking of the TNFD, which Anchor and FSD helped. I mean, they helped with everything here, but this was the pinnacle of the help of, are we really ready enough, and where are we weak? Where's our weakest link? And here it was all done for us in terms of a benchmarking study that they helped us through. So now we know how we can get smarter, faster. Thank you.
Julie, thank you. I mean, having worked in the financial sector myself, I mean, that's amazing to see a bank really integrated within that. But the question I want to throw to everyone else is, we need to get it outside one organization. How do we get that same level of thinking at a systemic level? We've got identified revenue streams, we've got tech that say, we've got challenges that have been addressed as well. So thoughts? Who would like to go first on that one? Please.
So I'm happy to go first. I look at it and I think one of the positive things, and I'm going to say something that is, with the triple planetary crisis that we face, it's forcing us to work together. It's forcing us to break down barriers. We had a lot of economies built in this 1960s industrial era thinking, divide and conquer. And through research, through partnership, no single ESG manager or no single institution can do that. We're now starting to find each other where an ecologist is just as important as, a banker is just as important as a healthcare profession. So that's part of, that's the beauty of the challenge that we face. And with every challenge is an opportunity. So there's an opportunity to break down barriers. There's an opportunity to bring different types of thinking, interdisciplinary thinking, systems design thinking. There's an opportunity to close those data gaps. So when I'm looking at all of that and you're thinking, how do you scale? How do you implement? How many new jobs is that? TNFD, like when the EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive came into effect, do you know how many jobs were created overnight? When we're looking at nature-based projects, yes, we don't have the capacity, but we have an opportunity to train up. So I think now it's like, how do we build capacity at a macro level, but also build capacity at a ground level so that we really do start driving that equitable inclusion, equitable benefit. It's beyond the financial resources from your biodiversity credit. It's also access to that opportunity. So we're seeing a lot of open source, and I was very lucky and privileged to join the roadmap for TNFD and how they're bankrolling. I'm like, that's a whole new class of jobs being created within compliance, within nature reporting. Only 1% of companies understand their nature risks and dependencies. That's a challenge, but how many new jobs is that? In closing that data gap, how many new jobs is that? So forget the bio credits or carbon credits. Beyond that, it's the skills, it's the high quality, meaningful jobs that are, and it's economies are driven by economic activity. So we have an opportunity to look at this and leverage a whole new economy that is going to be more inclusive and bring a whole lot more people along with them.
And I think that's a very important point, because a lot of the times we have a conflict between nature, climate, and sustainable development. and they doesn't have to be a conflict, is what we're hearing. It just requires innovation and requires using what we have and scaling it up and all of that. And I'd like to see how can we embed what we have even more into the way we do things. I don't know if there's any other thoughts from any of the panelists. Monique?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on a point that Julie kind of made, which is increasingly seeing and actioning nature as infrastructure. And Mariana from Terrazos said something really interesting where she was like, these credits offer us an opportunity to make payments into nature, into a natural asset, in the same way we would invest in infrastructure. And she used the bridge comparison, and I think it's worth repeating. She said a bridge, just like an engineer, engineers would design a bridge for a particular crossing. No single bridge is going to look the same way because the crossing is going to be different in each place. And the toll for crossing the bridge might also therefore be different based on where the bridge is built and how long it took to build and how degraded the passing was before the bridge was built. And biodiversity credits as an instrument are kind of similar in that sense. We need to start seeing investments in natural assets and as investments in infrastructure. And this risk analysis allows us to really understand how they actually serve these infrastructural purposes. The other thing is policy coherence. In our landscaping report, we try and outline the kinds of biodiversity policy we're seeing emerge. And sometimes there are conflicts. Especially in informal markets like traditional medicine, which is a part of the bioeconomy, and how that relates, different ministries not speaking to each other, the Ministry of Trade versus the Ministry of Agriculture versus the Ministry of Science and Innovation. So policy coherence is really important, and needing not just at a state level, but also in sectoral level, in the financial sector, so there's like different levels of regulation and policy, for there to be both incentives and disincentives. So there has to be consequences for doing harm, and they have to be real and implementable. But there should also be incentives, and South Africa recently released the endangered species tax incentive. That's a positive incentive that encourages conservation. The other thing that I do think is really important is data. A lot of the governments that we spoke to across the continent, South Africa, thanks to Sanbi, has actually a really excellent biodiversity baseline. Not every country has the same, and that's a real investment, and it's something that can be applied across sectors. It has multi-purpose use. The technology in which we used to do that is itself a sector worth developing, as you were saying. And I think Tony Goldner often says you can't manage what you don't measure, and I think it's really true. I'm picking up all these catchphrases from COP, which are really helpful. So I think that's when we talk about architecture, these are kind of the building blocks. And all of these things mean that at a national level, we can't implement without proper understanding and without proper consideration across the board, across the economy. And then the other thing is that international commitments need to have real, meaningful local implementation. So there's equity on the ground, and then there's equity at a geopolitical level. So I would just add those.
No, thank you for those. And my old boss used to always say to me, a hungry person doesn't care about nature or about climate. And that's what it comes to, really bringing it down to the local level. And having been here the last 10 days, for me, it's such an obvious business case. It's so, we're all talking to each other, and we're all in alignment. So where is it going wrong? That's the one big question for me. Where is that missing gap? Go on.
Going around the rooms, how many farmers have you met? Farmers are like some of our largest stewardships of land, and they're not very well represented. And then going around the rooms again, so I think we need to change some of this language about inclusivity to actually building the bridges so that we have a more diverse level of voices. So it's been said, 30 years of climate science, and we're in a worse off position than we were when the Rio Convention was signed. Perhaps it might not be a scientific challenge that we're facing. And when I look at the Rio Convention, when I look at the negotiations happening now, it's more about ethics and morals, and it's a social thing. So perhaps we need to be going to the communities that still have community intact and learning from them so that we can leverage off how to accelerate cooperation, collaboration, seeing kindness not as a weakness, seeing compassion not as a weakness. We need to start looking and seeing people as people, all people as people. And then on the policy side, we also need to start finding each other. That one of the biggest take-homes from this COP is we might be speaking the same English, but we're not speaking the same language.
Yeah. And I love what you say about learning from the community. A lot of the times when we talk about community, we talk about getting their consent. You know, it's an FPIC, it's a getting the project forward rather than learning from. It's not a two-way stream that we see it in most of the way projects look at it. So I think that's a very, very important point that I'd like to take away as well from the session. But before we continue with the discussion, I just want to see if there's any questions in the room that you'd like to ask any of the panelists.
Good afternoon. My name is Isilda Nyantumbu. I work with Biofund. It's a conservation trust fund in Mozambique. I've been hearing throughout these 2 weeks that we have to bring biodiversity, climate, and even the Convention on desertification together and link this with the economic development. And I come to this panel, I hear about, we have carbon credits, we have biodiversity credits, and we're working, I guess, in the same landscape. This is going to, in my view, require a big investment. We might use standards to evaluate the carbon credits, and then we will use a different standards to evaluate biodiversity credits. And for me, this is going to bring a big financial burden in these processes. And I'm just wondering whether there is a way of combining. Many years ago, when we were talking about RED, we talked about carbon and core benefits. And core benefits being biodiversity benefits and also social and economic. And now we are dividing those two. I would like to understand where are we going with this?
Hi, good afternoon. Great presentation to you all. I'm Paulus Mungan from Namibia. And I'm from the organization that is really driving bioeconomy in Namibia, which was launched initially this year. My question to you is, as much as carbon credit is concerned, and from the policy perspective, we've seen that the development of policies in most, maybe where I'm coming from, is top-bottom approach. However, then when it comes to communities that are to a certain extent resource owners, and they are driving, taking, for example, indigenous products that want to take it to the market, or to a certain extent preserving ecosystems that may lead to, carbon credits to a certain extent. However, there is a little bit of distortion gaps between the communities' understandings for obvious reasons. I just want to ask any of the panelists, what could be the best approaches, bridging these gaps between community and policymakers? Thank you.
I think we've got two excellent questions there. Who would like to go first? Monique.
I can speak to the carbon biodiversity credits. In this landscaping study, we found that actually there was quite an interdependence between carbon and biodiversity credit markets. Many of the developers are already producing carbon credits, are using the funds from the revenue from those credits to develop their biodiversity credit projects. Some of them are stacking and bundling. Many of the project developers are working with international standard setters, verification bodies, so they are actively shaping some of the frameworks and thinking about how these markets interact and how we regulate and monitor, measure, etc., these credits and how they speak to one another. And I know Vera just launched their nature framework. They're really open to engaging as many stakeholders as possible to get feedback and really think about how that should work. I also think that firstly, we're seeing trends that carbon credits which demonstrate social and biodiversity outcomes fetch higher prices across the board. So I think there's a positive interaction between the two markets. At the moment, there's still a lot of interdependency in terms of price discovery, in terms of market access. So I don't think there's a disconnect. I think that it's well understood that that carbon credits demonstrate climate outcomes and biodiversity credits demonstrate nature outcomes, but actually they can interact in really meaningful ways. And like I said, many of these developers are playing an active international market shaping role. They're part of these platforms and fora. They're actively talking about how pilots are working, and they're interacting with not just the standard bodies, but also philanthropies, financial actors. So there is already quite a lot of engagement, which is really impressive. So that would be my answer to that. I do think, kind of maybe linking to the second question, we are seeing projects leveraging fintech and other really interesting nature-based technologies as a way to increase transparency, as a way to increase live tracking. There's actually a really interesting project in Namibia, which is profiled in the report. And I think technology can do a lot to shrink the gap between stakeholders, between financial actors, between policymakers. SANBI is a really good example of how an entity that works with government but is not government and is connected to the ground can work. I don't think it has to be like that in every country. We also spoke to the Rwandan biodiversity information system that works with academia and is quite locally grounded. So there are different models. That being said, I don't think technology is a silver bullet. I think technology can actually increase barriers, can make it more expensive. And so we need to think about how we build that into the cost, and that we don't, I think somebody made a point about science, I think it was you, Chietza, about how there is inherent knowledge here, and then the Namibia project is particularly interesting for that reason, where we don't need to over-scienticize, if I can put it that way. There's probably a better word, but I don't have it right now. But the way that the technology is being leveraged to increase transparency means that you don't have to over-invest in academics and scientific institutions to justify an outcome, which I think is really great. And it's a combination of technologies as well. Photo and video technology, audio technology, live tracking where people just input and it's instant, and you can use a phone for that. So there's some really interesting examples, and I think there is best practice that can scale. And I also think the more we see this kind of thing, the cheaper the technology gets. It can be mainstreamed by different institutions and across sectors. It doesn't just have to be in biodiversity credits.
Thank you, Monique. And then Anna.
I just wanted to add to the first question and say that one thing that I do not envy regulators, so with my second hat, I'm also policy and advocacy manager for BirdLife Zimbabwe. And there were early indicators, for the last 2 years, we've seen indicators of the scientists saying you cannot just focus on carbon, you need a holistic ecosystem restoration approach. So there have been researchers that have been working on hybrid carbon biodiversity unit in isolation of the Rio Convention and in isolation of countries developing their frameworks, which is why we really need to break down these silos between research, business, and academia. So in the convergence of it, the science has been coming together and you're seeing it reflected with the standards. So even before this convention, Vera had a CCB add-on, which stands for Community Conservation Biodiversity. And then on top of that, they have an SDG Vista add-on. So now, if you're a project developer, the more you integrate the different elements of the environmental conventions as well as the sustainable development goals, the higher integrity and the better prices you get for your carbon credit. But now this is my warning to policymakers that we're seeing the conventions coming together and a lot of countries have developed carbon trading frameworks. So we need to ensure that going forward, that when now the Department of Natural Resource Management, which might not be the same Department for Climate Change, that the regulatory framework is interoperable. Otherwise, we are now going to have a barrier to investment. If I'm an investor, I want to go to a country where I don't have to spend, millions on, thousands on a consultant navigating all of these different policies that don't speak to each other. So we need to be looking at that are we potentially setting ourselves up for failure, that, nature-based solutions and net zero, it is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity for the continent.
Thank you, Chair. Anna, quickly, I know we're going on to extra time now, so.
I'll keep it brief then. I just wanted to echo some of the points that Monique raised about the role of tech for strengthening both the biodiversity and carbon markets. So over the last couple of years, we've been looking at digitally enabled climate finance. So how tech can facilitate the equitable access and transparency and traceability of climate finance delivery. And you mentioned a lot of the key tech elements before. But one other aspect I would really point to is mobile money. So particularly in the African context, where in sub-Saharan Africa, there's 3/4 of the global mobile wallets. So it's a core component of ensuring that money gets into the hands of the farmers, of the fishers, of the foresters, and not only receiving money, but that it then gives them an opportunity to grow their credit profiles and ultimately access their own credit and loans. So yeah, definitely tech is a key aspect. Doesn't solve everything, it's an enabler, but it shows a lot of promise.
Thank you for that. I think just as a closing, because I know we've kind of run out of time, is to say I don't think we can afford to choose between climate or nature biodiversity. We've got to that point now where they're so interrelated that we've got to look at it as one. And everything we've been talking about from a solution perspective is also around systemic change that's required, looking at it at a 360-degree view, and really bringing in all the key stakeholders. We can't afford a top-down. We can't afford just a bottom-up. We really need to have both those approaches together. And given the area and scaling up, we can't do it without technology. And it's very important that we bring in the perspective from an investor policy, from a finance, from a research perspective, all of that together. So with that, I also just, last point is that's why we designed CAPE in the way that it is, to really focus on both climate and biodiversity as well. So for anybody interested, please do look at that expression of interest. Please forward it on, because part of it is this learning, and we want to drive more of this. So with that, thank you so much, and thank you so much to my brilliant panelists as well. Thank you.